like an album the Beatles would put out.
Okay. For the YouTube audience, please change over to the watch link I posted in the live chat. It's well, we're shifting it over there. So good.
Yeah.
Vaughn, weren't you addressing Seth's claim that his claim?
Well, I was, but I've lost my train of thought. Sorry. Shit.
I believe his claim was that there would be something more substantial than just slight misrememberings. There would be actual albums and actual.
You would expect to see some other stuff other than just
Exactly.
There is residual. There is.
Hold on, just real quick. You would expect to see things like from the BeatlesNeverBrokeUp.com website, an actual audio tape of a Beatles album post Beatles breakup.
Well, I'm not going to get on the Beatles thing because nobody's mentioning that. We're talking about real stuff. We're not talking about fake stuff. We're not talking about gaps. We're talking about actual events that we believe actually occurred. You know, obviously the Beatles thing is a fake. Ain't nobody talking about that. We're talking about real stuff that we believe really occurred, and that we believe a preponderance of the people out there believe as well. All right.
Yeah, but why wouldn't we expect to see things like this Beatles album if what you're saying is true?
Yes, no, wait a minute. Now, damn it, you've read string. You told me you read string theory. Okay, if you read string theory, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. You got one person that's from one paradigm. You got somebody from another paradigm. They're not going to believe the same thing. No fucking way, because they're in different paradigms.
String theory doesn't propose that.
Just because they're crossing the streams, doesn't mean they're. That I'm not, maybe in your timeline.
String theory does not propose that people will just change universes and keep their memories. Their consciousness will change memory. It will change.
We don't know.
He's saying
he doesn't propose that.
He's saying you see drastic differences though, like in Beatles album or like Kurt Cobain didn't die. Nirvana album 1997, or he died in 95. Well, that's not an example. Just something to represent some bigger event that Kurt died in 1993, suicide. Album from 1995. Like you'd think you would find that in a separate universe.
Yes. Hell, if people are changing universes, you'd expect that other physical objects would switch universes too.
Exactly, which is what we're saying.
But you don't have any evidence of that.
We're changing. Right. They're changing.
In the absence of evidence where there should be evidence.
They're changing over to the new paradigm, but there's supplemental shit that isn't changed yet. Okay, let's say. All right, let's say. Okay, interview with a vampire. Most of us remember that was how it was spelled. Interview with a vampire. Okay? But when you go and watch the movie or you go and see the book, it says interview with the vampire. It doesn't say a vampire. It says the vampire. But if you go see book reviews of people who did a review on the book, they still call it interview with the vampire. And by the way, the Spanish translation didn't get changed. It still says interview with the vampire or with a vampire. It didn't get changed. The Spanish translation didn't get changed. It still says interview with a vampire.
Translations aren't always literal, and you'd expect to see that.
Maybe not, but it's still a feather in my cap.
What I'm not looking for, Vaughn, is more examples. You're just giving me another example of the Mandela effect. Okay, I've already granted you that the Mandela effect exists. People think they remember things differently than the way they really were. Totally granted. You don't need to give me more examples of that. What I want is either one of these two things, either some physical evidence that things really were this way in another universe, or a reason why we wouldn't expect to see that.
I just said, if you go check some of the book reviews, it's still spelt the right way. If you go see somebody's, even some videos of people that talk about it, are still saying interview with a vampire instead of interview with the vampire.
Well, let me ask you this then, and I think this will better represent the argument. Why don't you see?
Sorry.
Let's say you think it out.
You know
Like,
what? Go watch Vaughn in action. Oh, sorry.
let's say that you know a band's debut album was something, and it had a metal sound or any insert music genre
Yeah,
here.
kill 'em all.
Right? And then you look back, and it's a completely different sound, same band, same name, but a completely different sound, and it's smooth jazz, right? It went from metal to smooth jazz. Now that's a huge fucking leap, right? So why don't you see anything like that? Like you could say that you see Chick-fil-A and all that, and I agree that's an interesting. But why don't you see like massive changes like
Okay,
that?
all right. Let me address that. First of all, because we're slowly passing through, and so it's going to be little increments at a time. But furthermore, many people are theorizing that maybe it's the elites, or maybe it's evil, or maybe it's something to fuck with our heads to make us act like we're all nuts, so then they could come in as a white knight and say, oh, we got the cure for this, we got the answers for this, listen to us, let us establish our one world government, let us establish our one world religion, let us all get you put on Bitcoin and shit.
I just want to put this in concise terms. Von Helton is suggesting that the Illuminati is gaslighting us.
Well, I'm saying there are people talking about it, though.
Literally, that's what you're suggesting, that the Illuminati is gaslighting us.
Dude, what better thing to do than to make everybody think they're nuts so that they can come in as the savior, quote unquote, and say, hey, we got all.
Dude, if they can shift universes, then why can't they just take over with their technology that can shift fucking universes? Like,
that's pretty good.
Well,
Shift universes. They're gaslighting us for their power.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe they've got technology maybe they've got extraterrestrial technology or something that we're not aware of that they're utilizing to make this shit happen. And then when a sufficient number of us are fucking claim when people are saying, hey, maybe all these motherfuckers are nuts, then they come in as a white knight and they say, oh well, we got the cure for this, we got the answers for this, and just trust us to set up our one world government, and we'll bestow that shit upon you.
I feel like I have a talent for just putting things in concise terms, but I think it was Ludic who just said it. You're talking about people who have trans-dimensional technology, and their quest for power includes slightly needling us with things that we remember differently.
Well, okay, let me throw it at you in this direction. All right, let's say they made these massive changes. Taking Metallica's "Kill 'Em All" and taking it from thrash metal and turning it into easy listening jazz. All right, you would have fucking people blitzed out of their fucking skulls over that shit. Freaking out like, hey. I mean, they would be clamoring to get it on the news and everything else. But if you change just a little tiny bit, it ain't going to get that big of an airplay. It ain't going to get that big of a media splash. A little tiny thing. Little changes of words here. Like instead of a, we change it to the. Instead of saying they will come, we change it to he will come. Little tiny shit. And that way it doesn't get a big media splash. It doesn't get a lot of people looking at it. It's always just some crazy people on the internet talking about that shit. Because if you did something massive like that, man, people would be up in arms, and the media would get involved. They don't want the media involved. They want this shit to be subtle. They want it to be behind the scenes.
You're talking about people with like trans-dimensional technology. Why would they just change things in pop culture for no reason?
Because
if they had this kind of power, why wouldn't they take over by just changing this to a universe where?
Well, I know you're okay. All right, Seth. I know you're an atheist, but just on the sub chance that maybe the gods don't allow it. Maybe the gods will only let them do so much. Without
you can maybe and suppose until the cows come home, and you ain't gonna find any real fucking truth.
Nobody's got an answer. Nobody's got an answer.
Masturbation, dude.
No, I have an answer.
I don't think anyone's saying that this is like right. They're just proposing a potential theory.
Vaughn is saying it's right.
No, I'm not.
So it's not. So you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is is that the theory-wise as to what the cause is, nobody fucking knows, and nobody has ever claimed to know. That's
Right,
the beauty of this.
yeah, I'm not saying that, but you are claiming that it is true.
Listen,
that actually,
I know
hold on, I'm not answering. Allow me to ask the question. You're saying that it is true, that it is the case that these things are different in a different dimension.
Yes.
Yes,
I believe so. I believe so, but that's my personal opinion. Okay? Other people say, okay, look. There's some people say it's some kind of dimensional shift or whatever. There's other people saying it might be CERN that's causing it. There's still other people that say it might be the puppet masters of the elites that are causing it. Other people are saying it might be a precursor to the Antichrist, where the Bible says a strong delusion will come upon them. Now, this is a pretty fucking strong delusion.
What was the second one you said? What was the second example you gave? The something and then the
I don't remember. I can rewind the tape, man. Go to YouTube.
I just want to let Iron know that
let me
realize that his camera's on. Iron, your camera's on.
Let me ask this. Okay. Hold on. Let me ask something. All right, Von Helton. I mean, you're sitting here talking about the Illuminati.
Talk about two piss holes for eyes.
I mean, you're talking about the Illuminati and all the stuff that they've done, but you don't talk about your own paranormal activity. When are you gonna admit that you're a time traveler, Von? When are you gonna admit that?
I'm not.
That you have time traveled through the centuries.
I am not.
And you have I don't know what you have influenced historical events, and yet you want to point the finger at what these other people are doing, but you don't want to talk about what you've done.
Maybe I'm not allowed. Maybe I have an NDA that prohibits me from discussing.
Dude, Mister, seriously, you have childhood wallpaper still in your bedroom? Sorry, I had to point it out.
What the hell? That was way out in left field. Holy shit!
I just clicked his video and I'm just bugging you.
But I mean, well, I mean, seriously, I mean, if I really was a time traveler, do you think I would ever admit it? Fuck no. First of all, I'd have an NDA from the government prohibiting me from mentioning it, and second of all, I wouldn't tell you any fucking way, because if I told you what I was doing, it would disrupt the timeline. And my purpose is not to disrupt the timeline, it's to correct the timeline. But if I tell you, I would be disrupting the timeline.
So you are a time traveler, huh?
No, you're not.
Just let it slip. You let it slip, Vaughn. We heard my purpose,
Vaughn.
correct.
I'm going to ask you an honest question.
Mister, do you mind panning your camera around? I'm curious if you still have Spider-Man sheets.
Why am I only seeing his...
Von Helton. You're a time traveler, dude, and you've been dishonest about that for years.
No, I haven't. How have I been dishonest?
Time traveler?
Have I been dishonest? How have I been dishonest?
Well, you're not admitting that you're a time traveler.
Well, all you're showing me is your hat. Let me see your face. I mean, I put my face out there.
I want to see that bedroom of his.
All you need to see is my hat, sir.
That's a nice hat.
Oh, so
You
what
don't
are
have the Spidey sheets?
What are you?
That's a nice background hat as well.
Hey, you guys can talk shit all you want, but you know that if they sold Spider-Man sheets and the California King, you'd have them.
If I could afford them.
I certainly would.
Vaughn, I'm just going to ask you straight up. Are you behind the Mandela effect?
No.
Yes.
Are you a principal player for the powers that be to put this in place?
Von Helton has I mean, it has been documented that Von Helton has, I mean, he's sitting up here talking about the Illuminati. You need to realize this man has worked for the Illuminati. This man has done business with you. This man has killed people on behalf of the Illuminati.
So, the snake in the grass, I tell you guys, he might look dumb, but that's just to the skies. He's a mastermind in the ways.
Why would you say that I am a lapdog for Rothschild and Rockefeller? Why would you say that?
Well, you've been. I mean, you were alive when they were. I mean, it just seems like a lot of the stuff that you say. I mean, you certainly. I mean, we do have documentation that you have time traveled. And you just admitted it yourself, so you blew your own.
Why would I? No, I ain't admitted to jack shit. But why? Let's go with what you're saying. Why would I be the lapdog for an organization that I fucking hate. Why? That doesn't make any damn sense.
I'm not so sure.
Doesn't make any sense.
That's the perfect cover,
Maybe
Vaughn.
you
You
didn't
just
always hate them. Maybe at one point you admired them, or you
Oh,
didn't
for
mind
fuck's
working
sake. Oh,
for
for
them.
fuck's sake. Now we really are
Well,
going.
that's the perfect cover. Of course you'd say you'd hate them.
No.
Yes.
What
yeah,
if it's a Vaughn from a different timeline? What if it's like the evil Vaughn, where his
There
like
you
beard
go.
is like black or something, like a
There you
Hold
go.
on,
evil
guys.
Spock?
That could
You
be.
might not know it, but this man's a spy. He's an undercover agent for the FBI, and he's been out here to infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan.
There you go. That's it.
I probably never told you guys, but I actually suffered from that Mandela effect thing. I always thought the Berenstein Bears was within E, like forever. That shocked me when I found out it was
You're
otherwise.
saying BERE, or are you saying like Stein instead of?
Yeah, the Stein and Stiff Stain. Or
Okay,
whatever.
yeah.
You guys
I
believe
know it.
this man has
Dude,
gone
I know it
as
was
far as
time.
tearing Wallace stickers off the bumpers of cars, and he voted for George McGovern for
Wait a
president?
second.
know it
Maybe
was
it's the
time.
Jews trying to cover their tracks.
I know it was time.
Brilliant. Never forget.
Actually, I thought that maybe it might be an edit because of like anti-Jewish sympathies or something like that, but apparently that's not the case. I don't know.
The
what's going
Goyim
on.
no, shut it down.
I know it was Stein because we used to get in arguments over the damn name. We used to argue, is it Stein or Steen? We used to argue that all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I would never have thought about pronouncing it like that if it was Stain the entire time. That wouldn't even make sense.
Hold on, but real quick. Stein, I just want to clarify. Stein and Steen is purely is just purely on how it's pronounced. The difference is what people are really claiming is how it's actually pronounced and spelled. Berenstein
Exactly.
Stain with an A.
The video that I linked earlier, the guy actually talks about that. He talks about how in school he used to pronounce it as that when he was very young, and he was corrected like multiple times over the span of a couple months when he was really young. So now he always pronounced it a certain way, and now he's apparently being told that it's not that. Even I mean, he put out a real good argument for what he was saying. I'm not saying that he believes it because I don't think he did, but he described it very well, and the fact that he gave personal evidence in his own life, and I don't know, like if that. It just seems a real remarkable circumstances around that.
Well,
I've always assumed it was just a pre-internet thing, right? So like we didn't have the internet, so not everybody was getting the same copies. Maybe there's like editing changes by region, but I don't know. It's fucked up. I think it's really weird.
well, the point is
I really think it's
there
weird.
are no old copies that would be different. That's the point, right? So otherwise, now on the internet you would find old copies that would be different from others, and then the confusion would be clarified. But apparently, the old copies always show only one version, the one that you don't remember it to be.
But that's what I said earlier, though. You know, you got people that are adamant to believe that it was Stein. You got people that are adamant to believe that it was Stain, which doesn't even make any damn sense. Bear stain, as in a stain on your carpet. That don't even make any fucking sense. But
Hello,
anyway,
can you guys hear me now?
we hear you now, lady.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, we got you now. But
Shut
anyway,
up, Jackie.
but anyway, you know, I mean, you know, like I said with the Chick-fil-A example, all right, I'm the only one saying C-H-I-K. Everybody else is saying either C-H-I-C-K or C-H-I-C. I'm the one that said I thought it was C-H-I-K. Okay, so, you know, now, am I necessarily wrong? Not in my paradigm, I'm not. And in your paradigm, I'm wrong, but in my paradigm, I thought it was C-H-I-K. I've always thought it was C-H-I-K. You know, it's not that I'm wrong, or it's not that I'm trying to change history or whatever the fuck. It's that, you know, in my paradigm, in my timeline, I've always known it as C-H-I-K. Chick-fil-A. Not chicken fillet. That don't make that don't even sound right.
I think that the thing will probably not be. I mean, it seems to be the case that there is only one version. But the memories of certain people don't match up with this version. Otherwise, if we would find two versions, like two different versions of a notebook, and it's written one times this way and one times the other way, there would be no. Well, there might be a different kind of confusion, but there would be no confusion as about why we would have different memories, because we read different versions. But there seems to be only one version, and you have a different memory of that version than what is actually the case, or what looks to be the case today.
Right,
Right?
but like I said, if you go back and look at reviews on that object or that subject or whatever, the reviewers actually agree with us that it was spelled differently. When you watch the actual movie or read the actual book or whatever, it's changed. But if you go back to the people that were reviewing that object or that movie or that book or whatever the hell, they say it the way we said it.
How does that help your
Can,
case?
can
Maybe
someone
it's
can
a
somebody
common
explain this to
mistake.
me?
Maybe
Can someone?
Sorry, dude. Go for
Oh,
it.
it's fine. It's fine. I actually interrupted you. You were saying?
I was just suggesting that maybe it's just a common mistake that people make for language processing reasons. And
Millions and
I know
millions.
I was gonna look up some brain tweezers, twisters, but I know there's some example of brain twisters where you can read something and then ask to recite part of it back, and everybody gets it wrong a certain way.
Yeah,
It's kind of
so
like, what do you put in a toaster? Toast, right? It's sort of like that.
the way memory works, this is very uncontroversial. I mean, we pretty much have a really, really good understanding that when you remember things how you think you remember them. And when you recount it, if you recount it incorrectly, that's how you will remember it from then on out. You will basically store the mistake in your memory as correct. So with pop culture, like things like Luke, I am your father, when they are misrepeated to you and you remember them incorrectly, that's the way you remember them from there on out. That would perfectly explain why all of these pop culture scenarios, right, are remembered incorrectly, and it's a much better explanation than we're all falling through parallel universes.
You know what else would explain it? Your Illuminati shill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
that's powerful.
me ask Von
Can
Helton.
somebody? Okay.
Von Helton, what year were you born? Were you actually born?
I was born in 1963.
No, you were not born in 1963. We all know that's not. You all know that's not true.
Really? When was I born?
When were you born? Well, we know you have traveled through time and space.
Why?
And-
Why? If I can make my. Why? When this guy, and I actually do plan on looking into this and trying to dig it deeper than he did, but per the moment, why, when he looked these things up, could he find no mention of the Berenstain Bears spelled which way or the other until 2005? Can someone explain that to me? And you could say, well, the internet was, but not one singular mention out of these. And he looked on primarily book sites, and I mean,
Right.
just why?
Well, that doesn't. I mean, I would answer that, except regardless of the answer, that doesn't really. It's not evidence for the Mandela effect. It just isn't. The Mandela effect isn't that these things didn't exist. It's that there were slight differences to them.
It's some weird.
For the Mandela effect. As a matter of fact, the main the Berenstain Bears is like the penultimate example of the Mandela effect, and that example is that it just spelled differently before and pronounced differently. Not that it didn't exist. This whole internet thing, not mentioning it, is just a strange thing to mention. It's neither confirms nor denies the Mandela effect.
And I'm curious why
it's a
the
weird
authors.
aspect of it, is what I'm pointing out, though.
I'm curious why the authors don't recollect what their original name was.
Stain doesn't even make any sense.
Like you think the people who had the original name would know their name changed, like they would have noticed more than anyone, right?
Maybe the reason why people remember it as Stein is because Stein doesn't make any sense. Because you usually have a name structured in that way, or Stein. We're not used to something being Stein, like in that word structure. Like Frankenstein. So, because someone says, oh, Stein doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe that's why we remember it as Stein and not Stain.
Right, and it's and the title's in cursive, so it would be difficult, especially for people that don't regularly write in cursive, to recognize the E and the A difference.
Yeah, I mean, but if I could ask Von Helton real quick, why is it that you suddenly took this hiatus from YouTube for 2 years? I mean, from G Plus, and all of a sudden you just appear, back, and like you were just. I mean, you seem to be gone for a very long time. What exactly were you doing?
Oh, not much. I was just moving to and fro in of the earth, seeing whom I may devour. That's all.
Wait, repeat that?
I was quoting a passage from the Bible, dude.
I
He said
mean,
he was time traveling.
yeah. I mean, if you were gone for that long, I'm just curious because I mean, you used to be someone before that was like on G Plus every day. Then all of a sudden, you're gone, and it's like, and then we have evidence of you allegedly time traveling. So I was just curious.
I feel like that if he was here all the time, it would be more proof that he's time traveling because people come and go from YouTube like as they like, People have breaks. What I suspect that Von Helton was doing some space traveling.
Space-time continuum, man.
This
Time
is
travel.
funny. There's all these explanations for it from these kooks. It says here, another theory posits that the time traveler sent back in time to stop the Y2K disaster and inadvertently meddled with the Berenstein name, bear name in the process.
Yeah, guys. I think I have a valid case here against Von Helton. I think that he is a time traveler. I think he is an agent of the Illuminati, and I think that he killed JFK and Martin Luther King.
There you go, man. Man, I did.
That was you on the grassy knoll?
I had to be
Arguing against any of that.
Didn't you kill JFK?
Yep, dude. That's it, man. I mean,
There
I
was-
violated not one, not two, but 3 fucking oaths, just so that I could kill JFK on the grassy knoll. Man, that's
And then,
it.
then you killed Martin Luther King, right?
Why would I kill Martin Luther King?
By the way, I love time travel
It's obvious.
movies and TV shows. Anybody watch 12 Monkeys?
When I talk to
Sorry.
someone like you, Von Helton, it's obvious why
Sorry, mister.
that you would go
Now,
along.
wait a minute. Why would I kill somebody that's doing what I want them to do, which is cause riots all over America? Why would I do that?
Okay, well,
Wouldn't that be counterproductive?
Because that's
First
not
of
your
all-
real intent.
First of all, Martin Luther King didn't call, and you just told on yourself again because you just said you want riots to be started all over America, right?
Well, now that's what you're assuming I wanted. I mean, and you said I worked for the Illuminati, right?
You just
Yes, he did. Yes, he did cause riots. He did agitate. He got a majority of the black people in a frenzy, which caused a majority of the riots.
That's right.
You can say he didn't encourage them, and I guess that's fair game. I haven't heard any audio recordings of him encouraging them, but he definitely stirred people up enough to perpetrate them.
That's right. Sure did. They had to call out the National Guard in one area. They sure
Mhm.
What are you
Yep,
guys
sure
talking
did.
about, man?
sure did. But anyway,
I better educate myself. I better hit Edie and understand the back.
Back to what I'm
Sorry.
saying. Back to what I'm saying now. Okay. Why would I want to assassinate somebody that is causing mayhem? If I really work for the Illuminati, why would I kill somebody that's causing mayhem all over the United States? I'd be eating that shit up. I'd be loving that shit. So why would I kill him? That would be stupid. That would be a waste of my
Alright,
time,
but, I mean,
and order. Right?
You have said that you have training, right, in firearms and that type of stuff?
I got all kinds of fucking training. I training out the ass.
All right.
But that doesn't make me a member of the Illuminati, motherfucker. I mean, it just don't. All right.
But you said, I remember you sat in a hangout. You said that you used to work with senators and people in the government. And
I will say that there's really good evidence that Von Helton isn't in the Illuminati, and that is the fact that he's so bad at denying it.
That's it.
Really good at lying. He's really bad at lying about it.
That's it. There you go.
So you roll it back into the conspiracy itself and make it a part of the conspiracy. It's self-sealing.
And then you roll it
Vaughn,
back.
do you mind watching that playlist I posted from my channel? One of my channels. I'll just link it to you.
You need to because.
Well, I mean, what about your son, Vaughn? I mean, Von Helton Jr. I mean.
Oh my God.
What about him?
Oh my God, dude! If you believe a troll on the internet, that's
No, I really do think that guy is your son. He looks like you. He acts like you.
Again,
except
I would have
like
to.
you.
Again, I would have to violate some of my oaths that I took in order to make that happen. And I'm not going to violate my oaths.
Okay, how many oaths did you take? Because when someone is working for the government, they only, as far as I know, they only take one oath, and that's
Right.
oath.
But I have supplemental oaths that I actually took.
You're saying that you took multiple oaths. So
I
who
did.
did you take these oaths with? If you took,
I took an oath after the death of a friend of mine named Mike. I won't give out his last name. He OD'd on heroin, and after he died, I swore an oath to protect the innocent, the weak, and the infirm, and I meant every damn word of it. And I have made no bones about that. Now, if I'm going to abandon a 6-year-old boy and his mother, I would be violating that oath. Okay, so I'm sorry, he can go troll somewhere else, but I'm not his father.
well, let me ask you this: why haven't you taken him up on the DNA test that he's challenged you to?
Because I don't have the money for
You're
it.
not really his father. You'd be, you'd want.
And I would like to point out that the kind of person that would have battered the 6-year-old kid is the same kind of person who would break such an oath. So.
Well, here's the thing. All right, if he's that adamant, then let him spring the $200 to go get the DNA test. I'll be happy to go to London. And
I think he said he would pay for it. Didn't he say that?
Well, great. Then let's have the $200, and then I'll go to London and I'll get it done.
In your state. He's right there in Kentucky.
Either that, or I'll go to 23andMe online and get it done, or I can go to Ancestry.dna and get it done. But the point is I ain't got the cash. It costs $200 to get the shit done, and I ain't got it.
Does 23andMe do?
No, they don't sequence people.
You've done all this work for the government, and you did this and you did that, and you were the Punisher, and how do you end up essentially? I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but how do you end up broke? I mean, you think you'd be living in a mansion or something, given the life that you've lived. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Is this a?
Who's to say he's not? Maybe it's a cover.
Well, wait a minute. Where did you get the idea that the government gives a fuck about people after they use them? Where did you get that from? Why would you even think such a thing? Once the government's done with us, they discard us. Then once the government is done with us, they discard us like an old newspaper, dude.
Okay, well, I would think that someone who was at the level that you're at would have acquisition, during your career, your own wealth, your own money, and I don't think you would just sit there and depend on your salary from.
Michael Jackson said it best. They don't really care about us.
Well, then why did you ever work for him in the first place?
I think Michael Jackson was talking about black people, but
no, he wasn't talking about black people.
He was talking about everyone when he was talking about. Let me ask you something, James. I mean, Von Helton. Why did you choose to work for the government in the first place?
Because I still feel that Americans should defend their country. I mean, call me crazy, but I do. I don't like the corrupt regime we have, particularly the one we have right now. But I do believe that Americans should defend their country and support the Constitution and defend the Constitution. I don't give a damn for bureaucrats, but I will defend the Constitution of the United States. I believe in that.
Well, I mean, didn't you say that America is controlled by the Illuminati at one point?
Absolutely. I mean, look at
hold on. Were the founding fathers in the Illuminati?
Look at what the Rockefellers have done. Just
Okay,
use the
hold on, let me ask
Rockefellers.
you something. Weren't the founding fathers members of the Sons of Liberty, which was affiliated with the Illuminati in some way?
No, no, no. George Washington said in a letter that he was thankful that the Illuminati had not infiltrated the Freemasonry and various and sundry other groups that they had at the time. However, they did infiltrate later on after the founders were dead. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying, you know, when you've got people that are being told to do a thing under orders, all right, and that thing is either illegal, immoral, or unethical. Yes, even back in the 80s, we had the right to opt out of that. All right, we had the right to opt out. Okay, we didn't necessarily have to do those things. However, having said that, the vast majority of us would do it anyway because it was for the greater good of our country to do so. All right, you follow me? History is replete with this, actually, sadly, but it does happen.
Your mom is replete.
Now, the point is that no matter what you think about me or what you think I did or did not do, I want to say for the record that I did serve my country with distinction. I do believe that I saved countless lives by doing so. And whether you believe it's an actual war or not, it still took place. And whether the VA believes or not, and whether they refuse to give me benefits because of it or not, they can go fuck themselves. The point is that I believe I served my country with distinction. I believe that people in my genre, my group, also did as well. Maybe when I'm dead, the CIA or whoever, the FBI, CIA, Interpol, NSA, whatever the fuck, I don't care. Maybe they'll release my records, and then you'll find out just exactly what I did do when I was back around. But
or maybe you can just hop back into your time machine and just go into the future and not worry about it, right?
Well, there you go. Whatever.
Yeah. I think that trailer that you live in, Von Helton, I don't think it's a trailer. I think it's an actual time machine. And yeah, I really do believe this, and I think that there's a control panel in there somewhere, and you weave in and out of different dimensions, and you manipulate things, and you work for these people that you talk about so much, these Illuminati. I mean, these are the people I believe that you actually work for. I mean, this is why you know so much about them, and it's your job to deceive us into believing that you're not with these people. In reality, you are with these people. You do. I mean, you talk about the elites, but you support the elites. You support Donald Trump. You support these.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's make damn sure that we don't let America stay a capitalist nation. And make sure we.
Yeah, but Donald Trump, isn't Donald Trump related? I'm not sure, but I think there's a chance he's probably related to the Illuminati in somehow.
No, actually just the opposite. According to Newt Gingrich, he isn't a part of any secret society, and he does not attend the Bilderberg meetings. And that's from Newt Gingrich's own mouth. Okay, so no, he's not one of them. He's his own entity. That's why they don't like him. That's why they're trying to figure out a way to legally get rid of him. And they failed every time. Because the people want him in there. And when the people want something bad enough, they're going to fight to get it. So, but no, Trump is not one of them. He is not. He has lots of money, that's true. He's worth $10 billion. But he's not one of them. And it must be really infuriating, Rockefeller and Rothschild, that they can't manipulate him or control him. Which means they'll try to kill him. But,
all right, hold on, Vonna. I just posted a link, and I want to read some of it to you. It basically says, okay, I guess I'll share the screen, so people can see what I'm talking about.
Okay, you do that, man.
And all right, but here, if you look, this is Trump is Illuminati to the bone. All right, a legend has it. Prescott S. Bush, the father of George H.W. Bush and grandfather to President George W. Bush, dug up Geronimo's grave in 1918 with the help of several other bonesmen. Okay, whatever. All right, now it says that Trump. Okay, after World War II and until the 1980s, Trump's father claimed the family was of Swedish rather than German origin because he had a lot of Jewish tenants. And it wasn't a good thing to be German in those days. And nephew told the New York Times in his 1987 book, The Art of the Deal, Donald Trump continued to claim Swedish heritage. Now, while you're over there thinking Trump is the man, you might want to rethink your options for the POTUS. Trump is just like the rest of these lying politicians in D.C., claiming to have your best interest at hand. Get it through your thick skull and bones. They don't care about you. It's all a dog and pony show, pure entertainment. So how do you feel about that, Van?
Well, he has a right to his opinion, but I disagree with that opinion. I totally disagree with that opinion. And as far as Trump being Illuminati, I totally reject that shit. Like I said, Newt Gingrich admitted on live television that he was not part of any secret society or part of the Bilderberg Group. That's the end of the debate right there, as far as I'm concerned. Now, like I said, if they can't control him, they will try to kill him. And so I've told Mr. Trump via Twitter, I said, get you the best vest that you can get, that money can buy, triple your security, etc., etc., because they're going to try to kill him. If they can't control him, they will try to kill him. And I don't want the guy to be dead. Okay?
Well, who better, if they were going to have someone kill him, who better to do it? Who would have the training? Who better to do it other than you, right?
What, you think I'm the only one with that kind of training? Really?
You say you don't like Obama, right?
Go watch the movie The Professional.
But you said you don't like Obama, right?
No, I don't care for people that lie to get into office. No, I don't.
All right, well then, Obama has had several times when he's been in office, people somehow penetrating the White House perimeter and running across the lawn to the White House, and they've been caught several times. And the White House has been shot at several times during his presidency. Was that you, Vaughn, or what?
Am I in jail right now?
I don't know.
One of those incidents just happened just a few days ago. He's bound to still be in jail. Am I in jail now? No.
Well, how do we know that this, the backdrop of your video, that this is not just a hologram, that you can push a button and make the backdrop turn into anything, it's very possible.
Okay.
But I'm just saying,
Just because someone has training to do a thing doesn't necessarily mean that they've done a thing. It just means they've had the training to do it. I'm not going to, I'm not allowed to disparage the President of the United States while he is in office. At least not to the extent you're thinking.
You have done that. You said that he's a Muslim, right?
Well, he is a Muslim. My Muslim faith. Hello? How do you get confused about what God you believe? You don't.
All right, but if Obama has claimed that he's not a Muslim, but you're saying that he is one, isn't that a disparagement of his character? You're saying that he's lying, or?
No. I'm not. Well, he would be lying because, you don't, like I said, you don't get confused about what God you serve. All right, when he said my Muslim faith, and the ABC announcer had to correct him, and then he goes, yeah, my Christian faith. Anybody with half a brain could say, yeah, he lied, man, he fucking lied. It was a lie, man.
Yeah, I noticed you have this thing about Muslims too. Like you just hiss like.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I don't like 7th century ideologies of hate. Yeah, that's true. I don't. That's true.
It's like you have this thing that Muslims are going to take over the U.S. and institute Sharia law.
That's what their holy book says to do.
They would if they had the opportunity.
Wait, Did this really happen? That he had to be
Wait, wait,
corrected
whoa,
on
whoa,
TV?
whoa, 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 stop, stop. What do you mean it doesn't really happen? Hello, Lebanon, Kosovo. I
No,
mean,
no, no. I'm talking about the Muslim faith correction on TV that you spoke of. Did that really happen with President
there
Obama?
are numerous countries where that happened. Yeah, yeah, there are numerous countries where that happened.
Okay, I understood it that he had to be corrected on TV on a comment that he made. I
Well,
I don't know what.
I wish they would debate me because I would own them. I would mop the floor with them, but they won't debate me because they don't want the truth
I
getting.
think you're you don't hear what I'm saying. I think you're talking past it.
They don't. Well, try again.
Never mind. It's not that important.
Hey, what's that metal-looking thing on your top shelf there? It looks like almost like the presidential seal. What is that?
I'll go get it. Let you see it. It's a clock.
Oh,
That's pretty neat clock.
Helton's.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. U.S. News and World Report. U.S. News and World Report, and it's actually got our name on it. Back when U.S. News and World Report meant something, which it don't hardly anymore, but of course it was made back in 1996, which means it was made in China. But whatever. But yeah, I like it. But
It's always kind of funny when you have, you know, something like an American flag and it's made in China.
Yeah,
or whatever it is.
Slap in the face. I mean, isn't it?
Or like, you know, make America great hats made in China. That's always really ironic.
Well, yeah, but you didn't hear Trump's explanation. Trump's explanation.
That was a meme, wasn't it? Or like a counterfeit or something?
Well, I don't know about counterfeit, but Trump's explanation when he was confronted on that, he was said, hey, you know, and once we change everything around to where that it's better to actually make shit here in America, then, you know, people will start making shit here in America.
The explanation was it's cheaper.
Yeah, yeah. So he's a businessman. You're going to go with the cheaper thing, right?
I know. You're making a big deal about this. I was making a snide comment.
Well, whatever. I mean, you know, he was being honest. All right, a businessman's going to go where the cheaper prices are. Duh. And right now, unfortunately, that's China. Now, once we turn this shit around and get everything pointed back to America again and start making America first, then you people want to start building shit here in America again. But that ain't happened yet, and it ain't going to happen until Trump gets in there. Because I'm telling you right now, if
You're
Hillary,
going to have to levy some kind of tariffs on foreign imports, then otherwise there's no way you're going to be able to compete.
if Hillary or Bernie gets in there, they have no intentions of making America great. They have
Bernie's
no.
not getting it.
Well, Bernie said he's going all the way to the damn convention, so I don't know.
And I hope he does, but he doesn't have really any chance now. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think Trump supports the TPP, so that's a good thing.
Trump does not
neither does Bernie.
Trump does not support the TPP or the upside down trade deals. Trump does not support the hedge fund people that are bilking people out of billions of dollars. And those are things that Bernie has mentioned too, yeah. Amazingly enough, the Bernie supporters actually would be benefited by going to Trump because, unlike Bernie, Trump really is an outsider. Trump really is an outsider. Bernie is not an outsider. He was in the Senate for years.
He's an outsider that represents the group of people that influence politics and are the root of the problem. So you want an outsider, you choose a person who's a member of this group that's lobbying and screwing up the democratic process, right?
The value of being an outsider is somebody that's not corrupt and not in the system and not in probably going to fight for your ideals. Exactly the kinds of things that are not what Trump would represent, even though he is an outsider.
We keep putting in career politicians. Whether they be Republican or Democrat doesn't fucking matter. We keep putting in these career politicians, and nothing ever fucking changes.
That's so weird compared to me as a Canadian. I like to think that our political leaders are seasoned politicians who've been MPs for at least 10, 20 years. I also think they should be lawyers as well.
Fuck
They should
no.
have a law degree and they should
Oh, fuck
be
no.
in an
I want the
MP
exact.
for...
I want the
Yeah,
exact.
but we have a very tightly regulated parliamentary system compared to them.
I want the
Well,
exact.
that's what happens in Canada. All our leaders are usually lawyers, like for political parties, and they've held seats for at least a couple terms, right?
That's right. They're all lawyers, and that's the problem.
Except for Justin. Oh, when he taught, lawyers are great.
Yeah, and he's turned out to be a real shit show.
Lawyers, it could be your best friend. Everyone likes to crap on lawyers.
But listen, we have a saying down here in America. It says, you know, the only person that wins in a divorce is the lawyers. Okay, and that's the truth. The lawyers ultimately are only in it for their pocketbook.
That's okay. Whatever.
I don't know. You know, my sister did divorce law for a while, and compared to torts and contract stuff she did at McCarthy Tetra, and she made a fifth the money.
Yeah, I don't
Doing
think
criminal
the whole
law and divorce shit.
I don't think that statement is really as much of a criticism of lawyers as a criticism of how terrible divorce is.
No, I guess. I guess. But I mean, nobody wins except the lawyers. So.
Yeah, that's not saying that. It doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that because lawyers are terrible people who are greedy or incorrupt, that leads to because you're separating from a loved one who takes half of your stuff.
Well, is the link visible in the YouTube video description?
What? I don't
Is
know.
the link visible in the YouTube video description? Sorry.
Oh, I have no
They
idea.
certainly get their cut, though. Sorry.
Give me a link to the
Lawyers.
YouTube video, and I'll tell you.
There's one guy here that lives here. His house is for sale right now. It's $8 million, and he's a lawyer, and he won a big lawsuit for a native band, and they were awarded hundreds of millions of dollars, and this guy got a huge cut of it. Is that wrong?
I never said it. I never said it was wrong to be a lawyer. Where the hell did you get that from? I never said that shit.
I would say it's wrong where it concerns the native bands just because of the financing arrangements between them and the provinces. But yeah,
Yeah, but he worked practically pro bono before he won the settlement, right? For a number of years.
I just don't want them in our politics. That's all. I don't think that's too much to ask. And besides, do you think it's fair? Wait a minute. Do you think it's fair that a certain group of lawyers get to make the laws, but the rest of the lawyers don't get to make the laws?
And,
You know,
and,
it seems.
I think it's not fair for you to say that somebody in this profession shouldn't be allowed to enter into politics. That's probably
Well,
not
that's true. That's true. You would be right that you're not supposed to discriminate on their personal type of employment. However, when you've got a preponderance of the government that is made up of lawyers, and these lawyers don't do anything, maybe it's time to stop putting lawyers in there and start putting other people in there.
And discriminating against lawyers in particular is a bad idea because lawyers are the best ones to know and understand the law and therefore be really, really well qualified to legislate.
Yeah, I'd say there's some Congress people in America that would fail a grade 10 civics exam.
I don't know. I just,
And that's fucking scary.
I know. All I know is that we've tried to put the Republicans in there, nothing changed. We put the Democrats in there, nothing changed. We even put a few independents in there, and nothing changed.
Which is, by the way, the reason why I don't jump on the whole term limits for senators and congressmen bandwagon.
But that's why I jump on the Trump train, because he's not any of those things, and he just might be able to do some good for the country. You know, what I don't understand is why people don't want to give the guy a chance. You know, it seems like there's all this pushback. You know, let the guy have a fucking chance. Maybe he'll fucking
Because a
actually
number
do
of
some
clinical
good.
psychologists has suggested that the man is suffering from narcissistic personality disorder.
I think, well, I don't give a damn whether he's a narcissist or not. If he can fix the country, who gives a fuck whether he's a narcissist or not?
And I don't really choose my presidents as, let's give this guy a shot over here.
Actually, that's the way I'm doing it, because we've tried to career politicians. They ain't doing shit. Hello, remember Obama's hope and change? Yeah, it didn't fucking materialize, did it? Okay? So let's try somebody that isn't a career politician this time and see how they do.
Well, campaign finance reform would be a good course of action.
This isn't my argument against Trump isn't the fact that we shouldn't give him a chance even though he's not a career politician. So you saying that doesn't make any sense. I have more substantive reasons not to vote for Trump. But this whole that guy, let's just give him a chance. That's not a good way to vote for president.
Yeah, and another thing, Vaughn, I mean, your support of Donald Trump, who has employed and continues to employ illegal aliens, and you say you're against illegal immigration, you know, and who has said he wants to build a border wall and make Mexico pay for it, which actually that would be considered a violation of Mexico's sovereignty to force them to build a wall and make them
fence. Call it a fence. It's a fence.
You don't understand. No,
you be defeated with a $5 piece of rope. By the way.
Let me explain.
Not how geopolitics works, Vaughn. You can't make another country build.
Listen. Here's how this thing is going to work. If I understand Mr. Trump right, and I do talk to him on Twitter, but here's the way I understand this. All right. Mexico bilks us out of $50 billion, with a B as in boy, $50 billion every year. All right. So what we're going to do is 1 year, we're not going to let them do that. We're not going to let them take $50 billion of our dollars. We're going to hang on to it. Then we'll take that $50 billion, we'll parse it out to where part of it we'll build the wall and hire the staff and all that good jazz. And then we'll take the rest of it and put it towards improving the military, etc., etc. Okay, we're still going to use the $50 billion, but instead of giving it to Mexico, we're going to actually use it for America.
What? How's America bilking the U.S.? How are they? How do they get this $50 billion?
Let me ask you something.
What are you referring to?
Let me ask you something, Von Helton. Did you know that illegal aliens built Donald Trump's Trump Towers in New York City? Are you aware of that?
I believe that's been debunked. No,
that's documented, and I'll go ahead.
It's been debunked. You might want to double check. I think it's been debunked.
Well, that's pretty skilled labor, right? I mean,
No, that's not to say.
I just want to mention something. I know it's kind of like a couple of minutes ago, but there are certain professional restrictions on who can be a politician. I'm pretty sure you can't be part of the military and be a politician at the same time.
I don't know about that. I'll have to look into that.
Well, that makes sense.
But while it's true that maybe there were illegals that he had hired, they didn't build it.
Exactly.
They didn't build it.
Ding, ding, ding! You finally got it right, Vaughn.
They didn't build it. They didn't build it though. You said they built it. They never built it. But look, here's the thing.
Hired?
Well, hey. So does wait a minute. So does every other company, and and he's trying to be competitive. Wait a minute. No, he's a businessman
as well, right?
He's a businessman who's trying to be competitive with other businesses. Okay, so if other businesses are going to be allowed to hire illegals without any type of restriction, then he should be allowed.
Let me ask something, Vaughn. You say you're a capitalist, right? You're a capitalist.
Yes.
So am I.
Believe in capitalism.
You realize that cheap labor is a big part of capitalism, right?
No.
The exploitation of cheap labor.
No.
Have capitalism.
Where does it say in the official definition of capitalism that you must employ cheap labor? Where
Well, in order for capitalism to work, you have to make a profit, right?
yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to
So
do it off
in
the bat.
capitalism, you produce a product
That's right.
to sell it at the market, but in
Yeah.
order to produce this product, you have to hire labor.
Yeah.
And sometimes, many times in a given location, there's not enough labor available in order to make the product profitable, so you have to find cheap labor. And that cheap labor has to come from somewhere, and usually it comes from immigrants.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's other things you can do. I mean,
Like what?
well, robots for one. I
So
thought
we're
it
going to
was
use robots and kill American jobs, right?
I thought it was hilariously funny that Bernie and Hillary are out there pining over this $15 an hour minimum wage, and what happened? Oh, they put kiosks in there, automated kiosks in there that take your fucking order for you, and they got rid of the humans. They replaced them with machines. There goes your $15 an hour, right? Right up in smoke.
If only they could have just hired some illegal aliens, to do that work. They wouldn't have had to have the kiosk, right?
I don't know. I'm not a Hillary or Bernie supporter. I have no idea. You have to talk to them about that shit. Because I ain't never said I supported no minimum wage. Because see, when you raise the minimum wage, the businesses have to raise their costs of goods and services in order to compensate and in order to pay for those employees. Okay, raising the minimum wage don't do shit. It doesn't do shit.
Right, there's supposed to be a natural minimum wage that's determined by the market and unions and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, it actually has a name. It's called a cost of living increase, and I think it's like 25 cents or some shit like that every year. So it already exists. All right.
You guys know the history of the Industrial Revolution, right? Like in England.
Of course we know, but I'm just what point are you getting at with that?
Well, when left to its own vices, its own, I don't know what I want to call it, left to the open market initially before trade unions made headroom and made ground in the early part of the 20th century, they employed children in factories in England and stuff, and they got their arms ripped off, and they didn't pay them shit.
There's two things about that. One is I'm not like a ultra libertarian free market guy, so like I believe there's certain laws you have to have. But the other thing is there's a common counter argument to that, which is that those kids would have died of starvation if they didn't have jobs to help pay for their food just because of how cramped.
And you think that's a valid counter argument?
Well,
to suppose that they would have starved because of. Oh,
how much? Wait a minute. How much money can you make? Wait a minute. How much money can you make if you're dead? You can't make any, right?
It's the same argument people make for farm labor, like children working on farms, and for children in the third world working, because otherwise they're just going to starve or something like that.
Well, Franklin Delano Roosevelt never advocated a minimum wage. In fact, just the opposite. He said he wanted a living wage, a wage where you could support yourself, your family, and especially if you got kids. That's what he said. How people twisted it into a pretzel is beyond me. But he never once advocated a minimum wage. He advocated a living wage. In other words, a wage where you could support yourself.
Isn't that what minimum wage is trying to do? So you're suggesting higher minimum wages then?
No. What a minimum
in a practical sense, you're suggesting
just barely in the door. Minimum wage is just barely in the door. All right, that he never.
Then how do you assure what you're trying to do?
Look, years ago, before all this crap got started, years ago, and my father's testament to this. My father could go to work at Pease Woodwork, and he would bring home enough money to be able to take care of himself, his wife, and his then daughter, which was my adopted sister, and then when I come along, me. He had oodles of money. He made plenty of money to support his entire family.
How long ago?
Years ago. Lots of years. But the point is that he
1920s, 1930s?
I'm not sure. It was after the war. It was after
World War I or World War II? Because I'm not trying to age you.
After all the union busting.
World War II. It was after World War II. Anyway, the point is, I don't give a damn when the war was. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that he brought
Actually,
home.
it's very relevant.
No, it isn't relevant. The time it
When
happened.
was what was the minimum wage during World War II?
I have no idea, nor do I give a fuck. The point is that
That kind of makes the difference between how much money he was making then versus how much money he was making then and now.
No, it doesn't, because what matters is how much money he was bringing home to his family, which was enough to support not only him, but his wife and his children as well.
So the price of milk was the same then and now.
And they were able to take that money, put it in a bank, store it up, and have enough money to put a down payment on a house. Okay, you can't do that shit these days. You don't make
I agree.
You don't make enough. All right, so what we need to do is we need to get it back to the way they did have it years ago. So
well, here's another novel idea, Vaughn. How about we push for people to start getting educated in the STEM fields and STEM trades so that they can actually get these.
That doesn't work.
Hold on. So that they can get these new jobs that are coming up that are competitive, that are the jobs of the future, instead of trying to resurrect some industrial era past that's never going to come back. I mean, I'm sorry, Vaughn, but they're never going to bring back all these factories that they put overseas. That would cost them billions of dollars. They're not going to refurbish all these steel mills stuff, here in America. That will never happen. It's
you don't
not.
think? Wait a minute. I can make that shit happen. I can make that happen easy as pie. Okay. See, what you got to understand about
when the Chinese are building entire cities in like a year and a half, dude.
Here's the thing.
And you think that you're gonna less even. You think you're gonna compete with that?
Have you been north of Beijing? Literally, I mean, these buildings are going up within like 2 to 3 month scales.
Here's the thing, all right. What you do is you put tariffs on things, and to make it equitable, all right. And you make it to where that it's actually more cost effective to have stuff here than over in China. That's it.
Here's the thing.
There's
Vaughn.
no way you're going to be able to do that in the free market, dude.
Yeah, hold on. Here's
you're going to have some kind of import.
The way that they got over the tariffs. Here's what Toyota and Honda and all the car companies did with the whole tariff thing. They said, okay, what we'll do is we'll build factories in the U.S.
In America, yeah.
Hire American workers and build our cars right there in the U.S. And boom, you don't got to deal with tariffs anymore. So it's still a foreign company, but they just found a way around the tariffs. Tariffs is something.
And in the process, though, it helped benefit Americans, right?
Exactly. I mean, this is something.
So that's a good thing.
Huge problem in the 60s and 70s. These companies were exporting these jobs a lot. So I mean,
yeah. Well, they were given legal framework that allowed them to do so and to operate companies overseas. And also
get everybody to go into STEM though, because what happens, it's happened multiple times before, is they always overestimate the number of jobs that could be in a field, and then they get huge numbers of people to go to college for them, and there aren't enough openings after those people get out like 3 or 4 years later.
Well, we're hurting for skilled labor in the West. Like China.
Yeah, but they don't want
in that regard.
Yeah, but they don't want the actual Westerners.
Yeah, they want the cheap immigrants to do it.
Yeah.
We built an entire economy off of it.
No, they don't.
Immigrants, though, their work ethic is insane. Like I've worked with these South Asian immigrants on building houses and stuff, and they'll work like 16-hour days, 7 days a week. If you let them, they'll just go forever. It's impossible for a Westerner to keep up with that kind of work ethic.
Yeah, and the thing is,
as someone who pulled 140 plus hour weeks, at least while in better health, I don't grant that.
Yeah, but you were a programmer. You got to like go to the Google Cafe and sit on a couch and check your Facebook for like 10 hours a day.
Different companies, and I won't name them, but yeah, actually, I don't know if you understand quite the task there, but there were periods of factory work where mostly it wouldn't let me get quite that far, but I took every shift I could. So I was doing easily 70, 80 hours. So
Ever do any
in the
work with
90s, that is 90s.
Oh, in the 90s. I was about to ask you if you ever did any work with Java or with the company, not the actual programming software that they develop, but I'm an electrical engineer. That's why I ask.
Um,
I mostly deal with hardware. That's why. Me and
Yeah.
software junkies don't really get along, but
I taught a TA for a class in Java.
well, yeah, it does. I was just talking about the actual company because they're usually based in California.
Is a Java company? What?
Yes.
Was that Sun?
Yes. And
Oracle bought them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of hardware?
Oh, electrical engineering. I electrical work within the military side with night vision goggles, radios, and more specifically maintenance within electrical. When I got out a couple of months ago, I started working with marine electronics, so radars, satellite, mostly internet domes, basically is what they're called.
That's interesting you mentioned that. I've done some work with CBTs called a constant beam width transducer. This guy is a famous audio engineer.
Is that KU?
No. I know about satellite stuff too. KU band. No. This is for sound. It's
Really?
a type of loudspeaker. That's what I'm into in terms of engineering. But constant beam width transducer. This Don Keel, who's a pretty famous JVL engineer guy. But anyway, the only reason why I mention it is he discovered this paper that was written by somebody in the Navy, and it has to do with these kind of dome-shaped emitters that are shaded using Legendre functions. I always have trouble saying that word.
Legendre.
Yeah, Legendre.
Yeah, I really didn't mess with the Navy as much as I should have because they were smarter than we were because I was in the Army and they're statistically they're just more educated than Army people are. That's just a statistical fact. Actually, the Air Force is the smartest of the military groups if you really want to bring it down to it. But they're higher educated. They're more they go through more training. They have better GPAs on average. Not to mention they have when they get out of the military, they actually go into higher learning of STEM fields than any other military. I was lucky enough to get into one because I'm from the South, and we pretty much oil is the only thing that we have going for us, unfortunately, and that's not going so well at the moment. But you were saying that I do recognize what you were saying because I do frequently read into some of the electrical fields within the military. I don't really keep up with it anymore because obviously that's a multi-billion-dollar industry that the military-industrial complex is. You know that they're constantly changing. We recently, before I left, they were talking about releasing their contract from Harris, which is huge. That's actually a very big move for the military to do that because they've been using Harris radios since the 1950s, 1940s, 1943. I want to say was the first Harris radios they actually bought. Billions of dollars into that company, and they're talking about basically moving away from that. But I haven't really seen anything since then.
Oh, it's pretty important to have their radios traffic encrypted and whatnot. Yeah, you know that's what was happening a lot in the Ukraine. to some of the militias there in the Ukrainian government with regards to their confrontation with Russia, right?
Yes.
The Russians are operating SIGINT all over the place, and
They're doing that in Alaska.
They're just kicking their ass with it.
Oh yeah.
But you know what's funny about that, and it shows the power of information, and you know what the true power in war lays. You just take a look at. I can't talk about certain. Don't talk about it.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
About it.
If you really want to read into some of the interesting things about radio, what's called radio warfare is another colloquial word for it. But just read about the last 20 to 30 some odd years with Alaska. Just read about like Alaska with the Russians. What they do is that they go into these submarines and these battleships, and they communicate with each other. So they maneuver around each other, trying to avoid each other to see if they can decrypt their radio frequencies. And if they can, obviously they're going to move with you, because you're not going to cross over the Russian border with a huge-ass battleship, right? You're just not going to do that, even if you are in international waters. But it's pretty cool that they try to find whether or not they can decrypt the Russian code or not.
There's pen and paper methods you can't crack, right? I mean, number stations still exist, right?
Yes.
Because any operative out, any person out in the field that CIA wants to talk to, they can pop up a really low frequency transmitter, and the guy can have, like a shortwave radio to tune it, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's why the FCC regulates those types of things from civilians. Because civilians have used ham radios, for instance, old school ham radios, which are very easy to build, to crack into international channel 16 and use it for like their own personal stuff. Which is like the police channel, the firefighters channel. They frequency around that usually. But channel 16, if you ever want to like listen into police stuff, usually on like HF radios, UHF sometimes, depends. I'm sorry, I'm boring.
No, you're not.
But I was going to say the power of information technology. We talk about what you're saying there, but here's something worth noting. The Predator drones flying in Afghanistan and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. They have the ability to feed a link down to a ground station, like meaning troops in the field can have these like little video viewers, and they can see a feed from the camera on the.
It's ACV camera, yes.
Right.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Right. Now that signal doesn't originate from the drone itself. It comes off a DVB-S2 satellite using 8 PSK. Or no, that's an encryption using 8 FSB modulation. I think it's called on KU band. So it's basically the same tech used for direct TV. The same tech used for your satellite TV, right? Now a bunch of these people in Afghanistan were tuning into it, because you know why? Because the video transmission, the MPEG-2 transmission, MPEG-2,
yes,
was not encrypted.
Yes, it's not encrypted, but it's for actually good reason.
They can spot beam it. They can spot beam the KA/KU signals, but they can't. Like what I'm telling you is the enemy were out there with little video things with a $15 DVB tuner you buy mass produced, and they were watching feeds themselves. Like,
if they really were the enemy by the time they saw the thing, it was. You're pretty much dead. If you ever really want to look at these Predator drones, look at the kill to shot down or kill to death ratio for these things. How many of they have shot down versus how many of those things have killed? It's astronomical. They actually have a better targeting ratio than A10s, A10 Warthogs, and they shoot missiles.
They're cherry picking They're cherry picking with Hellfires, right?
Yes and no. It depends on what the target is and what the drone is used for. Because there are drones that do use Vulcan cannons. For instance, they use a 12mm Vulcan cannon.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a 12mm 700 round magazine, depleted uranium tip bullets that they use for these things. I've
they
seen
mostly fire Hellfires
Oh yeah, that's the primary capacity for those things. Actually, in recent history, they've been using them for scouting missions because because I deployed several times, three times actually, Afghanistan, Iraq, and then we went to Afghanistan again. But my third deployment, they were using them for scouting missions because previously they were using F-16s because F-16s have a small little camera that they can use that has IR, infrared, and it has regular visual
like
camera.
lantern. They stick it in a pod.
Yes, and those were very effective in going throughout the land in different directions and finding out if are the trade caravans coming in? No, all right, let's fly back. Basically, is what they were doing. Because trade, obviously, an army doesn't run on an empty stomach, so the trade caravans are actually
and
very
also
important.
think of the U-2 pilot shot down over Russia and everything. Think of the first Gulf War when a number of our boys got caught by Saddam Hussein, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I mean, who wants to stick an airman in a plane and put him at risk? So that's why these drones are so popular, right?
Yeah, that's the exact reason why they're popular.
It's
But
political.
Political. Yep, definitely, absolutely, I agree. You just don't want one of those things to get shot down over North Korea right now. That's the only place where they won't fly them for right now. They're not really worried about the Russians because the Russians developed a very similar type of drone.
What do you think of the one that crashed in Iran? That was top shelf.
Yeah, that was top shelf. That was like what was it, like a $16 million project on the plane? I think it was something like that.
Was their top shelf stealth drone? Like
yeah. Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It was roughly, I think like the wingspan was. But anyway.
Hey, slow down, guys.
Sorry, Nadia.
There are other people in the hangout. Yeah. Weren't we on something like Vaughn time traveling?
I just want to say that I just want to throw one last thing out there. I heard they spoofed GPS signals in order to do that in conjunction with taking out the uplink. Anyway, we'll talk on the side.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I find this kind of interesting. Like, I guess you guys can change the subject if you want to, but I don't mind what you guys are doing.
Yeah, don't change the subject. I feel like I'm learning a lot. Like
I agree with
true
Nadia.
that
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude.
Well, I mean, I think we've lost one or two. I think we've lost two panelists and a few viewers. So I think they incorporated. So could you tell me more about the evidence of von Helton time traveling?
Is Ludic still in here? Yeah, I didn't really want to, drag on about Von Helton, that whole type of thing. But
I think we should actually
go ahead. I would just go ahead and direct you to the latest link that I posted. You can go ahead and check that out of his alleged time travel. So, but as far as Ludic, and the other guy, yeah. I mean, I like the tech talk. I feel like when you guys talk, I learn a lot just like listening to you guys. Like, I'm not trying to flatter you guys or anything. I'm just saying I actually do. Like, whenever people talk about that type of stuff, like, that's the kind of stuff people should be talking about. Like, I mean,
it's been too long since I've done mesh loop analysis and all that.
Yeah, that's what the future is.
Maxwell's equations for
well,
standing waves and cylinders in terms of hyperbolic Bessel functions.
Well, we'll put it this way. Let's say, would you rather put up an $8 million drone plane to go fight your wars for you, or I think it's a $48 million plane with a roughly cost of about $168,000 pilot behind the wheel of that plane to go fight your wars for you? Which one? Obviously, you're going to go for the cost-effective one every day.
$8 million drone plane.
Yeah, exactly. It is literally the way of the future.
Can't we just go back to carpet bombing with
I always thought that with like the Air Force, when it comes to aircraft, I think that there's some sort of benefit to having an actual pilot. Many times more so than like Like I
Well, the
don't know,
drones
like,
have a pilot too.
especially if you're talking about like a scenario where it's like a warfare type scenario. I think a lot of times it's actually better to have an actual pilot making the decisions versus a computer,
It's not a
because
computer.
I think a human pilot would be able to make certain judgments in certain situations that a computer wouldn't necessarily make correctly, or
It's not a computer. It's a very common misconception.
or I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, the misconception here is that the drones don't have pilots. They actually do. They have pilots that sit behind a desk chair that cost 1/3 of what an actual pilot costs. That's the difference.
Yeah, but what I meant was yeah, you have a pilot behind a desk chair, but isn't there some sort of benefit to actually like
Being in the
I
air.
think, yeah, being there, like having an actual pilot there, you know.
I guess if you want to risk strategic value for safety, then I guess there could be an argument there that you could say, like, I have more strategic value being there versus me being in a robot.
Yeah.
Which I would argue yes.
Okay.
Because I've
Yeah,
been in both.
Yeah, I think that's what the whole thing was. Because I mean, I always thought as a kid, like at some point in the future, they're gonna automate fighter aircraft, but it doesn't seem to have happened quite yet. I mean, we got the drones and stuff, but you know, um,
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand.
yeah.
Have you guys flown any of those personal drones, like the handheld ones or whatever?
Hell yes.
Yeah, I was just in Vancouver, what was it, like 3 weeks ago, I think? And a friend of a friend was showing us his drone and flying around. They're really cool.
Yeah, the heights of those things and the weight capacity of those things are pretty interesting.
Yeah, they seem to be getting better and better over time, which I guess is to be expected.
Yeah, Amazon's building a huge project for those things. They're spending millions of dollars on those things.
I like the little Chinese one that they just made. I think it was like a month or two ago. They had some articles going around online about it. It's like really tiny and it folds up and all that stuff.
I have to look into that.
Yeah, it's supposed to have, I think it's like facial recognition and stuff, so it just follows you around when you walk around.
On something that small?
Yeah, it's just the design is really weird, but it's cool. It's almost like a compact disc case. Like it's not that thin, but it's kind of like that same square shape.
Interesting.
Oh boy, Seamus.
Welcome back, Seamus.
Oh lordy lord.
Oh boy, it's fucking Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav? What? Ain't no Flavor Flav
That's
in here.
racist.
You guys know about him?
That's who you fucking remind me of lately. You've really gone downhill, Incorporated boy.
How have I gone downhill?
You have gone way downhill since the days of Incorporated boy. You used to be like some like black supremacist fucking conspiracy theorist. Now you're just an annoying little prick.
Oh wow. I wouldn't say that I was a.
Oh wow, you just got hit with some of that fucking truth serum.
Oh, I mean, you've kind of changed yourself, Seamus, as well.
I don't know. Give me a second. I gotta switch to my my mobile data so I can come in a little bit clearly.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's room. I can't see this shit. I'm on my phone. I'll be back.
Terminator, I'll be back.
All right, yeah, but I mean, that's my whole thing. Wanted to talk to Sean. Do you feel, Sean? How do you feel? How should I say it? You think in the future there'll be like more robot soldiers as well, like ground soldiers type of stuff?
There's nothing more valuable than the human soldier on the battlefield.
I know, but
They won't be replaced.
Go ahead.
They literally will not be replaced. Probably within the next 200 to 300 years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If you live that long.
I don't think you can, I mean, because robots and computers, they talk about automation. Computers can be hacked. You can hack into a computer system and make it do whatever the hell you want it to do if you're a good enough hacker. I mean, you can hack into a computer system and make robots that are being deployed by a country actually attack their own country,
Their own troops, right?
Do you think that they might go like the Chappie or Elysium style universe where it's like a human leading like a fire team or whatever they're called, and then there's like 4 or 5 drones supporting him?
Well, in the words of my favorite skeptic, that type of technology that is far advanced is indistinguishable from magic.
Even with the Boston Dynamics stuff that they're coming out with, like even currently.
Oh no, I'm not saying that it'll never happen, but I mean, obviously it could happen. It's just the way that some of these technology advances will happen with the infrastructure. If the infrastructure doesn't catch up with the technology that we have now, I mean, literally just Google Japan's technology rate with the infrastructure rate, and you'll see that they've been producing like underground garages for the last 40 years. And like we're just been concentrating on how to make our cell phones cooler. Like our infrastructure is so far behind in the times because we kind of like had this one little kick in the ass during the Cold War, and then after that we just kind of like, all right, how can we kill each other better? That's really the only way that we.
A lot of races.
Yeah, that too.
So you're saying it's possible, but it's probably not going to be for Americans. It'll be for like Asian countries.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. They'll definitely develop something that maybe America might buy into, but we probably won't develop it unless we literally have to change our infrastructure and how we develop right now. Otherwise, it will be impossible.
Well, to be sure about the racism stuff, the trick with infrastructure is it's kind of very broadly shared. So racists, if they, I guess, didn't politically obstruct infrastructure, would risk a white man's tax dollar landing in a black man's pocket, right?
Well, we'd rather spend, I think it was last year, roughly around $206 billion on the military, just like on the Air Force alone, I think it was, and then on, NASA, which is like 3rd or 4th on the list.
Hey, those chairs aren't going to fly themselves.
Exactly. That's why they're called the Chair Force, because they sit down half the time. It's actually more than half, but anyway. That's probably why they're more educated, because they have more downtime to educate themselves. That's why I was in the active army, and we barely had any downtime for that type of stuff. I had to basically go out of my way and get my own education and educate myself.
Yeah, I guess there's not much time to study when you only have like 10 minutes to eat and fucking shower and all that shit.
That's another comment. That's another question I kind of wanted to ask
What is this
everyone.
fucking Soviet Russia or something? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah,
Well,
10
I
minutes
thought
to
we were
eat.
living in fucking America here, people.
Yeah, 10 minutes to eat. That's kind of a misconception. That's why I was going to ask anybody if they had any misconceptions or questions really about like the military or anything to do with that part of the government, I guess you would say. Because I've dealt with both.
No.
No? Okay.
How many hours did you clock just mopping the same clean
Where I
floor
come
over?
from, the only people that join the military are people that can't make it in college. But that's just where I come from. I don't know. You may
Well, I
come
did
from
both. So, I
somewhere
mean, what does that say about your argument?
different. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'm fucking with you, Seamus.
No, it's fine. Who are you? I can't see anything right now.
I know it's okay. I know you had to leave and come back. It's fine.
Who's this?
I'm a nobody. You could just call me Sean.
Okay, what name do you go by on the internet?
Deathstroke MC.
Oh.
I'm an avid gamer, but I'm a boring fuck. So.
What do you play, like MMOs and shit, or?
No. I primarily strategy, some RPGs.
Like fucking StarCraft or something? What are we talking about here, player?
No, more strategy games like Europe Universalist 4. I play some Mountain Blade, Faster Than Light.
What did you say, Mountain Blade?
Yeah.
Fucking sign me up. I don't know what that is, but I want to play some fucking Mountain Blade.
Play some Masters of Orion.
I played it. Well, excuse me. I'm gonna put this in quotes. I borrowed it from the internet, and then I played it.
Look, your credit's good, man. You can borrow as much as you want from the internet. Your credit is good.
Well, everyone's.
Yeah, I want to ask Seamus. Seamus, did you ever get laid yet?
Your question-asking privileges have been revoked, sir. Sit down.
Have you been laid yet, man?
When fucking Incorporated Boy asks me if I've been laid, that's when I know I've hit rock bottom. Like, I'm fucking just gonna go blast myself.
Is that Pashu or Dari? On your little tag.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear your robot-voiced ass.
Seamus, you wanted me to come in here. What is it that you want to talk to me about?
Oh, I want to talk about life and love and fucking everything else. What's going on?
Okay, well, you want to talk to me,
Smash, man.
Come on, what do you want to know?
Seamus, you're really smashed, man.
Seamus is denounced material vices.
What do I want to know? I already fucking...
We've been having to deal with him in the live chat. I just want to know what he has
What
to
do
say.
I want to know? What do you mean? I've already fucking read your palm. I already know your whole fucking story. I don't have any questions for you.
So why did you call me in here then?
You're just like an amusement. I just, you're good people to have around.
So you've got nothing to say to me then?
No, I don't have any profound life questions to ask you or anything like that. You're pretty much a fucking open book. Like, I think everybody already knows your fucking story. So, yeah, we'll just keep you around for a laugh.
You have a problem with that?
Do I have a problem with what?
No,
I've got a lot bigger problems on my plate than worrying about some 50-year-old English woman that stays up till 6 a.m. all night trolling the internet.
No. You tend to do an awful lot of worrying about what I get up to. You've just spent nearly half an hour telling me how terrible my life is and how sad it is that I'm a 50-year-old on the internet. Like
you fucking don't need me to tell you that.
Yeah, so can you tell me what's so sad about a 50-year-old being on the internet?
Well, I don't know. In about 20 years, I'll be 50-year-old and on the internet, so I'll fucking get back to you on that one.
Well, you're 30 years old and on the internet, so what's your point? You don't really have one, do you, sweetheart? You really don't.
Yeah, I don't have a point. There's not any big fucking theme.
You just said to me that you're in 20 years you'll be on the internet when you're already on the internet. So what's your point?
All right, be honest with me. What does a day in the life of Annabelle Pfeiffer fucking look like? You want to know what my prediction is? Here, let me go first, and then you. I'll go first, and then you correct me.
The person that already lives their life tells you, and you can tell me where I'm wrong. And
no. Let me go first, and then you correct me. How about that?
Annabelle, your audio is bad.
No, it's my life. I get to go first, and you can.
Can you?
All right, here's what happens. You wake up at about 3:30 p.m.
You being the genius that you are, you can correct me, can't you? I get up whenever I feel like it because I run my own business. I normally take the dogs for a walk, and I do a bit of work, listen to what's going on.
Don't you have to be up for
It helps you broadcastable, by the way?
Finished yet. haven't finished yet.
Your sound is garbled, Annabelle. Your sound is
Just
bad.
fucking let the lady go. We know she sounds like a robot. Fucking just let her go. Go ahead, Annabelle. Go ahead, darling.
She's
We're
not
listening.
intelligible.
We fucking all really care about your shit right now.
You're the one that
You
brought
want to
it
have
up.
popcorn?
She just sounds British. That's how they always sound.
Yeah, that's how. He's right, dude. He's right. That's how British people sound. Just fucking let her go. Annabelle, proceed. Oh my God, the love of my life has left this call. Now I'm left with all of you people in fucking Incorporated Boy.
Yeah, well, we know you like her, Shamos. We know that's your crush. We know that.
Well, come
Yeah,
on. What's not
yeah,
to like?
we know that. You know,
Yeah,
maybe
because I'm crushing on 50-year-old women on the internet with no lives. Like, if I was gonna do that, I'd fucking at least go for sugar. Holy shit! You kidding me?
Right, mic check. Can you hear me?
We hear you clearly now.
Yep, it's all good.
Right. Okay. So let me finish what I was saying. So I don't know where you stopped being able to understand me about that again. So I get up, make myself a coffee, feed the dogs, listen to Nadia's, then I do some work. Maybe I'll go out and meet a client, and then I'll probably go to the beach because I'm semi-retired and I live in a beautiful place. So you seem to think that's a terrible life. I'd like you to explain why.
All right, let me give you the rundown of what I think happened.
So
All right,
what
I think
you think happens?
you
Okay,
wake
go ahead.
up anytime between 2:30 and 4:30 p.m. every day. The first thing you fucking do before you brush your teeth is fucking check Nadia's chat for somebody to troll.
What,
And
you
then
think
if
I
there's
brush my
nobody,
teeth? Okay, all right.
then if there's nobody to troll, you might brush your teeth. Okay, and then you'll probably fucking squander around the
Broadcast
kitchen.
people.
All right, Nadia, let him go. Let him go. Come on, carry
You'll
on.
probably
Sorry.
squander around the kitchen for a little while trying to fucking cook up something.
Squander around the kitchen. What
Yeah.
squander? What does that mean?
Oh, now you want to analyze my fucking vocabulary? I thought you were listening
No, I
to my
just think it's
narrative.
a funny word. No, I just think it's a funny word to use for
I
squandering
use it for
normally means
imagery and
wasting.
dramatic effect, alright? Fucking
Yeah,
just
okay,
calm down
right,
for a
okay.
minute.
No. I squander around the kitchen. Okay, go on, carry on.
You might make up something for food. You'll probably get up, make a few phone calls to friends that you don't have that all pretend to not answer your calls. And then you probably go back to Nadia's chat for a little while. And
What an
then
asshole.
you might look out your window at the ocean for a little while.
The wonderful view that I have. Yeah.
You might take your dog for a walk on the beach for a little while, and then you come back and spend from 9 p.m. till about 6 a.m. You spend on the internet trolling a bunch of 25-year-old people.
How would you know that, though? How would you know that, Shamos?
Because you're in Nadia's chat trolling people from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. every fucking night.
If you weren't on the internet for the exact
Because
same
I
amount of
hired
time.
a fucking private investigator, okay? What do you want, some fucking evidence or something? I'll fucking send you the report if you want it, okay? I've got it all typed up, alright? Fucking give me your fax number, alright? I'll fucking send it over.
I understand. You don't have a fucking clue. You're just making shit up because it makes you feel better about your shitty life. I understand.
Hello?
Drama.
Well, no, that was.
I'm glad we got away from the technical details of drone technology.
Selection. I have a whole selection of fans, Shamos being my biggest one, who like to tell me what I do with my life.
You call fans people that utterly despise you? Is that what you were calling fans?
Sarcasm, you idiot.
I didn't know you were capable of such things. Holy shit, I'm surprised. Go on.
Sarcasm? It's what I'm known for, you mediocre moron.
No, you're known for being a C word, but I'm being gracious.
You call me that, but look what happened last time you lied blatantly about me and my friends. Look what happened. How shamed you were out of the community. There you go.
Oh, is that how you recall it?
Well, it's how how many Christians and how many atheists had a go at you about it? How many? Literally like 40 to 50 people all told you that you were being a prick.
Probably about half the people that have a go at you every night in internet chat.
Who has a go at me every night? Who?
Alright, fucking show of hands. Oh wait, we're on the internet. I don't know. Fucking there's quite
You haven't got. I'll tell you, shall I? Who has a go at me? Cowardly little trolls hiding behind stock accounts have a go at me. That's who has a go at me.
Am I on a stock account?
Yes,
No.
you do. You have several stock accounts. You know you do.
Yeah, they're all fucking named Shamos, you dumbass.
Yeah.
A stock account.
So you said to me, you were talking about all these people in the live chat. I asked you who they were. You don't know who they are, so I told you who they were.
No, I would say pretty much everybody in the live chat has had a fight with you at one point or another.
Well,
yeah, because she's such a fucking nice and fucking endearing person. She's so nice, she thinks she's on fucking Jackie's level. She thinks she's like comparable to Jackie. Like, I'm just such a nice fucking pleasant person, and fucking everybody likes me because I'm so easygoing and nice. You couldn't lick the fucking sidewalk Jackie walks on, okay?
No, I don't think many people could around here, actually. But anyway, that's beside the point. But the people that have a go at me are trolls or people that are not very popular around here, like you and Iron.
Look, we're not in fucking high school anymore. This isn't a fucking popularity contest. You've been jumping on my fucking balls ever since I got on G+.
You were the one that was jumping up and down saying nobody likes you. So who's the one in high school?
I'm just saying, when I speak the truth, now we're in high school.
You were just saying that nobody likes me and then complaining when I pointed out nobody liked you.
I didn't know telling the truth meant we were back in high school. I thought that's called fucking reality. Last I heard.
Don't tell the truth. You've been caught lying so many times, not just by me, but by other people in the community. Some pretty serious people in the community have had enough of your lies.
Oh, there's some fucking pretty serious people in this community. Well, you need to introduce me to them because I fucking don't know who you're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. Like Ozzy. Ozzy's not a serious person in this community.
Oh, so we're name dropping fucking Ozzy.
To your face.
Are you
Ozzy
serious?
has called you a liar on a couple of occasions. No, he's not a serious person in this community. Then right?
Dude,
Ilana, his wife has called you a liar. There are so many people I could list.
I think those two people would probably wish you would keep their name out of your fucking whore mouth.
Doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm pointing out that you are not popular and you are a liar.
I feel like I should point out that you're both pretty terrible and I'm great.
Sorry, I didn't even know you were still
I'm pretty sure Ozzy and fucking his wife pretty much cringe anytime their name comes out of your fucking mouth.
I'm a bitch. Absolutely none at all. None at all.
Oh, you want to start name dropping people and shit?
Oh, so you name drop Ozzy every 10 minutes until he told you to stop it.
Except for I haven't said anything about anybody, and you're the one fucking name dropping people.
Stop dragging. Do you know why? Because he clearly publicly asked you to stop dragging him into your arguments. When he does the same to me, maybe I'll stop. But he hasn't. So sit down and be quiet, child.
Who's this Ozzy guy that you guys
when are you gonna fucking call me Sunshine? Whatever happened to Sunshine and all the other stupid little British fucking euphemisms that you fucking throw out every 5 seconds?
Pulling the Brit card.
Ozzy Ramses is somebody who actually has some legitimate knowledge, and I believe does he have a PhD in philosophy? I'm not sure. If he doesn't, he might as well. He's definitely gone to school for it, and he's he's more versed than pretty much anybody else in Google Hangouts when it comes to philosophical topics.
Okay, fucking great. Thanks a lot for your endorsement, Seth. Ozzy's a fucking atheist pope.
I'm just telling Iron is wondering who he was.
I had no idea who that was, so that is a little bit helpful. Thank you.
Okay, he's the Pope of atheism on G+. He fucking speaks, they fucking listen. What else do you want to know, bro?
That's not true.
Are we done yet?
Seamus, one of the questions that's been asked of you in the live chat, and I'll ask you again, is why are you so angry tonight? What's happened?
I don't answer questions from the live chat, okay? You're going to have to forward that to my secretary.
Actually, you were answering questions, but you weren't actually, you were telling us how angry you were and how you hated atheists, and we were all this, that, and the other. And
so you haven't known I've hated atheists? I thought I made that clear a long fucking time ago.
I didn't say that.
I didn't know.
Hey, I never said that. I never said that. I'm more than aware how much you hate pretty much everybody, actually, not just atheists. It seems you just have a grudge against everybody. But anyway, what's caused this?
You are very observant. You are very observant.
Yeah,
I applaud your observance.
Anyway, what's caused this rant tonight? Because you've been relatively quiet for the last few weeks. You haven't really said anything.
The
So
reason
what's
I haven't
caused
said
the rant?
anything because I haven't been around fucking with you people. You think like
Well, you
I'm
have
hanging
actually,
around
because
this
you've been
big
sitting in
sham
the.
that we
Well,
call
that's
the
not
Great
true.
Debate, where we
No,
don't even
that's
talk
not
about
true,
shit anymore, and we
Stop
just
lying
randomly
now.
fucking
Stop
bloviate about
lying,
random
Shamos.
bullshit.
Shamos.
Oh, I definitely want to hang out with you guys. You guys got my ear.
Shamos, you're lying now because you've been in the live chat calling Nevin a whore for the last 2 weeks. So let's not beat around the bush here.
Well, fucking Nevin is a whore.
Yes,
Point A.
whatever. I'm just pointing out that you have been around. Okay, we don't need to go down there. Nevin isn't here, so let's go back to the original question. Why are you so angry tonight specifically?
Oh, do I sound angry? I'm actually in a really fucking good mood tonight. I can't believe I sound angry to you.
Hey,
Well, you certainly have been sounding angry in the live chat because people have been people have been concerned about you. Yeah.
May I?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
sure.
look,
Go ahead.
everyone on G Plus is fucking concerned about Shamos. Well,
No, not
let me
everyone.
put
No,
all
not
of your
everyone.
let me put all of you at ease, okay? You have better things to worry about than me. Trust me.
Shamos,
I promise
Shamos,
you.
Shamos, I didn't say everyone. I said a couple of people in live chat were concerned because you were so angry and telling everybody that you that you were going to hell and that you hate
Well, those
everybody.
couple people would be better off playing fucking Minesweeper, okay?
Shamos, you said that you hate.
Minesweeper is a
Shamos,
great
that you
game
said
for
you
that.
hate everybody and you hate yourself. I just was wondering why you were saying all these things. That's all.
All right, I think I got an idea what's going on. Shamos.
All right, Incorporated Boy, your talk privileges have been revoked. Sit down.
Shamos. No, there's
Sit
a
down.
reason. There's a reason Shamos is acting the way he acts. I mean, especially when it comes to Nevin, he's calling her a whore. I mean, why do you care what she does?
Nevin
for
is
living?
a whore. Okay, look.
Why do you gotta bring it up?
All right, hold on.
Everyone
Let me
knows-
explain something to you people because you're obviously too dumb to get it. The definition of a whore, as it's used in the English language, is someone who accepts money for sexual favors. Nevin poses on cams nude. She accepts money for sexual favors. What do we call that in the English language?
let me
Being
say
a
this, let me
fucking
say this.
whore.
Let me say
I'm
this.
sorry
Well,
if people don't like the English language. I didn't invent the shit. I was born into it, okay?
I don't-
Just like all of you
see this
assholes that
shit.
are trying to deny fucking reality.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
People already
I don't
know
think
what
there's
she
anything wrong with
does.
that either.
I never said there was anything wrong with it. I'm just saying
Hold
she's
on.
a whore.
Guys.
I
okay.
never
Let
made
me
any
say
moral
this.
fucking proclamations.
People
These are
already
Who
know.
gives a shit? Why do you give a
Guys.
shit?
No, it's not. Look, oh my God. So, Shamos. There are other ways you could put it if you really didn't care. You could say that she's a sex worker, which is also true. There's negative connotations to the word whore, especially the words fucking whore, which is what you said.
I use the words I use, you use the words you use, and as long as what I'm conveying is accurate, if you look up the definition of whore, fucking that fits what Nevin does. So let's not like get confused here
No, it's
and be
accurate,
fucking
and it
politically fucking correct
I'm
and
not
try
talking
to
about
fucking make everybody's feelings fucking pamper everybody, okay?
politically correct. I'm talking about the negative connotations of the phrase fucking whore.
Yeah,
over and over.
it is negative. When you fucking take money for sexual favors, it's not fucking positive, idiot.
So you are.
I think we
serious?
should.
What's
I think
negative
it
about
is
that
positive.
transaction?
I think it's positive, actually.
Annabelle is fucking crazy as all hell, but even she has
that's
moral
where it's coming from
standards
you.
not to accept money for sexual
sorry,
favors. Even she has
concept
even
of
she
awareness.
has the dignity to not do such things,
No,
okay?
I'm at a really
Even
awkward-
Annabelle has that level of dignity.
I'm in a
all
really
right?
awkward place, Shamos, because I
Excuse me,
really
first
like.
of all, no, I'd like to just
and I
defend
really
myself,
fucking
please. I'd just like to
do.
defend myself. I am not any more crazy than you are. Thank you very much, Shamos. And I'm just.
Well, look, I would debate that. We can have a fucking moderated debate on it at a later date.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! This crazy whore is going out, or non-whore or whatever I am, is going to put the washing out. So you'll have to wait until I come back to call me crazy some more. Sorry, Seth. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just. So you're putting me in a really awkward position, Shamos.
Well, my.
Or I.
What kind of awkward position are you in? Being a social justice warrior, you want to be politically correct? You want to look all fucking? You want to look all fucking on your business in front of all these people, Seth? You want to call me out? Go ahead, dude.
I'm not trying to call you out. If you could actually
I would
let me speak. I don't know why you think you know
For an
where I'm going.
atheist, you have no morals. Fucking point A. So obviously you'll defend the indefensible.
I disagree
Go right ahead.
with the idea.
That's ridiculous.
That's a
I
really
disagree with
Because
the
I
idea.
cannot
that
live another moment without hearing what he has to say. Please let us speak.
I just. Oh,
or
sorry.
not, even though you really insist on people letting you talk, just go ahead and say something.
Oh, I disagree with the idea that sex work is a bad thing.
All right, point noted.
Actually, even
point taken.
anti-swerve. Go ahead.
That's been noted in the fucking record. We understand. Timekeeper, please make a note of that. All right, Seth, go.
I'm in a really awkward position here because I've always really liked. I don't know what you seem extremely off the rails tonight. I'm fucking
off the rails of the fucking crazy train.
I'm in an awkward position because I hate Nevin. Nevin has almost never said anything that I've liked. I think she's a terrible person, but I don't think that's anything to do with the fact that she's a cam girl.
I never made any moral proclamations.
Yeah,
I just said she was a fucking whore. I never said she was right or wrong for being a fucking whore. I just said analytically, it's a true statement that she's a fucking whore. She accepts money for sexual favors. There's no fucking. Let's not be fucking confused about this.
Shamos, I heard you, but this is why you're wrong. You said that even Annabelle, who's a fucking terrible person or whatever, has moral standards, knows not to take money for sexual favors.
Yes, even Annabelle wouldn't get on cam and strip for people for money. Even Annabelle.
The implication is obvious that doing so is wrong. So you are making a moral implication about whether or not what Nevin is doing is wrong. So don't sit here and say that you're not. That's ridiculous.
I think we can all agree that it isn't preferable, but I don't think that this is the proper way to approach it. It's not constructive.
That's for damn sure.
I think it's a good one. Well, I think it's.
Well, if you think self-respect is a moral statement, then fucking I don't know. I don't know an atheist could ever make such a proclamation, but okay.
I think it is. I think
you said
those who do so.
Annabelle has the moral standards not to do so.
However, I'm not entirely convinced what your characterization of the kind of sex work that Nevin does is entirely accurate. However,
we know sex work. I would agree with that. We got that. I would agree with that. But I mean, we're not going to force Shamos into that position right now.
Look, I'm not really interested in debating the finer points of the moral.
Point out to Shamos that he was making a moral proclamation about it.
Nadia, have you ever accepted money for sexual favors of any kind?
No. Pretty isolated occasions.
Have you been to? Shamos? I wonder if you've been to a strip club. I wonder if you think that it's more wrong to pay money for sexual favors than it is to take money for sexual favors.
Of course, Shamos.
Incorporated, your ban has now been lifted because we have gotten to debating the finer points of fucking internet whoredom over here.
Seems like a lot of people would fit on your definition of whore, Shamos.
Yeah.
A lot of people accept money for sexual favors, then they're fucking whores. Okay, that's my definition.
Hang on a sec. Actually, Shamos has been calling me. Shamos has been hang on a sec, Nadia. Shamos has been calling me a whore in the live chat, and I asked him how I was a whore, and he wouldn't respond. So why am I a whore, Shamos?
Oh, and I endorse internet whoredom, by the way. Go ahead.
Yes, we know, Nadia. Why am I a whore, Shamos?
I don't know. Maybe you're just born that way.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
I just would like to know why I'm a whore, because he was calling me a whore earlier.
Yeah, well, the reason is because Shamos is.
Maybe Maybelline.
Bitter.
I would really like Shamos to answer the question, actually, Incorporated, because it was him calling me a whore.
Annabelle, I do not think you are a whore, okay? I said that word for dramatic effect, but I don't think that you accept money for sexual favors. So you're not a whore. Okay?
So you use the term whore when it applies to people that
No,
take
but-
money for sexual favors and when it
But
doesn't.
And sometimes I use it for dramatic effect. Yeah, I'm fucking
Okay, in the
guilty.
colloquial sense, I am possibly a whore in Seamus's eyes because I sleep with men outside of marriage. That is possible.
No,
Right,
I don't
Seamus?
refer to that as whores. I refer to that as adulterer. You're adulteress.
All right, I'm an adulteress.
You are.
Okay,
Well, look, I'm not here to fucking judge you, okay? Look, I've committed quite a number of sins in the last 10 minutes. Let's not start judging, okay?
But this is what I was trying to get at, Seamus. Why are you being like this? What's brought this? Why are you being so?
All right. I really don't want to go into this, but if you guys want to, I'll give you. I'm going to answer this question one time, okay?
Okay.
One time.
Okay,
You
one
ready?
time, yeah. Okay, one
You
time at
asked me
bank,
about my
right?
business one time.
Yeah, one
All
time
right.
at bank.
Here we go.
Racing for trolldom.
I still believe that Jesus Christ is Lord and Messiah, okay?
Amen.
I just have a hard problem following his moral proclamations and living by the code that he set forth. I just have a hard problem doing it right
Maybe
now.
Maybelline.
Okay? That's all I can say.
Shamos, have you been drinking?
Yes, he has.
No, I have not.
Seamus, you just said that you've been drinking heavily about an hour ago. So which is it?
I don't know, am I fucking
shall
slurring
not
my
bear false
speech or
witness.
something? Or am I just
Yeah,
being a
thou
little
shalt
bit
not bear false
angry
witness.
sounding? I can get on here and yell at y'all
Did
people
you,
all the
did you
time.
watch some
All of a sudden I'm
pornography?
drunk
Is
now?
that why you're so mad?
No, it's just that you have been particularly aggressive.
No, hold up. Am I slurring or something? Because I get on here and yell at you guys quite frequently.
Actually,
Quite fucking frequently I yell at you guys. But all of a sudden tonight I'm drunk.
No, actually.
No, listen. I don't think you're slurring, and B, you were the one that made the proclamation that you are drunk. That's the reason I asked you, or said that you were drunk.
And actually, I mean, if to be perfectly honest, yeah, you do sound like you've been drinking, as opposed to the way you normally sound, in my estimates, yeah.
No, the way I normally sound is Shamos actually giving a fuck, and you've done got Shamos not giving a fuck tonight. So yeah, I might not sound the same, but that's not on account of drinking.
Yeah, it's not the vitriol.
Well, personally, I prefer this Shamos to the other one. It's much more entertaining. I just like
Well, good. I'm so glad that you prefer me for fucking once in your life. Except for you've already sexually propositioned me multiple times for $500. So I'm pretty sure you've already preferred me many times before fucking tonight. But that's okay, Annabelle. I still love you. Look, hold on, I'm gonna come on cam.
Explain the
I'm
case.
gonna come on cam.
Shamos, that makes you a whore. You just declined payment.
Yeah.
Oh, me? I was gonna do it for charity, okay?
Yeah, sure you were.
Where's this fucking thing at?
Even when,
Oh, you were just gonna whore out for charity?
You want to do it for charity, so let's be honest, Seamus. I did not want to pay you money for sexual favors. I wanted to pay you money so that we could raise money for Nadia.
Shamos, explain this KFC reference.
What? I can explain the KFC reference.
All right, let Annabelle explain it because I really don't care at all.
The truth. As most people know here, Mark, and I are good friends, and we live very close to each other. Last summer, I went and hung out with him, and I went on the way to his house. I bought some KFC. That is the story. Now, Seamus's story is that me and Mark had sex in the drive-thru at KFC. So there's a big difference between
that is a fucking lie. That is a lie. Well, I'm not saying that's a lie, but you're really, really fucking retarded if you think I said that.
You did say that, Seamus.
You were in. Okay, look, I don't even care to even tell you guys the real story because seriously, I don't even. You guys don't even deserve to know the truth at this point because you're all that fucking retarded.
No, Seamus, you were there, right? You saw everything that happened between me and Mark, right?
I mean, unless you told me a lie, then yeah, which is very likely, which is very probable.
What did I tell you, Seamus? What did I tell you?
Like I said, I really don't.
What are you wearing on your head?
I have a fucking homemade fucking bed.
You're doing a record.
Real with
What are you doing? What is that on your head?
The fucking
He's got a teal bandana on, like he's like the retarded Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
There was actually a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle that had a teal bandana.
Is my fucking cam still on? It says it's off.
Yeah, I don't see a camera on.
Yeah, it's a fucking like headband that I made. Okay, y'all want to know how? All right, let's talk about my fucking headband tonight. Okay, I took a shirt. I took a shirt and I took a pair of scissors and I cut the sleeve off, and then I fucking put the sleeve around my forehead because I'm such a fucking boss like that.
Oh, whatever.
Have you been hanging around with Veckel? Is that what this is about?
Oh.
Don't bring Veckel into this, please. Just stop
Well, he
right
likes to
now.
wear things around his head.
Just stop right now.
It looked like it was like really squeezing your cranium really hard. Maybe your brain's not getting enough
It
oxygen.
is. It's a sleeve to a t-shirt. This shit is tight, bro. All right.
A sleeve? What's a sleeve?
A sleeve. That's what we call it in the English language. Okay. It's the part of a shirt that your arm sticks out
Don't
of.
call it a sleeve. Yeah, okay.
I call it
I'm
a sleeve.
going to retract what I said earlier. You do sound like you're slurring, definitely.
No, I think your internet connection's fucking bugged out because you were roboting on us earlier.
Yeah, after seeing the webcam, Seamus, I mean the going rate is going down from 500. It's now like I think it's like 50.
You look a bit flustered, Seamus.
Okay,
definitely.
Seamus is wearing a fucking headband, a la he's drunk. Thanks, guys, for the fucking letter of recommendation.
You look a bit flustered, though. You look a bit red-faced and flustered. What have you been up to?
No, I'm red-faced because I'm sunburnt as hell because I actually have a life and I live on the beach. Okay, I actually do shit.
Hey, you should know. I live on the beach.
I
We've
spent
had
all day Saturday, 6.5 hours surfing, and then I
time in the
spent.
sun, Seamus. You know this.
What? Listen,
How come I'm not? How come you're allowed to spend all day on the beach, but I'm not? Why is
Annabelle,
that?
you don't even know. Look, you don't even know what it's like to hang out on the beach. Okay, I hang out more on the beach in one fucking day.
I can see the beach from right here, where I am, sitting right now. So what is it I don't know about hanging out on the beach?
Okay, let me explain to you what I did Saturday. Okay.
Seamus, hold on, Seamus. You can't say on the one hand how much more of a life you have with someone, and then say that you spend most of your time just on the beach as leisure time. That doesn't really make any sense.
What are you defining a life as? Like, who the fuck are you, Mr. Rabbit? You fucking got the handle on what a life is? Like, are you the fucking judge and jury? No, I thought that I joined this call, and I'm the judge and jury of what a life is. So sit your rabbit ass down and listen up, okay?
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're so fucking insane.
Maybe Maybelline.
This guy's fucking crazy.
Tom, where is that from? Why do you keep saying that?
He brought it up before. Well, I'm not wearing a cut-up shirt on my head, Seamus.
Yeah, because you're not a fucking boss like me. You fucking can't roll like that. I understand.
Whatever.
Oh yeah,
I understand. You're a fucking little rabbit.
You're such a boss. You were such a boss about it that you had to immediately turn off your camera when you found.
Yeah, turn it back on. Turn it back on.
Yeah.
Let's see
You're
that
such
again.
a boss, right?
Let's see that again.
Don't fucking tempt me.
Don't.
The teal headband kind of makes you look like a Muslim, to be honest. Like he could be one of those
you know
ISIS
what,
guys.
Seamus? I've missed you. You make me laugh so much. You're brilliant.
No, I know that you've missed me. Okay, look, I knew that a long time ago.
You're so funny. Just so you understand, I've not missed you. as in whiny. I must talk about.
No, because I have this thing called a fucking personality. Okay.
Whatever.
I'm not going to sort of.
You have a shit personality.
Is that what we're being blessed with right now, Seamus?
To be fair, Seamus is right about the historicity of Jesus.
Oh, don't even start with that.
Oh, let's not start with it. I'm just pointing out that when you're not doing that, you are very
Jesus Christ
entertaining.
never existed. Go ahead.
I'd really like to know what it is about your life that's so much more exciting than mine, though. That would be nice to know.
Okay, first of all, besides tonight, well, it's only 2 a.m. here. It's 7 a.m. where you're at. Besides tonight, I don't fucking stay up 6 days a week till fucking 6 a.m. typing bullshit to people, 25-year-olds on the internet and fucking starting feuds, and fucking wake up at 3:30 p.m. and fucking walk my dogs and think I got an excellent life, okay? So, I mean, yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Actually, no. No, go ahead.
All right,
Go
so you
ahead,
don't.
darling.
So you just want to make shit up then? Okay, fair enough. You do that.
No, I was joking. Go ahead. Please respond, because I don't think I could go to sleep tonight without hearing your fucking
Well,
opinion
no,
on this.
obviously, I do spend a lot of time on the internet. I'm a single woman, and I can do that. I mean, when
Yeah,
I'm not,
you're gonna fucking die single if you keep on this fucking pace, Annabelle.
So is there no local KFCs for you to go
fuck up,
get a
buddy.
boyfriend at, or what's the deal? What's
Right.
going on?
okay, can I answer? Finish answering what I was saying.
Okay, hold on. Who
I'm-
keeps telling me to shut the fuck up? Because that's a new voice, and I must know who's saying that.
That's me.
Who's
The
me?
Raptor. The Raptor.
Who? Okay, who are you?
My
And what
name-
are you doing here? What is
I've
your
been here
business here?
before. It's just fun.
Like, does anyone know this guy?
Have you finished interrogating him now, or can I? Or do we need to listen to you do some more?
I'm trying to fucking check somebody's fucking credentials here, Annabelle.
My
Hold on.
credentials? What, do I have to have some sort of credentials to talk to you?
Well, you guys haven't met. Let me introduce you.
Shamos, the internet
Yeah.
police are here, everybody. Back
All right,
off.
introduce us.
Yeah, Raptor guy, please meet our newcomer. This is the teal turtle. He's Fagatello.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Raptor, do you know who I am by any chance?
No, this is the first time of me ever.
This is the first time you met me?
Yep.
Would it surprise you if this is the first time I've ever been on a hangout?
No.
No? That wouldn't surprise you? Would it surprise you if I've known all these individuals for like over 2 years and fucking they all know who I am and shit and we have a long history? Would that surprise you?
Not really.
Okay, then sit your little raptor ass down and listen up, okay? How about that?
Would it surprise you if somebody? Would it surprise you if somebody on a Google Hangout used the "Do you know who I am" line?
Do you know who he is? Do you know who he is?
No, I don't know the legend.
Well, you should fucking know.
Yep.
Okay.
What am I doing with my life?
So I'm Shamos with 3 9s after my name, and I have a fucking Arabic fucking
Fantastic.
picture, and like I'm a fucking pretty big deal, okay? So just sit the fuck down.
Pretty big deal.
Shamos, did you ever go to Bible college? Because you seem like you might have taken some courses and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I like totally did, dude. I like totally did like 2.5 years at a Bible college. Would you like me to give you this address?
No, I'm
What's
just
that
asking
voice?
you not sarcastically. I know.
You're so bitter.
Bible college.
It's a simple question, Shamos. There's no need to get too upset about it. Calm down.
It's a well-known fact. Some people have actually been able to figure it out, but I mean, whatever. Who cares? It doesn't mean anything to any of you.
Can we go back to your exciting life? Because that's so much more interesting. What is it that you do again? Make T-shirts, isn't it?
He's into some
I have no
alternative
fucking
clothing.
idea what I do.
Okay, then tell us.
I'm asking you. I'm just reminding you of what you've told us. That you make T-shirts for a living. That's what you've told us.
What do you think? People in China make T-shirts. You think I make T-shirts for a fucking living? Or are you fucking? Where do you think I live? Fucking.
Come on, choppity chop. Get on with it.
Oh, is this the headband thing? This is a spin-off from your T-shirt line.
I mean, I'm not here to be interrogated by a bunch of fucking people
It's
on
like
the
the
internet.
factory only
Like,
makes
oh,
sleeve
let me just
t-shirts
fucking
and so he wants
answer up.
muscle shirts, so he
No,
cuts
I'm
those
asking
sleeves
you the
off and
fucking
turns it
questions
into
tonight.
headbands.
How
You
about
told me
that?
to come in here. You told me to come in here.
Only when I told to come in here, okay? So all these other people, I didn't sign up for this shit, okay?
Oh, poor you.
You didn't
Poor
sign up for this
you.
shit when you joined the Hangout of your own accord.
Of a public hangout?
All right, look, Mr. Raptor, you're really pissing me off right now.
Anyway, can we get back to Shamus's really exciting international man of mystery life? So what is it? So what is it that you do then, Shamus?
I told you I'm not answering these fucking questions right now.
So nothing
Like,
then is probably the best answer.
If you want to know what I
lost
do,
your job?
listen.
lost your
If you
job
want to
selling
know what I
t-shirts?
do, you need to take me out to dinner first, and then ask me,
I'm going
okay?
to fly 3,000 miles across the pond just to take you out for a burger. No, I don't think
A burger? You're a fucking cheapskate. A burger?
Well, I mean, with respect, you are a little younger than me, and I think it's probably best because they have
little?
high chairs and stuff, and crayons to play
A
with.
little younger?
I
I don't know. I think you're being a bit liberal with the word little there, Annabelle.
Well, little being the operative word as far as you're concerned, though.
So, I mean, I know you're a fucking seasoned veteran, but that's an abuse of the term little there.
Hey, what's wrong with being a seasoned veteran? What is wrong with that?
Hate the troops.
How old are
you
you?
done
49, or did you hit the big 5-0?
No,
Like, how old are you now?
Last week. It was my birthday at 50, 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
Are
happy
you
birthday.
serious?
Happy
I feel
birthday!
bad now. Like, I don't even want to sack on you. Like,
Congratulations.
I know you're like in the midst of a real fucking identity crisis. I really don't want to bag on you for it. Like, fuck, I feel bad.
Excuse me. I am more than happy with my life right now. I'm 50. I don't have to worry anymore. I'm past caring anymore. As long as I've got a nice house, I'm in a nice place. I've got my dogs. I've got my friends. I've got my family. My mother lives around the corner now. I'm in a really good place. So don't you worry about me, Seamus.
Hey, look, I am so glad that you're satisfied. Like seriously, and I don't mean that with any disrespect. Like, as long as you're...
I've done everything I want to do pretty much. There's a few more places I'd like to see, but I've been around the world a few times. I've achieved a lot in my career. I'm proud of what I've done, particularly considering my background and where I came
So
from.
you need to go see fucking a few places around the world, and you're ready to fucking just fucking die, huh?
No, I've done, like I just told you, I've achieved an enormous amount in my life, which I'm proud of.
Holy shit! You know what? That's more than I can say. So you know what? Cheers to you, Annabelle. Fucking, I am really, really impressed with that, and I'm not even player hating there.
I'm saying I'm not bothered about hitting 50 at all. That's why I'm quite happy to tell people that I'm 50. It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Either you have really done a lot of shit, or you are not very ambitious. And either way, to be satisfied with either one.
What do you want me to do with my life? I came from literally nothing. I was in care as a child, and I ended up running my own business and making a lot of money and traveling around the world. What else is it you want me to do that is apparently ambitious?
No, I don't. Look, I'm not setting your goals for you. Look, if you've set your
So
goals
why are you
and you've
saying
met
that I'm
them,
not ambitious then?
well, I mean, like, I guess that is kind of a bit overstepping. I kind of meant it in comparison. But look, if you set your goals and you've met them, then fuck yeah, congratulations.
In comparison,
my goal today was to make a cool headband, and I fucking succeeded. Okay, so I think we're both on track.
No, that's cool. If that's what the comparison is, I realise that I fall short. Totally, I admit it.
Yeah. You couldn't make that headband if you tried.
No, I would be useless at headband making. I think I'd be okay with T-shirts, but I'm not sure.
So what was the contention anyways? I missed it. I walked up to my computer and Seamus was screaming. So.
Oh no, he was trying to make me feel bad because I've hit 50 and that I'm old and I haven't achieved anything with my life. So I corrected.
No. When I heard you were actually hit the 5-0, I actually felt really sad for you. Like, I don't want to bag on you for that. And you're probably amidst a real fucking identity crisis. Like, I'm not trying to fucking stack up on you or anything. Like,
whoa. Why would you feel sad for me? Did you feel sad for your mother when she hit 50?
Annabelle, look. As much as me and you don't get along, if you went swinging from the closet tonight, I would feel really bad. So fucking, I'm not trying to go there with you.
I appreciate that, and it's very nice of you to be concerned about me trying to kill myself, which I've got no intention of doing. But why do you think that I should feel bad for hitting 50? I want to know.
I don't know. I think a lot of people just get like really like they're like realize that they're like, you know, you're already more than halfway through the game, you know. You know what I mean?
I get that, and do you know what? I am so glad that I've achieved the stuff I have. I've got fantastic.
Well, then good. Look,
I haven't finished yet. I've got fantastic memories, and I've got a load of memories to make still. And I'm semi-retired. I've been there, done that pretty much with what I want to do with my life. And yet, you want to make me feel bad about that. Why?
I don't. I'm sitting here telling you I am so happy that you feel that way.
No, you just said you were sorry for me.
No. I'm sorry for the fact that you're 50 because I thought that
it's. I'm trying to get at.
Listen, what I'm saying, let me explain myself. I'm sorry for the fact that you're 50 because I thought there were some connotations that came with that. But if you're not associating them connotations with that, then hey,
I'm sure there are some people that
you're ahead of the game, and I'm super proud of you. Okay, like.
I'm sure there are people out there that.
I would totally give you a big fucking hug right now.
I know that some people have worked their whole lives so hard and made very little money, and they feel resentful that they've got to 50 and they don't understand what the point was. I understand that. I'm just not one of those people.
Annabelle, do you have siblings by chance?
Do I what?
Do you have siblings?
I have 7, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So I imagine you have lots of nieces and nephews and what have you.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I have many, yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, that's good to know.
So yes, Ian, my bloodline is carrying on.
I'm glad to hear that. You seem like a smart, nice lady when you aren't being like bitchy.
I'm gonna remind you of that next time you're
Speaking of
me in the live
bloodlines,
chat.
why did you never have any children, Annabelle? Is that going too far?
Because I was brought up in a very dysfunctional situation, and I never wanted to put my kids through anything like that. And I don't feel that I am mentally capable enough, or patient enough, or emotionally intelligent enough. Maybe I am now, but I certainly wasn't in my 20s and 30s to have children.
Well, haven't you had kids, Shamos?
Well, you know, I've really been bugging out about that lately. Like, I really have. Like, I'm like, damn, I'm 31, and, like, if I'm going to find a girl that, like, I actually really care about, it's going to be, like, a few years, 3, 4, 5 years before I even have kids. And I'd be an old dad. Like, that's kind of bugging me. Like, I would love to, like...
Have children. Men can have kids right up until their 50s.
No, it's not about having kids, Annabelle. No, listen. It's not about having kids. I know I'll be able to have kids. I just don't want to be an old dad. Like, I want to go surfing with my kids. Like, I want to go snowboarding with my kids. Like,
yeah, but Seamus, let me give you a tip.
I want to be around and shit,
if you look for love, and I mean, you know, make it clear that you won't find it. You have to just, you know, be a little bit more, I don't know, relaxed about it.
About what?
I mean, I met my husband. When I met my husband, it was the freakiest situation ever. And I'm not at all superstitious or into the supernatural or anything like that, but it was the weirdest situation. And I was dating another guy. I had no intention of falling in love with someone else, but it happened. He just came into my life, and it was bang straight away. We were together for literally the next day. We very rarely spent any time apart. So things happen when you least expect them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail, but I have, like, I'm cursed in the sense that, like, I've had a lot of really wonderful women, like, fall in love with me, but, like, for some reason, like, I never really felt that back for them, and they were, like, all, like, I'm kind of shallow in that sense, where, like, I don't want to go into detail, but, like, I'm kind of shallow in the sense of, like, look department, and, like, there's been a couple girls that, like, were, like, really, really good catches. Like, I threw away some serious keepers. Like, some fucking serious keepers.
Yeah, but
like,
we all did that in our... Hey, but Seamus, we all did that in our 20s. You're only just...
No, I mean, like, in my late 20s, like, not so long ago.
Than what they can do for you in bed.
No. About that, I'm talking about these girls were, like, God, what is that? What are the words I'm trying to use for this? Like, personality-wise, they were like a 10. They were like all you could have ever asked for. They would have been like the perfect mom, the perfect girl.
What was it?
And, like,
so what was
my shallowness drove me away. Some of these girls, like, look, hold on. I can count on my finger one, two, at least 3 girls are making over $100,000 a year, and they all fell in love with me. Not like money's a big deal.
It's not about money. What are you talking about?
But and all of those, not just that they're making a lot of money and they're doing really well with their lives, but they were all, like, personality-wise, like perfect 10. Like perfect 10. So what
was it then? So ask yourself, what was it that made you not want to be with them?
I told you I'm shallow, and they didn't have it all in the look department.
Yeah. That's not a good enough reason. There was something about those women that just didn't do it for you. There wasn't the click wasn't there. They didn't.
Yeah, one had kind of a wide nose, and that was a deal breaker.
What, Jackie?
He just said it was looks, like the way the girls looked.
So that was what it was. So you met these wonderful women.
That's how sick in the head I am. Okay?
Well, no,
One
because
one girl had a slightly wide nose, and that was a deal breaker for me. Okay?
Shamos, I don't know whether you're trolling us or not, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
I am so dead serious right now.
Listen to me. In your 20s, and I'm not saying every man is like this, but there are a lot of men that do tend to go for looks only. It's just part of growing up. When you hit your late 20s, early 30s, you realise that there's more to people than just how great they look or what a great body they have, okay? And all I'm saying
I know,
to you
but that makes me want to kill myself. Like, that right there makes me really, really sad and depressed.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Shamos, I've noticed that you've been putting your it was my boyfriend. I've noticed that you've been putting yourself down a lot tonight.
Yes.
Is there something deeper going on?
Well, no, that's
there's a lot of stuff
explaining,
deeper
Jackie.
going on. There's a lot of stuff deeper going on.
But this is what part of what the problem is that Shamos is on his own, and he doesn't want to be on his own anymore. That's what the problem is.
Annabelle, look, I appreciate the psychoanalysis, and you're actually pretty warm right now. But like, I would appreciate it if you just chill the fuck out.
Sure. I was just trying to give you a hey, listen, hey, I'm the 50-year-old. Hey, listen, I'm the 50-year-old woman. I think I've got a few years on you as far as relationships, and I've had plenty. So all I was trying to do was give you some of my elderly woman advice, as you would put for me. Okay?
Hold on. I will say real quick that Shamos, my offer for you to talk to me privately is still on the table. Like I was genuine about that. I know, text doesn't convey that well, but I was genuine. If you need to talk, I'm there.
Jackie, the reason why I won't talk to you is because it's like standing in front of Jesus. You're like a fucking saint. No, seriously, I'm not even fucking lying. I'm serious. Jackie is like standing in front of a saint and trying to talk with someone that's like as close to perfect as perfect's ever gonna get. And like, I just feel like.
Is that why you told me to just shut up then? Because I'm a saint too.
No, I'd much rather talk to you than Jackie.
I think Jackie has a boyfriend. You gotta tone it down a bit, man.
No, I'm just saying that.
I think I know where he's getting at. I mean, it's really, really hard.
Jackie makes me look at my life and be like, Shamos, you are the biggest piece of shit that has ever existed on the planet. Every time I look at Jackie, every time I talk to Jackie, she's just so damn perfect. She's just so damn nice. I can't even explain it, and I'm not even joking.
Jackie's
sorry. Can I ask you a question? Shamos, can I ask you a question? And you're not going to admit it, but just out of curiosity, you are straight, right? Completely straight, yeah?
I mean, yeah. I'll give you that.
Very convincing.
Like, I mean,
what the fuck? I'm sorry. Is this what the problem is? Is that you just don't find women attractive?
No. I find women attractive. I'm just extremely shallow. It's because I don't want to really look. I'll give it to you how I see it. I'm a fairly good-looking guy. I'm not like a super fucking amazing-looking guy, but I'm probably above average. Okay, I don't think anyone would dispute that. And so my whole life I've been getting above average looking women. And I have taste for the finer things in life as far as women go. And
you're trolling. You're trolling.
Yeah.
No, I'm fucking dead serious. And so the problem is that has made me very shallow. And as I've gotten older, it's become more and more of a problem. And that's all I can really say.
So it's not that you're gay then?
No, I'm not gay. It's just I have extremely high standards. I was
wondering whether that was the deep problem that you didn't want to
talk about. This girl that I used to date is now a dentist, and her personality was a straight, perfect fucking 10. Okay? Perfect 10 personality. Her nose was a little bit wide, and that was a deal breaker. I swear to fucking. I swear to you on all that's true in this world.
Oh my god, you're hilarious. Okay, so all I'm saying is that you're only 30. You have no idea how much I enjoyed my 30s immensely. I loved every second of my 30s, and I will be frank. Yeah, I would love to go back to there, but that's not how life goes. You move on and you grow up and you change. But you mustn't think that just because you've hit 30 and you haven't found the right woman yet, that there's something wrong with you. It's normal, quite frankly. And also, what's impressive about you tonight, and I hope you're being genuine, is that at least you're acknowledging that you are being shallow and you can do something about it. That's a good sign.
No, there's nothing that can be done about it. I am cursed with the shallowness disease.
Right, now
and
you're
there's
trolling.
nothing.
Now you're trolling. I'm going to make
No,
a coffee.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
There's nothing that can be done about it. I'm not going to accept anything less than 9 and 9.5. Seriously, right now, in all seriousness, and I'm going to die alone because of that.
Okay.
That's probably for the best.
I
Good
think
night, Doug. It was lovely
is
talking to
very
you
on
all.
point with that statement.
Later.
Later.
Like, I'm not going to be doing any girls any favors by marrying them. Like, seriously. I'm going to be the biggest fucking burden that there ever was.
This hangout is yeah, probably.
I can guarantee that in the next couple of days, Seamus is going to come jumping into the hangout or into the live chat going, I was trolling you all. Of course I wasn't serious.
I'm expecting him to say it now.
Did someone
Actually,
just undo
I
their
totally
zip then?
don't even care that much to even come back and like make apologies for whatever.
Did somebody just undo their zip then?
I have no idea.
I could have sworn I heard a zip going down.
I heard
or
something
up,
too.
one of the-
I'm wearing shorts with just a button, so.
Well, Seamus, I'm sorry that you're going through a difficult patch. That's all I can say. But at least you understand why. You've got to do some. You've got to do some work because a lot of the women that are your age, attractive women that are your age, won't be interested in a man that just sees them for their looks.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of trouble, and that I've realized that, Annabelle. I'm gonna die alone. This is no fucking mystery, okay?
Oh, stop trolling. Either keep it straight or keep it, stupid.
No,
Don't
if
keep switching
I'm
from
being
one to the
so
other, please.
fucking serious right now, you have no idea. I've never been more honest with you.
Does your voice just sound sarcastic, or?
No, my voice, I'm cursed with a very, very feminine voice. Or like really, really
Squeaky.
high-pitched voice. Something's wrong.
Squeaky
I don't
voice,
know, man. It's a curse.
I'm struggling with this new honest Seamus that we've got right here. I'm really struggling with it. I'm sorry.
I told you, I have stopped giving a fuck. I'm coming into these hangouts and I'm gonna drop the fucking truth serum on you people. Okay?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
specifically?
what's the truth? On us? Drop it on us? What have we done that's not truthful?
So what I'm saying is I'm going to be truthful. Like, you're gonna get nothing but the 100% real shit from me from now on.
So were you lying before then?
No, I mean I was just trying to do right and be a good example, but I realized that I'm never going to be a good example, and I'm totally not ever going to make good in that department.
So do you feel
I
bad about
abandoned
the way
that goal.
do you feel bad about the way you behaved towards me with regards to the situation with Mark?
No, I wish I would have been way more real with you. I was actually holding back. I should have totally.
Yeah, but hang on a sec. What is it? Why did me and Mark upset you so much? That's what I want to know.
I think this goes without saying. You are annoying as fuck.
Why?
And what? That's like a redundant question to ask.
No, but you
That's
have
like
to
asking,
explain.
why
I
is
wanna
water
know why.
wet?
Hey,
Seamus,
listen,
why
I
is
want
water
change,
wet?
listen. I want to change. If there's something wrong with me, I need to take on board the criticism. So could you explain why I'm annoying, please?
Annabelle, you fucking spend your whole life staying up till 5 a.m.
Sorry, that's not a reason for me to be annoying. That's not a good enough reason. Sorry. I can't hear you. You're not.
Yeah, it sounds like you're underwater. Because you spend your whole...
Well, no, I got the because apparently I'm annoying because I'm up at 5 o'clock every day, which is not true. But anyway, let him if he wants to think that he's entitled to think that.
Unfortunately, I.
Is he still talking? Is he still talking?
No, he isn't.
Anyway, when
Get
you
out
come,
of the
when you can
pool.
talk.
It's time to speak.
Has somebody got a bong going?
A bong? You might be hearing
Yeah,
the
I can hear
squeaking.
Somebody got what going? What?
a bong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use that word. I retract it.
Oh.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, whatever.
She's talking about individuals smoking tobacco.
Well, not quite tobacco, but hey.
Smoking the cannabis.
It's called a water pipe.
A water pipe.
Okay, we call it a bong where I come from.
Yeah, well, for legal purposes in California, if you go to buy one and you ask for a bong, they'll say, I don't know what you're talking about. Would you like a water pipe?
Ah, I see. Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Because marijuana is a
I feel like
Schedule
we're
I
fucking
drug,
back
it's
in
just
high
as bad
school
as
now.
heroin.
Like, I'm tripping.
Okay. No, Shamos. Hey, Shamos. Now that you've got your mic back, so the reason I'm annoying is because you perceive that I'm up at 5 a.m. because you don't know that because you're never here. Remember?
I mean, have I been here lately? Like, I get on at work sometimes, like, to, like, talk shit to Nevin because I really despise her. But besides that, yeah, I'm not really around anymore because, you know what?
So you wouldn't know, but actually I'm not usually here at 5 a.m. Yes, at the weekends I put my hand up. I do spend a lot of time on here. But I live on my own on an island that I've just moved to. I barely know anybody. All my friends are about 60 miles across the
What
other side of
fucking
the water.
island do you live on? What do you live on, the Isle of Wight or something?
That's the one, Seamus. Glad to
Oh, yeah?
glad to see you keeping paying attention.
Isn't that the only other island besides fucking Great Britain, or am I just crazy?
No, we've got many islands dotted around the.
Isn't the Isle of Man around there somewhere?
Yes, really. We've got Guernsey,
I live in
Jersey,
America and we don't know that kind of stuff.
well, that's right. You don't. I understand that. That's why I'm trying to give you a geography lesson.
And don't forget the Isle of your mom, the biggest
Well,
of the
or
islands.
we call it the Isle of Man.
Oh no,
It's
no,
not,
no,
it's
yeah,
true.
that's true.
No, it's
That's
true.
true.
We have
No,
the
that's
Isle
true.
of
I
Man.
used to
So
look. I used to play online poker, and all the money used to be laundered to that place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Isle of Man is in fact an offshore island where you can launder your money or
Yeah.
launder it. Let's call it invest it.
I
shall we?
had, let's just say that I had
Yeah,
many
it's an
thousands of
independent
dollars
sovereign,
laundered
island,
through that
isn't it?
island at certain points in my life.
Let's just say we believe you.
No, I used to play a lot of online poker until I got banned in the U.S., and I've been a good boy ever since.
Right, and we believe you.
If you had
Actually,
so
the
much
Isle of
money,
Man
why do
was
you have such a
recently on
shitty
sale,
headband?
like 2 or 3 years ago.
You have so much money, you could have bought yourself a better headband.
Better headband? Look, I make my own headbands because I'm creative, okay? I don't
Oh,
need
now
to
you're
go
an
buy some.
artist.
I don't need to go buy some whack shit they sell in stores to be cool like you do,
Why
okay? I just can make my own
why
shit.
have you suddenly started using a really strong Southern
I'd
accent?
rather buy.
I don't.
I'd rather buy
Look,
any
this
headband
is
than
my
you.
accent. I am from the South, okay? There's not
Yeah,
any
I
big
know.
mystery.
Actually, you know,
To be fair, concerned also.
Sorry,
Wait,
go on,
what?
To be
Sam.
fair, I was just to say, to be fair, concerned also makes his own headbands, but not because he's some kind of artist, but because regular headbands don't fit his raptor head.
Yep.
Shamos, I'm coming to New York in August.
Oh yeah, you want to hook up?
So you wanna come up and see me? Take me out for dinner?
I swear to God, I will drive all the way from North Carolina, which is like
will,
fucking
yeah.
like 13 hours. I'll drive up there and to take you out to dinner.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm sure you will, Shamos. I'm just telling you that
but-
that's where I'm going to be in August. And
I'll
if you want
take
to
you
come
out to dinner, but
I
we're
will-
going
I'll
back
tell
to
you
the
what, I'll tell you
hotel
what,
afterwards.
I've got a
Wink,
fantastic
wink.
plan. Hey, listen. I have a girlfriend in New York, and she runs her own business, and she's single. She's a little bit older than you, but not by much, though. I think she's probably
No,
about
I'd much
35.
rather have you. Fuck her.
Yeah, right, whatever. But hey, listen,
That's-
I'm
I'll
giving you
take
an
you out to
opportunity
dinner.
to be an exciting woman, for goodness sakes. Anyway, all joking apart, I'm definitely going to be in New York. I haven't got my dates yet. It might be early September. I don't know yet. But
Whatever, just
if you
send
want
me
to
a
come up and meet
message.
some of my friends up there, then you're very welcome.
No, I don't want to meet any of her friends. I just want to meet you. I'll take you out to dinner, and then. But
Yeah, I don't
we'll
think
go
you
back
can
to the
afford
hotel
me.
room afterwards, okay?
I don't think you can afford me. I'm afraid.
You won't need
Sorry.
Cougar Life
I'll
anymore.
afford you. Yeah, you're gonna make me spend like fucking $400 or $500 at some expensive restaurant. You know what? I have the
Minimum.
balls and the gusto that I'll do that shit.
Minimum.
Don't
Yeah,
think
you.
I will not. I will not back
insist on
down.
taking me out
I
for
will
dinner.
not flinch. I will pay a $600 dinner tab and not flinch.
Wow.
Yeah, joking
Jesus.
apart, that's exactly what you will have to be paying if we go to my favourite restaurant. So if you even think about taking me up on this offer, then
I
make
would
sure you've
pay
got plenty
that
of,
tab
make sure
like
you've
a
got plenty of money in
boss.
your bank account, sweetie.
Well, I got enough money in my bank account. That's never been the issue. In fact, I've always been a little fucking trust fund baby. I think that's a lot of my fucking life problems right now. So I'll pay a $600-700 fucking dinner tab and not even flinch. That wouldn't be an issue.
That's very impressive, Seamus.
It's not impressive. It's actually really fucking sad.
Wow. You haven't been drinking?
Poor Seamus.
Seamus' life is nothing but shambles.
No, for the
Yeah,
guys in the hang that don't know Seamus, he is rarely like this. So I'm kind of enjoying it, but at the same time, I'm kind of worried about him.
Yeah, Alexandra, I agree. Like, is everything okay with Seamus? This is not like Seamus.
You should be worried. All of you should be very fucking worried.
Oh, Seamus, like, like I'm Faith. Why would I come on Doc to just say that? Like, that's the only reason I'm here.
No. Faith, I know
Because
you're very genuine, and I know that you're very concerned, and you fucking should be. Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Okay,
The
well,
way you make it sound.
I'm not-
Hold on. I mean, Seamus, every once in a while you've said that you guys should be fucking worried, and it sounds less as if you're threatening to harm yourself, and more like you're not threatening, but warning us that something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, like
bad things always happen. This is
specifically. It sounds like you're trying to warn us about something. Maybe I'm reading.
What am I warning? Go ahead. Let's hear the prediction, Seth. What am I warning you guys about?
I don't know. It just sounds.
Seamus, is there anyone else with you? Like, is there someone else at the house? Like, are you by yourself right now?
You think that there would be someone here allowing me to sit here and fuck with you guys the way I've been doing? No, I'm all alone. I'm all alone in this world. No, I'm just joking. Why does it matter? I mean...
Hey, listen, I don't listen. You have been nothing. Hang on a sec. Seamus, you've been nothing but a piece of shit to me for 90% of the time we've known each other. Let's be honest, right? Yeah? Yeah?
Well, do you want me to agree to that? Okay, sure. I'll play. Yeah, okay. I've been really nasty.
Over the last, you haven't been very nice to me at all.
Whether or not you deserved it is open for debate, I guess. But go on.
Oh yeah.
Bell, he's half your fucking age.
Faith, I'm talking to him. Thanks. No, I don't need any help, thanks, Faith. So all I'm saying is
I'm here to fucking try to help Seamus. I'm not trying to help you cut him down. Hey, listen, man. Listen,
Stop
man.
trying to silence Faith. She
not
doesn't get on here
acting-
that much, and she's a very genuine person, and you should probably let her voice her opinion, Annabelle. I mean, me and you have all the time in the world.
When I finish talking, I would do, but she wants.
How about when she finishes talking? How about that?
Go ahead, Faith.
No. What we're doing is we're dropping it. Like, I'm dropping it, because fuck that shit. Stop pushing people off the fucking edge, man. Like, you piss me off, and you do it to me. So leave it alone.
Finished? Right, as I was saying, Seamus, you haven't been particularly nice to me over the last year. In fact, you've said some terrible, disgusting things to me. But for the most part, I've let it go, right? I'm not angry with you. I am debating whether you're trolling or whether you're actually being genuine, and it's very difficult to know that because you have done this in the past. So how can people trust you? That's my question. Before, if anyone else,
I seriously don't give a fuck. I seriously don't give a fuck if you trust me or not. Like, that is the least of my worries right now, Annabelle. Like, honestly, I could not care less whether or not you think I'm serious or not. Like, seriously.
Okay, fair enough.
So, someone want to talk about something else?
We can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. You want to talk about why fucking atheism is so fucking convincing, or what do you guys want to talk about?
Sure, we can go with that. So, Shamos, you're a Christian, I believe?
Shit.
I don't know. How do you define Christian? It depends.
Someone that believes in the divinity of Jesus Christ, that's what I'd say.
Okay, then yeah, I'm a Christian under that definition.
What definition would you use, Shamos? Is that
I've moved away from that stuff. I don't really have a definition of Christian. I guess like the one that I probably would have used if you would have probably talked to me a while ago, I would have probably just said that someone that believes that Jesus Christ is Lord, Messiah, and rose from the dead. And so I mean I still qualify under that definition as well. But
Yeah, okay.
if your
I don't find the two
definition
to
of
be
a
that
Christian
diverse.
is somebody that like acts perfect and like fucking always does the right thing, then no, I'm not a Christian. I'm sorry.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't use that definition of Christianity.
Yeah, neither would I.
Oh, but a lot of people throw that definition of Christianity right in your fucking face all the time.
But can I ask you, Shamos, do you know this whole morality thing that Christians claim to have, the authority on morality? Do you still believe that?
That's a very ambiguous question. That
Well,
wasn't
no,
very
it's just
clearly.
a simple question, really.
That wasn't very clearly defined at all.
All right. Well, I'm not like you. I don't need to redefine every word just to explain myself. I'm simply asking: do you still believe that you, as a Christian, have the moral authority over atheists?
Well, can I try to rephrase
Well,
it?
I've
You can tell
never-
me if I'm getting
Yeah,
the gist
go
of it
ahead,
right,
sir.
Annabelle?
Yeah,
All right.
I've never
sure.
thought.
Do you think that Christians have an objective standard for morality, whereas atheists lack one?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Is that about where you're getting at, Annabelle?
Yeah, I'm just exactly. I'll let you, because I think obviously without trying to play the martyr, I'm not quite as well versed in philosophy as you guys are. So, but all I'm trying to say is that being that you're now admitting to bad behaviour and that you can't seem to control your emotions or behaviour or whatever it is, do you still feel that you are somewhat, better than us because you are in fact a Christian?
Well, listen, Seth would correct you here. The claim has never been that Christians are more moral than atheists. That's just what the really dumb people think the claim is. The claim is actually that the Christian worldview.
Sorry about that.
The claim is that the Christian worldview can account for objective morality when the atheist worldview can't.
That. Okay,
It doesn't claim that the individual is more moral than the other individual. I'm not saying that atheists aren't moral or can't be moral. What I'm saying is the
you have
worldview
said
can
that
account.
many times actually in the past.
I never have.
Exactly
I never have.
In the live chats you've
Seth,
said.
have I ever made such a terrible argument? Hold on, Seth.
I'm not talking about.
Hold on. I want to defer to Seth here. Hold on, because all of you guys.
I'm not talking. Well, I'm telling you what I mean by you've said
guys
that in
are
the past.
retarded.
You haven't gone into a hangout and got into an argument and made that claim. No, you're absolutely right. But there are many times in the live chat.
Yeah, because I'm not retarded.
Atheists are so immoral.
I've never
you're all
said
evil,
that.
You're all demons.
Never
You
have.
said terrible stuff. Yes, you have.
Bullshit! That's a lie! Okay, you're lying or you're really misinformed. Which one do you want to choose? There's only two options.
Well,
No, I don't have to choose either because neither of them are right.
there's another option, that the fact that she's right and you're misunderstanding something. I mean, that's the other possibility.
No, not at all. I've never said that atheists are evil or atheists that are immoral.
How many times have you been caught lying? How many times?
Are
I
you
would say
fucking kidding
20,
me right
30
now?
times.
Are you fucking
Okay,
kidding me right
listen.
now?
People in the live chat are very concerned about you, so I'm going to ask this question on their behalf. Are you suicidal?
Declined.
What does that mean? No, or
That means I don't
possibly?
answer questions from people that don't have the face-to-face.
Okay,
What's
fair enough.
that?
He doesn't answer questions to people that don't have the guts to do it face to face.
Seamus,
Well, you
are you
won't get
suicidal?
Trungers in here. He's the biggest coward out there. So.
Do you know how easy it is to commit suicide? Do you think I'm really that fucking ineffective? Like, if I was suicidal, you wouldn't be talking to me on the internet right now.
I
You know,
don't think it's easy.
it takes going finding a tree that's over 6 foot tall and a little bit of rope. That's all it fucking takes.
Yeah, okay. And you find when you get the balls to actually do that, let me know how easy it is.
Oh.
I never said I had the balls to do that.
Yeah, so it's not easy then, is it?
I'm saying it's easy if I wanted to. I'm not saying to.
Maybe we should change the subject from suicide. It's
Sure, no problem.
I just love this brand new Seamus, walking around with his balls flicking. I think that's
great.
So Shamos tried to ask me a question. Shamos tried to ask me a question, and I feel like I should answer it. I have not heard Shamos make the claim that Christians are inherently more moral than atheists.
No,
Isn't it implied?
Yeah, because I'm not retarded and I don't make fucking bad arguments.
No,
Seth knows that about
can
me.
I just repeat myself again, please, so that people don't, so people understand where I'm coming from, even though Shamos is denying it. Shamos is very clever. What he does is he says a whole load of crap in the live chat. He's been doing it for some time because he knows damn well there's no record of it, and he'll say the most horrendous things to people. And today he's now admitting that he doesn't give a fuck anymore, and he's going to do it when it. But in the past, over the last few months, in Nadia's live chats, he's been throwing a ton of abuse at people and saying terrible things to them. So that was all I was saying. When he's and this is what I've always pointed out, when he's in a hangout, he's a lot more civil, a lot more reasonable. Yeah, he whines a lot and complains a lot about people interrupting him. But he doesn't do the same shit that he does in the live chat.
To be fair,
that's
I
exactly
also
like
do that
you,
with
Annabelle.
live chat. But I admit that in the live chat, I'm not serious. I'm just fucking with people in live chat 90% of the time.
He might be fucking with people, but it doesn't matter. He still does it.
I have no idea what you guys are on about. So.
Well, you don't know. It doesn't matter, Nadia, because you never really care about most of what we're all about. That's the truth of it.
Was Palm Jam?
Was monitoring. Sorry?
Was Palm Jam in here a minute ago?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Gus.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Must have started before
Gus
I
break it
realized.
up for anybody else?
What?
What's that? What'd you say, Tom?
I said, is Gus breaking up for anybody else?
No, he's not breaking up for me.
Not for me.
No, I broke up with Gus a long time ago. What are you talking about?
Because if he hasn't been here in about a half an hour, that means somebody in here has all of my sock accounts blocked.
Somebody in here?
That's
I
right.
totally would block all of your sock accounts. If somebody can forward me all of Gus's sock accounts, I would block all of them. For
Hey,
fucking sake.
Seamus, when did
Vaughn was
you?
still
When
in
did you?
here up until a couple minutes ago.
Seamus, when did you join the Church of the Eternally Stiff Dick? Anyway, what is this with the? What is this with the? Was it Vaughn? Okay, well that makes sense then. That makes sense then.
Gus, were you kicked out earlier?
Oh yeah. I don't know who it was.
Probably for good reason. Probably very deservingly.
Probably for very, very good reason.
Yeah, Vaughn was applauding.
Can
saying, "Well,
I
Jack, you
point
should
out?
come
Can I just say whoever kicked Gus is a raging coward for not admitting that they kicked them. That's all I want to
Whoever
say.
kicks Gus deserves a fucking Medal of Honor.
Hey, you stole that from Vaughn. He said that first.
I think it was Nadia. I'm a Christian of the Church of the Swinging Dick. Enjoy my brand new manliness. Yeah, Seamus, have you been getting testosterone treatments? Your wine quotient has really gone down through the floor. Now you're like speaking with forza. Forza, as the Italians would say.
What is the distinction you
Pretty much everyone in the hangout said they didn't kick you except for Nadia.
Yeah, well, somebody did. And
really check.
Well, I'm just saying it was probably
Listen,
Nadia.
Gus, I kicked you because you were out of control.
You didn't kick me.
Nadia,
Later on,
did
you
kick
said you
us?
didn't.
Why don't we just ask
Yeah,
her?
yeah,
Why don't we
it's
just
like
ask her?
Nadia.
Nadia?
No, I did not.
Nadia?
She
Nadia,
said
did
she
you
said
kick
she
us?
didn't. She said
I
she
did
didn't.
not.
Okay, so
Iron
I
is-
suspect it was either Ludic or Seth then.
Yeah, it was. Iron
Anyway.
says he did, but Iron's full of shit.
I didn't have mods.
I didn't have mods
I
at the
didn't have
time.
mods.
No, it was probably Ludic. Just because he just does this intermittently, just kicks people when he feels like it. He's out of control with. He abuses mods all the time.
I hate to say this because it's just going to cause issues.
I already heard you say it once, Seth. Say
Okay.
it to me again.
Then
Now
I-
say it to
then I
my
don't need
face.
to say it.
Now
No,
say
then
it to my face.
Okay, if you want me to, I will. I did not kick Gus. I wasn't planning on kicking Gus. I didn't have mods anyways, but I did think that it was somewhat justified.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, it's always
I didn't think it
justified.
was.
You know,
Gus,
you
his
know,
whole
you
fucking.
know, the nice thing about you, Seth, is that I can agree. I can be your friend even though you're fucking wrong most of the time. That's what I like.
It was
That's what I like.
probably justified because Gus's whole role in these hangouts is to just dumb shit down and fucking make stupid anecdotes and not add anything to conversation. Listen to him now. The guy's fucking a genius.
Yeah,
Listen
you know
to
why?
him.
You know why? Because
That's interesting.
I don't walk around with my
That's
head up
interesting
my ass.
because Gus is in
With a
fact
headband
one of
on.
the most intelligent, the most well-read, the most entertaining, the most
Gus, the
charismatic
most
people.
well-read on G+? Are you fucking delusional?
Yeah.
I think
Gus
even
is pretty
Seth laughed at that one. Holy
listen,
fuck.
listen. You know fuck all about anything other than historical
Oh my
Jesus.
god,
That's
Gus well-read? Are you fucking
Gus
joking
does
me?
know a lot
And
about history,
even
that's for sure.
even historical Jesus, he's not exactly fucking competent on all the time.
I agree with. I only agree with Gus about half the time, but I do think he's well read. Not necessarily in philosophy necessarily, but historically, politically, he knows what he's talking about.
Absolutely, exactly. He knows an awful lot more than Shamos does. That's for sure.
Oh well, I don't know about
Anyone
that.
can make that claim.
And to make even more, an even bigger point, an even more important point.
If he knows a lot more than Shamos, he's really squandering his time on here.
And 10 times funnier than Shamos could dream of. And if
Oh,
Gus
I'm not denying that he's funny. I'm not denying that, but
He
at the
has
cost of
what's called
ruining
a
intellectual
personality.
conversation, being funny
He
isn't
doesn't
very fucking good of a.
He
isn't
doesn't
very
rely on being a troll and an asshole in order to get attention like you do.
Like, come here for like intellectual discourse, guys. Like,
Yeah.
You know, Tom. I must apologize because I know how enervating this hangout would be if we discussed dry, philosophical, abstruse fucking topics 24/7.
Stupid anecdotes and mockery. Then yeah, Gus is your guy.
I understand that man can live on fucking highbrow concepts alone, right? Because we don't need to give our brains a fucking break or anything. And Lord knows, Seamus, I've followed you around from hangout to hangout, every single solitary hangout you've ever been in. I've gone in with a singular attempt to ruin it because, I just don't like you. And so I've tried to ruin every single one. Every one of your hangouts that you've ever been in, I've gone in and destroyed it. Wait a minute. No. That's not
And
how reality
everyone knows that of you, and everyone knows that of you.
God, he
That's not
doesn't
how
get
reality-
sarcasm, Gus. He doesn't get sarcasm.
I
It's
know.
right over his head.
I know that it's the new Christian church of the potent testosterone he's going to now. It's clouding up his mind. But here's the thing though. More often than not, Seamus, when you're having long philosophical conversations, I sit quietly in the corner and don't say a fucking word. The problem with you is that what you want to do is you want to walk into a hangout and you want to do three things. One, you want everybody to acknowledge how much more you know than they do, and you get really pissy when they don't. Two, you want to have a discussion that basically involves you interrupting people whenever the fuck you feel like it, but God forbid they do the same to you. And three, you want to turn every hangout you've ever been into a fucking seminar for as long as people will let you talk unmolested about whatever the fuck you feel like talking about, which will usually culminate in you telling people how fucking smart you are. So, ain't we both content?
And then all you do is sit there and mock people, make stupid little sophistic anecdotes, and fucking dumb down intellectual conversations, even to the point where you've said statements like, I don't care if you have a sound deductive argument. I don't care if you have legitimate scientific evidence with polls. It's about the real world. You say the dumbest fucking shit, and you don't even realize it because you literally are that fucking dumb. That's who you are.
Yeah.
So I'm not like very moved by your opinion of who the fuck I am.
Well,
I think
that's fine.
The thing is,
I
though,
think
can
everyone knows who you are, okay?
But I just want to put, hey Gus, you can have him in a minute. Just hang on, calm down. I'm just going to point one thing out, how popular Gus is he has his own off-air hangouts. And the kind of people that go into those hangouts, Shamos would absolutely love to have even a conversation with, never mind to have a hangout with. So you sit here and you criticize Gus, yet he's incredibly popular. He's not popular with the trolls and the assholes that come into Nadia's, that all they want to do is tell people how horrible they are and how upset they are because, you know, they've offended somebody. He's popular with the people that really matter around here, the intelligent, charming, interesting, funny people. And you don't like that, Shamos, because
So it's
you're
charming
not.
after everyone speaks to go meh 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 or meh, 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 meh. That's what Gus does. About 2/3 of his responses, the people he doesn't like, is stupid shit like that. He's a really intellectual motherfucker.
Back. And so what you're saying, he's not entitled to give back what he gets. Then is that right?
That's just hilarious.
So, out of,
you apparently have no concept.
If you find Shamos ever doing that, going meh 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 meh, 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 meh,
No, you're
fucking
right. You're
email it
right.
to me.
You're right,
Email
Seamus.
it to me.
You're right, Seamus. You just talk to people like they're fucking stupid. You just talk to
Because
people
you
like
guys,
they're stupid.
the majority of you guys are fucking stupid. I'm
Whatever,
sorry. Newsflash. You're not a fucking intellectual. You're just some dumb
Unlike
fat
Seamus.
Canadian guy that thinks he knows what the fuck's going on.
Seamus is the true intellectual here.
I wish I was a real intellectual just like Seamus.
I wish I had a stupid headband
now
just
that,
like
now that Seamus has combined his thundering intellect with his fucking brand new adherence to the Church of Stiff Dick, by God, I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to fall prone
Gus,
like the walls.
you bit
like
the bullet
like
on
the
moral
walls
rep.
of like the walls of fucking Jericho. I'm gonna have to fall prone at the very sight of Seamus. Oh, I wish I was a real man, just like Seth. How can I be a real man just like Seamus? Will you teach me how? I don't dare ask Seamus because I would cringe and recoil at his blinding light.
Gus, you fucking bit the bullet on moral relativism in a conversation with me
Nobody
one time.
fucking cares. Outside of your goddamn philosophical fucking ivory tower, sufficiency, competency, and fucking the capacity to do with what you have is more important than you being able to say, well, according to this deductive argument, God fucking exists. One of these days you will get that through your goddamn head. One of these days. And you'll be a better person when you fucking do it.
One of these days is not like the other.
Yeah, I don't think in the real world logical arguments are typically very compelling. So
I think in the
that's
real
kind of
world
what he's getting
logical arguments are very compelling, but if you pursue a point of logic to the exclusion of everything else that motivates and fucking enervates human beings, you are never going to be as pervasive or persuasive as if you combine the notions of humans to be both logical and illogical. We are not special on this earth because we're human computers, and we're not special on this earth because we're mindless fucking creatures that are ruled purely by our emotions.
I don't run around trying to cater to the illogical.
We are special on this earth because we make
That's
a skillful
not my goal to cater to the illogical.
because we make a skillful combination of both of them.
Hi, Gretchen.
Gretchen,
I'm
is
on
so
my
beautiful.
phone. It looks like Gus just keeps muting me.
Gretchen,
Like
is so beautiful. Oh, hello, Gretchen. It says it's not seen you for so long.
there goes
It's so
the
beautiful.
mocking. There's this intellectual we've all heard of.
I'm not mocking Gretchen, you fuckwit.
I'm Gus
I
Bellinger.
know,
I'm so
I
witty
know.
and sophisticated.
I know.
I'm awesome.
Terrible, Seamus. I wish I had an answer for you why more people laughed at me than treat you with respect. I wish I had an answer, but, you know, I just try not to compare the two things. I mean, people laugh at me, people don't treat you with respect. They're two notions that are not quantified.
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Hello, Gretchen. It's so beautiful.
Gretchen,
I have not seen you
I'm
in a
so
long
happy
time.
to see you. Yes.
Gretchen, do you think Gus is funny?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's some people. I don't understand the people that
Let's
don't think
aren't
he's funny.
everything, Annabelle.
I
Shut
don't know.
up,
I could practically pee in my pants. He makes me laugh all the time.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe he's just got. Hey, you know what it is? Maybe he's just got away with the ladies and all the boring, pathetic little trolls in the hangout and in the live chat. Just the ones that can't get a woman for love or money. They're just jealous. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, shake
Well,
the beer
but
can
a lot
around,
of
Seth. That's a good idea before you open it.
I'm not
A
going
lot
to
of
open it, but thanks.
is that he makes very witty jokes. You kind of have to understand where he's coming from, what references he's making. So maybe they're just missing the references of the context or something.
Yeah, a lot of it goes right over their head. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I don't blame people for not. I don't hold it against people if they don't think I'm funny. I'm not for everybody, and I understand that. Okay, but
You're definitely a mixed bag, Gus.
I mean,
Gus?
on it. Yeah.
On a separate note.
Don't add very much
yeah,
to conversations.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're right,
Little
Seamus.
clip.
You
Was
may
that,
or may not care, Gus, but I used to use Minicam, and I figured out a way you can turn off the little watermark in the corner if you wanted.
I appreciate that, but I figure they're letting me use the program for nothing, so I'll advertise for them. Everybody needs to eat.
Fair enough.
You know what I really love about Bella are his imitations when he does a voice that's completely unlike his own.
You see, I know that kind of shit drives Seamus crazy because Seamus wants something from these hangouts that they can't always be. And look at, I don't go into hangouts where Ozzy is holding court, you know, and where he's talking about the highbrow shit, and I don't go in there and start trouble because I know that that's what those hangouts are about. Or when Bert Poole is talking about high philosophies, or any of the other mandarins around here, like when Helena Handbasket holds some of her clearly philosophical, and sometimes she begs me to go in there just to provide an off-the-wall opinion. I go, no, that's philosopher country in there. I don't go in there and start trouble. Or if this place, on the rare occasions when this place becomes a philosophy fucking seminar, if I happen to be here, I sit quietly in the corner. And Seamus, you can't deny that as much as you'd like to. But the problem, what bothers the fuck out of me, Seamus, is when there maybe are 6 or 7 or 8 people here, and they're having a mixed conversation with mixed topics that may flux and change over time, and then you come in with your fucking balls clicking together going, okay, everybody, you're gonna listen to me and talk about what I want to talk about because I'm smarter than you. And that's basically what it boils down to. And so I take the piss. And I'm infantile in taking the piss. Because I know it bugs you. I do these things because I know it bothers you.
I don't think
it
you have to
bothers
sit in the
everybody
corner
when you
either,
wreck
Gus.
intellectual conversations with your stupid sophistry and anecdotes and fucking dumb little quips and fucking mocking people. You're not like the only people that are like cheering you on are like the anti-theists. That's like, yeah.
Oh, really?
fuck
I'm an
those
anti-theist?
theists. Gus
Sound
is
like a
wrecking a
clanging
conversation.
gong or a bong cymbal, okay?
I mean, the
Gretchen,
problem.
you're more on the side of the atheist than any Christian on G+.
I'm sorry.
And that's not any big mystery to that fucking.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
No, he didn't say anything important. Don't worry about it. Oh, look at this. Seth is grooming that beard. Brush that out, buddy.
Huh.
Oh, look at that, eh? Look at that. He's got a special beard grooming brush, too. Check it out.
I do.
Oh, look at that. Is that
I
like
suddenly want to use Manicam.
hard bristles or soft bristles? What do you got going on?
Very, very hard bristles.
Ow, don't you worry about, like, scratching your face up or whatever?
It does if I push too hard.
Okay. Now, you see, I'm sorry that I digressed from our lovely intellectual conversation about philosophies to ask Seth about his beard. And if this was a hangout where everybody was going hardcore philosophy, I wouldn't say a damn word. Because, honestly, when it comes to the really high-end philosophy stuff, I've never argued with Seamus that he can debate philosophy better than I can. But I've always said that philosophy is a tool, but it's one of many tools. And it has its place. There's a lot of people around here that think philosophy is good for fuck all. I don't. I think that while science can tell you, the who, the what, the where, the when, and the how, it can't tell you the why. And philosophy is crucial for that. So I
You're
think it has
the person that's on record saying, I don't care if you have a sound deductive argument. It doesn't mean anything. I don't care if you have empirical data about that issue. It's about the real world. You're on record saying some of the most undefensible, dumbass shit. Like,
so
I mean,
where is your love for one another?
Hang on, sure. If we were in a philosophical debate, I would be laughed out of the place. Okay, but there is more in this. There is more on heaven and earth than dreamt of by your philosophies, Horatio, and that's what I've often tried to drag you into.
How can I know that you are his disciple? How?
I would disagree
Where's the love?
Just real quick, I would disagree with the fact that that just because you're a novice or you're not well read in philosophy that you necessarily be laughed out of the room. It depends on whether or not you'd be suggesting some ridiculous philosophical notion that you can't support and people argued against it and yet you clung to it. That might cause people to laugh you out of the room. But just presenting something that might be
Would you laugh
correct
someone out of
or
the room that said, it doesn't matter if you have a sound deductive argument, that doesn't mean shit. It doesn't matter if you have empirical data on an issue.
You know what,
that
Seamus?
doesn't matter in the
You know
real
what,
world.
Seamus? You keep paring down that first point. You keep paring it down and paring it down so that it sounds worse every time you say it. If you're going to quote me, you quote me correctly. I have said that when you're talking about the existence of God, a sound deductive argument doesn't fucking matter because you can no more rule
Are you
God.
retarded?
You can no more rule God into existence with an argument than you can rule him out of existence
If
with an
it's a
argument.
sound deductive argument, the conclusion's necessarily true, you fucking idiot. Are you serious right now?
You know what? I understand that that's what your philosophical training teaches you.
No, that's what logic dictates, fucking.
No, that is what your philosophical training teaches you. Half of the shit you
Oh
fucking...
my god, he's doubling down. He's doubling down. The guy is unstoppable.
Half of the shit you believe as a Christian has no fucking basis in logic whatsoever.
The guy is
Hey,
unstoppable.
you paying attention? Half the shit you believe as a Christian has no basis in fact whatsoever. Talk to me again about the flood. Talk to me again about Noah's Ark. Talk to me
You're
again
so
about
stupid.
how...
A sound deductive argument means the premises are true.
Yeah. Half the shit that you believe as a Christian has no basis in logic, and you're going to lecture me about logic? Fuck you.
This is so bad.
I know. Why don't you go and lie
A
down?
sound deductive argument means the premises are true and they
Yeah.
follow a valid inference rule, therefore the conclusion is necessarily true.
Someone
But that
says they're
doesn't matter to you
shows their
because you're
belief through their
fucking
actions.
retarded.
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Shows their belief of love through their actions.
He won't. Okay, I don't even care to even fucking try to fucking plead with you about fucking logic because you're that stupid.
I know.
But maybe one day you'll be like,
know.
damn, man, I really did say some dumb shit.
I love this shit. I love your presumption. I love your fucking arrogance. I love your condescension. Do you know why I make life difficult for you, Seamus? Because of those things. Not because you're smart.
You're denying logic. You're denying the basis of sound reasoning because you're fucking retarded.
I am denying that logic is the be-all and end-all of human
A
existence.
sound deductive argument means the
Seamus,
conclusion is necessarily true. It doesn't get any more be-all, end-all than that.
Without fucking hooks into the real world, your sound deductive argument is nothing more than mental masturbation.
You are a fucking idiot.
I will say it
Seth,
again.
Will you jump in and tell him how much of an idiot he is? Can anyone defend the idiocy?
How much of an idiot it is.
You won't listen to me because I'm a Christian, but when an atheist is like, whoa, you're really fucking stepping out of line here, let me explain to you what a sound...
There's no problem listening to a person who happens to be a Christian.
Really,
sound
so
and deductive argument.
Will you do the honors?
A sound and valid deductive argument is necessarily true.
No shit. That's what I said like 2 minutes ago.
That's what
Are you so stupid?
philosophers say.
That's what logic says.
That's what philosophers say, yeah.
That's what logic says. That's what proper reasoning says.
The totality of human existence is not encompassed by logic. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, he's denying logic now. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Gus fucking Bellinger is denying logic and reason.
What I said, you fucking asshole, and you can't even quote me 3 seconds after I've said something. What I said was, the totality of human experience does not encompass only logic. Now, try repeating that back to me and see if you can get it straight.
Stupid.
Try repeating that back to me and see if you get it straight.
It's hard to bear how stupid you are
Okay,
right
so
now.
you can't. So 2 minutes from now, you're going to fucking claim something else I said that wasn't what I actually
You're
said.
denying logic and proper reasoning. It's hard to bear.
I am denying that it rules everything.
Okay, so if you're not dictating what you believe by logic and proper reasoning, you're being illogical and fucking retarded, which is pretty much par for the course for your dumb ass.
Okay, well that's fantastic. You know,
this is hard. This is hard.
But I'm not the only person.
Really
I'm not the only person. I'm not the only person here. I'm not the only person here who evidences illogical fucking behavior. I'm not the only person here who evidences stupid behavior. Tom, please tell me you're not taking a piss.
I'm washing my hands.
Okay. You know, I mean, the number of times that you've whined and fucking complained for no logical reason whatsoever except one manufactured in your mind, the number of times you've condescended to somebody when you didn't fucking have to, there was no logical reason to do that.
Look, condescending to somebody is wholly different from denying logic and reason itself.
What I am
Like,
trying to explain to you is that if not all of your actions are done out of logic and reasoning, that means that not all mine are. And once we have a situation where humanity is not only governed by logic and reason is not the be-all and end-all of human experience. But go ahead and tell me I'm stupid again.
you're so, yeah, if you're denying logic and reason, you're
I
fucking
am not denying it entirely. I am saying it is but one aspect of the totality of our existence.
Which he said
What's
5
the
times.
other aspect? Being unlogical and irreseasonable like fucking retards do?
Welcome to humanity, and it's not just
Welcome to Gus Bellinger being
I'm sorry, Seamus. Are you retarded and fucking stupid when you condescend to somebody when you don't have to?
Oh
Are you
my
retarded and
God.
stupid? Are you retarded
You
and
can
stupid?
condescend to somebody without being illogical or
Are you
unreasonable.
retarded and stupid when you get into the side chat and call people horrible fucking names?
This is
Are
so
you
bad.
retarded and stupid when you pursue Annabelle and fucking treat her like a piece of junior
This is
conquest
so bad.
and then turn around later on and lie about it? Is that logical to you?
Gus, what
Being
he's
a
saying
jerk
is that
and an asshole is not illogical or unreasonable. How dumb can you be?
No matter how illogical and
How
stupid someone
dumb
is,
can
there's
you
nothing that
be?
someone can say that can contradict the law of identity or non-contradiction.
Oh, I'm sure that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, human beings, the world that we have, the world that we live in, and the world that we've crafted for ourselves is not ruled entirely by logic.
So then you're admitting to being illogical and unreasonable.
And Seamus's response to that is to fucking scream at people who don't behave the way he thinks logical people should behave. Boy, I bet that gets him far.
It's not about logical people, it's about the laws of logic.
Actually, Tom, I think it is.
No, you're equivocating. You're conflating logic.
I'm not conflating anything. You're wrong. You're incorrect.
The way you're using logic is by behavior, like logical behavior. But that's not what Seamus is talking about. He's talking about the laws of logic.
Okay, except that
I can be the biggest dick and jerk to whoever I want. That doesn't mean I'm denying reason or logic. It's not even equivalent.
No, I didn't. And again, you're not fucking listening.
Okay,
Again,
so me and Tom are both hearing the wrong thing.
So you're not. No, I don't know. Tom is actually listening better than you are. But you're so fucking angry.
We're on the same page, dummy.
Yeah, he may be, but he's still listening better than you are, shitbird.
Oh God.
I know what Gus is trying to say.
Well, please, translator.
No, you don't want to hear a fucking translation. You're just so angry.
Go ahead, Tom.
You're so angry and resentful at me that you'd just rather fucking piss and moan about what you think is wrong.
Yeah, I'm angry and resentful at people that deny logic and reason because they're unreasonable.
Seamus, what Gus is trying to say is that when you come into these hangouts, right? I mean, like you talk to other human beings, you can kind of transcend like this like on paper logical like philosophical stuff and actually like have a conversation which is more on more of a human level, if you will.
I mean, you know what? You may think the people here are stupid, but if you talk to them like they're stupid, that's probably why they treat you with fucking disrespect. One of these days you get it through
for
your head.
1 minute that I care if you treat me with disrespect.
Oh, yes, you do.
You've got me confused.
You are one of the most you are one of the most butthurt human beings I've ever met in my fucking life, Seamus. You've got such a big chip on your shoulder. They should call you fucking granite slab, man.
Yeah, I call people idiots who deny logic and reason. Therefore, I have a chip on my shoulder.
You're one of the most childish behaving, and this is coming from a guy like me who's descended into the depths plenty of times myself, so I know it when I see it. You are one of the most fucking childish human beings
You
I've
live
ever
in
met
the depths of fucking moronery and
But that's
fucking
why-
mockery
That's
and
why I
fucking
can
scumbaggery.
Yeah, and yeah, okay, I'm a scumbag on top of that. Holy fuck, I get worse by the minute, Seth. Keep talking to Seamus, and he'll have you. You know, he'll have me fucking setting fire to nuns and fucking driving buses full of children off of cliffs.
I thought you already did that.
I tried it, but it never appealed
Gus,
to me.
you've threatened me with physical violence before, okay? And I made a post about it, and then you had to apologize for it like 2 days later. You want to know why? Because you're a scumbag. Have I ever threatened you with physical violence? No.
Okay.
Why? Because I'm not on that level.
Let's go back and let's review the facts. Yes, I did. I said that I would like to smash your fucking face in. That's the point that you pushed me into in a conversation. But adults must deal with what they do, no matter what fucking causes it. So inside of 5 hours, not 2 days later, but that very same night, I put a post up unprompted. Nobody was fucking urging me to apologize to you. I did it because I realized it was wrong to threaten you with violence. And your response was all was forgiven. Apparently, all is forgiven until you need to use that against me. So now you're behaving like a jilted girlfriend.
Ooh.
I'm just saying that if we're going to talk about personality traits, I've never exhibited that personality trait. I've never threatened anyone on here with physical violence.
Have you
Not once in
exhibited
my life.
forgiveness?
Not once in my life.
But have you exhibited forgiveness?
Hang on a sec. I'm just going to point something out here. That Shamos, you had spent 2 hours until Gus came in the room telling us what a horrible, vile, shallow individual you are. And I'm sorry, but Gus is one of the kindest, warmest, sweetest guys in here. The fact that there's a few trolls and a couple of people like you that don't like him doesn't take away from the fact he's a decent human being that is not shallow in the slightest.
I'm not saying
who's
that
the
Gus goes
problem here?
around and does bad things his whole life or something, that he's a really scumbag of a person.
No, I'm
just
just a
saying,
scumbag.
I think if Gus walked by a poor homeless person on the street, he'd probably give him a few bucks. If Gus seen somebody in trouble, he'd probably help him. I'm not saying Gus is a scumbag as a person. I'm saying the behavior he exhibits on these hangouts is consistent with him being a very, very scumbagish person.
Well, that's
Very much. Okay, so I'll respond to that.
That's a nice walk back.
Do you know what? Do you know what, Shamos? And your behaviour and the lies that you tell and the terrible things you say about people that are not true just tells everybody here what a scumbag you are.
That's exactly what I just said. As do you, Shamos.
Good.
The lies you told.
I'm
the lies
so
you told
glad you people think I'm a scumbag, because I've been working really hard for the last 3 hours to actually be a scumbag to you people. Because the majority of you people deserve
When
it.
did Christ tell you to do that?
Look, I'm telling you right now, Gretchen, you might not have heard me earlier. I'm not here to follow Christ and his example and his teachings. I gave that up about a month and a half ago. So if that's what you think a Christian is, then I'm not a Christian in your book, Gretchen. I still think Christ is Lord, Messiah, and rose from the dead, but am I capable of living up to his moral proclamations? No. And I stopped trying about 2 months ago or less. So,
Well, isn't that
fuck
convenient?
you, Gretchen.
Isn't that convenient?
Thou shalt not curse.
Well, where does it say that?
So there you have it. If you define a Christian as someone who's perfect or fucking follows Jesus' teachings to a T, then Shamos isn't a Christian. Congratulations, guys.
Oh, but I think that maybe a Christian is somebody who tries. Why don't you try?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested as to what knocked you off the wagon.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I've asked him
can't do
several
it.
times and he won't tell us. Or are you going to change your mind now?
I have certain secular standards for morality that I don't live up to, but I try.
I don't think any of us are able to live up to perfect morality. I don't think anybody that claims to, there's something very wrong with them.
I think that anybody who's good has moral standards that are above what they're really able to do, but they try their best to be a good person regardless, even if they sometimes fail at it.
I'm sorry, did somebody kick Gretchen?
No, I don't know. I didn't kick Gretchen.
Yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Yeah, she had it coming.
Such a jerk.
Right, so who did kick her? Because I know you wouldn't have said. Who kicked Gretchen? Is that you again, Nadia? I don't believe Nadia did it.
Did she say that she was kicked out?
Don't impose privileges.
She might have had
So
a
who
bad.
kicked it?
She might have had
Well,
a
it
bad
could be
connection.
bad,
That happens
because
sometimes.
that's the second time. Because Gus, nobody is taking any responsibility for kicking you. When I said it was Ludic, he went completely mental in the live chat, so I'm not even sure it was Ludic.
Well, it damn sure wasn't me. I'm on my phone. I haven't kicked anybody. If I would have kicked somebody, I would have kicked Gus about 15 minutes ago. So
We
it's
weren't
damn sure not
blaming
me.
you. Hey, we weren't even talking about you. You weren't even here when it happened.
You be careful
was,
going to war with me, kid. I don't fight fair, and I will outlast you any day of the fucking week.
Yeah, somebody
I
did kick
suggest.
Gretchen. Somebody did kick Gretchen
I'm
because she can't
so
get back in.
fucking shook right now, Gus.
Hang on a
Better be,
sec.
kid.
Guys,
I
can
think
you
it's
have your
the
argument in a
blocking
couple
thing,
of
but I'm
minutes?
not
It's not all
Okay,
about
okay.
you.
Let's figure
It's
out.
not all
who
about
kicked
you
Gretchen.
guys. Can I please find out who kicked Gretchen?
Or did somebody block her?
Yes, she can't get back in.
If Phil.
Okay.
There must be somebody. It must say something on the internal chat because I haven't got the chat with me at the moment. It must say
No,
something.
The chat never says.
No, the green chat.
Okay. Heck, as far as I can.
Well, whoever did kick Gretchen, whoever you are, you're not going to admit to it because you're slime ball, but no way in hell did she deserve that. I should have been kicked about 2 hours ago for the behavior I've exhibited, and y'all are kicking Gretchen? Wow.
Oh,
It probably
God.
wasn't.
I realised Waldo was there. Hey, Waldo, got anything
There's
nice to say to
Baka
me
Phil.
today? Or are you going to have another
Yeah.
tantrum like you did
When
last
she
time?
was disconnected, her spot merely got filled in the interim. Go ahead.
Yeah, but she can't get. She's blocked. She's telling us in the live chat, Nadia.
Sometimes what can happen is a glitch can develop in the chat that treats somebody as though they've been kicked by another person when that hasn't actually happened.
Well, it's not. It's,
rare.
it's just interesting.
Well,
that's the second
I'll make
time
a
it's happened
prayer
tonight.
that happens to you, Gus.
You're an asshole.
Hey guys, let
I
me
did have
introduce you
that
to
happen to
Waldo.
me in another hangout, so it is going around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, so then perhaps Gus wasn't kicked then.
It's entirely possible. I mean, honestly, I get curious for about 10 minutes, and then I just sort of go on.
I'm off the hook. Wait, was that muted?
Oh, Sethikins.
We've got Waldo's in the room, so he's always good for a laugh. He likes to throw a complete tantrum every time he comes in.
Who's
So
Waldo? Is that Christine?
yeah, Christine, yeah.
Christine?
He's always got a hell of a lot to say in the live chat, but rarely actually contributes anything other than screaming at me in the hangout. So as you've noticed, he's very quiet.
Well, his name is not fucking Christine. It's Christian.
Just my presence here made you fucking rant. It's hilarious. I just had to show up in the room and you were already complaining about me.
And off he goes. It's hilarious.
His name
guys.
is Christian. Holy shit! Are you that illiterate?
Can't you read?
Yes.
It's Christian. Why is it so hard to read? It's very simple.
No, it's Waldo. It's Waldo.
It's
Look
not
at
a standard reading. I mean, normally
if he takes his
when
camera,
I
if he puts his camera on, you'll understand why I call him Waldo.
Oh my
Where's
God,
Waldo?
Annabelle. You of all people.
Yeah. What about it?
Is this Waldo?
You're gonna make a point, or you're just gonna sit and say
that
beautiful
Christian.
people?
Hi, Christian.
That is remarkably
I wear
close if you had
glasses,
to go.
guys. I'm Waldo.
What is
Let's
he
go,
waffling on
Waldo.
about?
Lord only
Waffling.
knows.
I said
No,
one.
if you
He
had
looks
to
like the
strike two in
actor
cap,
that played
would be pretty
Spider-Man.
close.
What's his name? Tobey Maguire. He looks like Tobey Maguire with glasses, and you're joking
No, he
on this
doesn't.
guy? What the fuck, Annabelle?
Maguire.
That's a
You
really
fucking-
cool thing to say, Famous.
I
you
remember
fucking.
you.
All right, no, if that's what you think he looks like, I happen to think he looks about 10 years old and like Waldo, but never mind, that's up to you.
I think
I remember
Waldo was
Christian.
like,
He's the guy that was defending Donald Trump a few
I don't think
years
Waldo
back.
was 10.
Sounds about 13 and behaves like a 2-year-old most of the time, so Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire! I love it. There's Waldo!
I'm about to bust out the fucking headband on you people. You freaking pissing me off.
What headband
I
are you
wanna- I wanna see
Do it.
the
I want to
headband.
see it again. I want to see the
I want
beauty.
to see it.
I want to see the beauty again.
I wish I was a real man, just like Seamus.
I want a
No, but I
headband
want-
just like him.
Yeah, come on,
Alright, you
Seamus,
fucking
come on,
people
I wanna see
asked
you on
for it.
cam.
Do it. Do it.
Beckle's white
hold on.
brother from another mother.
Yeah, that piece of shit.
Look
That's
at
awesome. That looks so fucking stupid.
I thought you said that you
Have
were
you had
better
a
looking
shave,
than average.
Seamus?
What did you do? Cut down a shirt sleeve? What the hell?
Yes, no, the sleeve.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
cut
there
down
it
a
is.
certain sleeve.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
That's
Actually, I have a much better headband.
That made my day.
Why does anybody wear headbands? I'm sorry. What is the point?
Well,
Come on, that real shit. This is how we do down here, okay? We
this
make
is how we do.
This is how we do it.
This
Hey,
sentence
Seamus, you
don't
should come to the Isle of Wight, where it's a big sailing venue. The America's Cup there's an America's Cup office and everything, and also we have the round the island yacht race. To bring your boat over, you should sail over the Atlantic and come and sail to the island.
I don't want to interrupt, but as a point of order, somebody was saying in the side chat earlier that Jeff Ramsey was the one who kicked Gus earlier.
He wasn't even in here.
Okay.
He wasn't even in here.
Well, he always sits in the side chat like telling everybody. He acts like Nadia's like unappointed
What, like you do?
No, I'm saying he tells people, go. He's constantly, grouping people together to go donate or do things like that. Then he's always telling people, I'll be back later. So I'm assuming when he said that he kicked people, I'm just letting you know, calm down.
He wasn't even in here. So
Well, that's wonderful. That's. I'm just saying.
Are you happy now that you know that?
Well, somebody in the side chat just now was saying that
Yes,
hey, they
we
looked
know.
over
You've
it.
already told us, and we've already told you now 3 times. He wasn't in here. Are you happy now?
I was never unhappy. I don't know
what was your
why are you freaking out? Why are you such a spaz?
Because you bore me. You're a bore.
Okay.
There, you call that a
Thank you.
headband?
Right, now can we get back
This
to
is
more
a
interesting conversation? Shamos.
Oh shit, that's a nice headband.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Good ISIS.
Is that like built-in?
I wear that
dreads
to
or something?
sleep.
No, it's a shamog.
Okay. Okay.
It's a Shahoo? It's a Seamus? What?
Shamog.
Oh. That's
Seamus couldn't
is
be
off.
that cool of a headband.
Seamus is often very schmug.
Nah, Seamus couldn't be that cool of a headband.
Y'all, you guys are just really jealous that I'm like unshaven for like 4 days, and I made my own headband out of a t-shirt and a pair of scissors.
Yeah, you
and I
can't
fucking
get laid.
got the balls and the gusto to come on cam because I'm just that cool. You guys are haters.
You can't, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. You can't even get laid though.
James,
so
you did
what
it by
are you boasting
accident.
about?
Seamus, I just love this new. I love this new tough guy thing you've got going on. It just. I'm
Guys,
telling
he
you.
hasn't answered the question. He's made a big thing about how great looking he is and how sexy he is. Yet he doesn't get laid. So
Annabelle,
why that-
you are the one of the people that think I'm fucking sexy. You've like enumerated that many of times in chat.
If
Like
you
fucking,
want
what are you
my
talking
head.
about? You're like
I
you're
might like to
contradicting
answer
yourself.
that myself. Thank you.
Declarative statements
Okay.
are fun.
First of all, I have never suggested that you're ugly, okay, ever. And yes, there was a time when I would point out in the chat, well, we didn't have chat back then, in the hangout, you are an attractive guy. But the problem you've got, Shamos, is your personality, which you've admitted this evening many times.
If you love my headband and you think I'm sexy, come on, baby, listen to my fucking argument.
Oh no, you've made so many passes at me. You're like fucking Joe Montana.
That's
Like
this.
fucking Annabelle.
How can I make a pass at you 4,000 miles away on the internet, you idiot? In a
Seamus,
live
do you-
hangout.
Seamus, do you
You
regularly
just told me you were
fantasize?
coming to New York and I'm gonna come see you and I'm taking you out to dinner.
No, let's hang on a second.
We got a date lined up. Now you're fucking.
Let's get that straight. I mentioned to you that in September, or end of August, early September,
We had
I
a
may be
date
in-
lined
if
up,
you,
damn it.
If you want to come up, then you're welcome. But you have to take me out to dinner. And then
I told you I'm coming up. I told you I'm taking you out to dinner. That's called a date.
I haven't finished. I said I've got a young friend who's a slightly older than you that would make a perfect girlfriend for you. And you said, no, I want to see you, Annabelle. So who was doing the flirting?
Ooh, interesting.
The plot thickens.
Well, I mean, I'm saying I'm not trying to like hook up with some random girl that Annabelle thinks is like my dream girl because like chances are 99% it's not going to be even close. But I would definitely much rather take you out to an expensive
I
dinner.
can show you a picture of her. She's got her own organic makeup company that works on the New York fashion show. So she's no idiot.
Wouldn't you be?
hate your friend Annabelle?
What would
Do you
you
want to
say?
Shamos on him?
What would you say if I'd still much rather take you out?
I would like her to be there as a chaperone, quite frankly. And
Let's say this girl is a perfect 10 in the looks department, And I'd still
Yeah.
much rather take you out. Where are we now?
Yeah, let's see. Well, there we go. See, evidence.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I've got it on a live hangout now, so you can't get out of it. Next time you deny saying these things. Right, go on, Gus. Don't get back to taking the piss out of him.
I don't know like what to say after that because he spends so much time telling you you're ugly, and now he wants to take you out. I don't know if he wants to hate fuck you in a back alley someplace or what.
I don't think Annabelle is ugly. I don't think I've ever really been on the record and said that
Yeah,
she's
you
ugly.
said that earlier. You said that earlier.
I don't think I called her ugly. That's
Yes, you did.
That's because, let me explain. That's because I'm not ugly. I'm older than you, but I'm not ugly.
Yeah, I don't think Annabelle's
you're
ugly.
not,
I don't think
but-
I've ever went on record. I actually think Annabelle, for her age, has an exceptionally nice body. And she looks really good in the bathing suit. And I think that she's not bad in the looks department. I bet you at 30, I would have probably been all over it. But, I mean, I don't know when I said Annabelle was ugly. That's preposterous.
I don't think you'd have been all over it. She's not crazy about people who cry during sex. After sex is okay.
God damn.
Oh, that was brilliant. Yeah. I don't know, I might have dated Seamus when back in my 30s. I mean, Seamus, as I've said quite clearly a couple of times, does remind me somewhat of my ex-husband in the looks department, and I have shown a picture, and people have agreed with me.
She would have
That's just a
banged.
scary thought.
She would have banged
But
you
it's-
fucking. She would have banged your brains out, and left you fucking with your pants on your
Well,
head
I
in
was-
the corner of
When I
Piccadilly
was
Circus.
Seamus's age, I was married when I was Seamus's age, but before I was married, I was living in New York, and I'd have met Seamus. I'd have thought he would have probably been a bit nervous around me because he's a country boy, isn't he? And I'd have been a New York girl, working in Madison Avenue, so he would have probably been a bit nervous around me.
No,
So he probably
trust
wouldn't-
me. I don't get nervous around girls like that. That's
yeah,
where
I
I
think
shine.
you do.
No, and not even close. I don't trust me. Money and like prestige and shit like that does not get me flustered. Like
I
not
wasn't
even fucking
talking
close.
about that. I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about that I was when I worked in New York very confident, and I was proud. I loved being a New York girl and living in New York. It was fantastic, and I was very confident, and I think I would have scared the living daylights out of you.
Yeah, not a chance.
She was confident. She
Were
was
you a
independent.
fast
There's a lot of
woman
other
you were
problems with her
wondering
too.
about?
How do we know that in like some Mandela effect it hasn't already happened somehow? And
Why
you
is
guys-
the Mandela effect so goddamn popular all of a
Oh,
sudden?
Yeah,
you guys
why
forgot that it happened.
Why does Nelson Mandela have his own
I
effect?
guarantee you there's some Hollywood movie that these kids have seen and they're just fucking riping on this shit.
I've got Clayton. Sending me. Sorry. I've got somebody. Sorry. I just used their real shit. I've got somebody
I know
sending
who
me
you're
my
talking about. I won't blow their spot.
Don't.
No, what happened?
I know, and he just said, "Why aren't you hooking me up with organic makeup girl?" I will. I promise.
I'd be more impressed if she used inorganic makeup. Here's some of this molybdenum lipstick. Here you go. Looks fine on you.
She's done really well for herself. She's a hot shot now.
Is
Done
it
really
like a
well
new
for
age yuppie thing where she just puts mud on people's faces?
No, it's
You
just
will.
that they don't use animals for testing, and it's
Yeah, but
organic, as in there's no chemicals in it. It's all natural.
You wish
Is
they
it
put
mud
mud
really
on your
organic?
face.
But I just want to say that I don't think Seamus would have. I don't know. I wouldn't. You don't meet many people like Seamus in New York, who just spend most of their time on the beach, hanging out, going sailing. Most of the people you meet in New York work 18-hour days or party hard at night. It's that kind of atmosphere, and that's not how you are, Seamus. And you're
Yeah, but
a
I'm
Christian.
saying I'm not like blown away by like girls that like live in New York and are city girls and got like prestige and money and stuff. Like I don't get
didn't
timid
say-
around
listen,
girls like that.
I really want to make myself fucking clear here. I never said anything about money, okay? Because when I was back in my 20s, when I was working in New York, I didn't have any fucking money because I was paying a ridiculous amount of money for an apartment I shouldn't have even rented in the first place. But everybody wants to live in Manhattan, so that's why I was stupid. I did that. But it was never about money. My husband never had any money when I met him. He didn't have a penny. We were both just normal, average people, just working in New York. But we fell madly in love. It's got nothing to do with money. But I'm just saying that I was confident. I'd scored myself a fantastic job. They'd relocated me to New York and paid for all my relocation costs. So I was feeling pretty, confident. And I just don't think you'd have liked me back then.
Are you less confident now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just that doesn't. I'm not interested in. I mean, I've got dual citizenship. If I wanted to go back and work in New York tomorrow, I could. But I'm not interested in that lifestyle anymore. It's too fast paced, and I just want to relax and chill out now. I'm done. I'm finished.
Can we gossip some more? It's been a lot of fun.
Hey Gus, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
What is your picture of? I've always been wondering that.
Chapter veteran, Blood Angels, captain. Space Marines, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angel chapter.
So my
really,
picture
really
says
good.
atheists are retarded in Arabic. That's what my picture says.
I didn't ask
Sorry,
what
did
your
he just say?
picture
What did he just say? What did he just say?
Atheists
Did
are
you just say
retarded.
atheists are retarded and arrogant?
In Arabic, it's arrogant, yeah.
Do you think
Is that
that's
what you
uniquely
is that what you said,
atheistic?
Seamus?
You think
You're
that's
joking,
unique
right,
to
Seamus?
atheists, Shamos?
What, Tom?
I was asking you if you think that's unique to atheists.
No.
Okay, so in what respect are atheists arrogant and retarded?
I'm just telling you what it says in Arabic, asshole.
Okay,
Oh, I didn't hear somebody ask that. That's not what it says.
I would say the majority of atheists don't even care about atheism. They don't even think about it. Certainly not in this country where most people are non-believers. No one. I only talk about atheism on the internet. Don't talk about atheism to my friends or to my family or anybody in the UK. Never had a conversation about it.
The hasty generalization of atheists is generally something that's done by the lower classes of Christian apologists who think that the only atheists out there are the atheists that talk to them online. And that's not the majority of atheists. We're the vocal minority.
Class of Christian apologists.
I didn't hear what you were saying. I was still talking.
Yes, go ahead.
That's not to say that I don't care about what you said.
I need to go, guys, because I've just seen what time it is. It's 20 to 9 in the morning, and I've got so much to do. Right, just one thing I want to say.
Yeah.
Everybody can see my artwork. I've just got to give a nod to Ocean, who did me this, and my other fucking salt one. He is a genius, and I love him. He is amazing. The cleverest person in the whole world. Just want to say that. Anyway, take care, you guys.
All right, my dear.
Hey, Annabelle.
Take
Bye,
care.
Hey, Annabelle, before you leave, send me a message whenever you go to New York, okay?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, joking apart, I'd love to meet up with you, Shemos. And no, not because I want to fuck you. It's because I'm sure that I'd enjoy your company, to be honest, if you away from the internet.
And
so, yeah,
if I drop $600 on a dinner and we don't go back to a hotel room, I'm going to be very disappointed.
No, you won't be coming back to my hotel room under any circumstances. But I will more than happily introduce you to my friend, who genuinely, I think you would like her. I think you'd be very charmed by her. But anyway, I'm going to have to go because I've just realised that it's nearly 9 o'clock and I've got a phone call to make. So I'll see you later.
And Seamus. Come fart.
Seamus, you there?
Yeah, since Annabelle's gone, I mean, I'm not even sure I really want to hang around anymore. Got lots to do.
I will tell you one thing, Seamus. If you do meet up with her in New York and you're nothing but and you are anything except a perfect gentleman, I will find you.
Sorry guys, just a quick mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gus, I'll probably take her back to the hotel room.
Pretty fucking funny, Seamus. And I'm going to spare you the dishonor of saying something really shitty. What was that about you saying you didn't want to be here anymore?
Nah, Seamus, stick around.
I just want to extend the invitation that they were talking. If any of you make it over to the best coast, I'm cool with hanging out. I'd meet you guys.
The best coast, he says.
The best coast.
The
Oh,
West
so the East
Coast.
Coast. Okay.
No, I know what I said. The best coast.
Yeah, the East Coast.
The best coast is the West Coast.
Well, yeah. But I mean, that goes without saying.
Yeah. So, Jackie, I mean, I noticed that you're here and it's early Thursday morning, and we all know what comes before Thursday.
Come on, guys.
Waka, waka, waka.
Shush.
Okay. Only because I like you.
Okay, there's been a lot of talk in the chat here. A lot of people think that I'm drunk. Show of hands, or like people verbalize it. How many of you think that I'm drunk right now?
You're
drunk.
I don't know if you're drunk.
I don't know. It seems like if you were, you would have sobered out a little bit by now. Unless you were never sounded like super sloshed or anything like that. So
yeah,
you sounded off.
No. You have a good point, Christian. I think you sounded a little bit more tipsy before. That was a few hours ago. You might have sobered out. I mean, it all seems pretty consistent with you drinking a little bit previously.
It's all consistent with me not giving a fuck at all, too. So.
It's also more like a midlife crisis than anything.
Yeah, seriously. Whatever it turns out to be, though. Whatever it turns out to be, though, I wish I was a real man just like Seamus.
I think I'm
I
going
strive to be like Seamus.
All right, see you, Seth.
You got to go through your punk rock period.
I just want to turn on my cam and show you like a 16 beer pyramid and be like, fuck all of you, and then log off.
Because that's the measure of a man. I often say to myself, how am I going to tell a man from a regular schlub? Why, his beer pyramid, of course. That's what says to me that a man is
You
definitely
either got it or you don't.
See, that's what I'm
You either
talking
got
about.
a boss-ass beer pyramid or you don't, bruh.
See? Absolutely.
You don't.
Absolutely.
Or you throw your shit away when you're done drinking it. That's another thing you can do.
Or recycle it. Make some
Listen,
money.
what are you even talking? Listen, Christian, what are you even talking about, brah? Like, you gotta have the cans, brah.
I don't
stack 'em up.
save my liquor bottles and keep them on my rack to show off the
You gotta
shit that I'm
stack up
drinking.
them. You gotta stack up them fucking bouteilles of Courvoisier, brah. You gotta put them all up.
Can I just... Oh, sorry. Continue, guys. Sorry, I lied.
No, go ahead, Jackie. I think we've brought it to death.
Okay. I just want to say, like, this is gonna be really kind of creepy, and I don't mean it to be creepy at all. I just thought that it was funny because Annabelle thinks that Seamus reminds her of her ex-husband, but oh my god, Christian, you look exactly to a T like my ex.
Just want to point something
Like
out.
the same smile, the same hair, the same facial hair, the same facial structure, everything. Everything is the exact same except your voice. And it throws me off.
Uh-oh. Yeah, my voice is terrible.
I feel like a college
No,
girl again.
I wouldn't say that your voice is terrible. It's just not the same as my ex. But the both of you do like kind of the same gestures and like the same mannerisms, kind of. It's really weird.
So.
Annabelle was bagging on him earlier for his looks. I think I'm not gay or anything, but I think he's a very, very good-looking guy.
What that means is that he's gay. Look out.
I think Waldo's an attractive man, so when she calls me Waldo, I take it as a compliment.
Run.
Well, I mean,
Run, get that-
obviously I find him
everyone's trying to find him.
because I dated someone who looked exactly like him.
Guys, have you ever had the balls to come on cam, like, ever?
My camera
Never.
is on one side of the room, and I'm on the other side of the room, okay? So I can't do it because I would need like a 40-foot fucking extension cord.
Why
to
do you
come on
need
camera.
to have balls to turn on a camera?
No, I'm just saying, like, you can't be bagging on people that have actually had the gusto to turn on their camera and then you
How
never
is that?
have.
How is that gusto?
I'm just saying, like, people, it takes a lot to put yourself out there with a fucking homemade headband, bro. Just fuck off.
You shitty ass homemade headband.
Listen, you know what? I mean, honestly, I Okay, so you made the headband out of a shirt sleeve, man. Okay, good for you.
I know, and that's some serious fucking credentials I'm putting on your door right now.
Serious credentials.
I'm drinking.
Did you
I
just
can do
say?
that in 5 seconds.
Did you just say serious credentials? Because if you did, would you say that into my good ear? Because I don't think I fucking heard that right. Did you say it takes serious cred to come on camera?
No, it takes serious credentials to come on camera with a homemade headband out of a fucking shirt sleeve. That's
what it takes is the
Can you
strength.
do it?
And what it takes is the assurance that no matter what ridiculous fucking shit you wear, you still think you're gonna look hot. And hey, you know what? You know what though? You know what? I give up the fucking hot contest right off the bat. I've never said I was good looking. That's one of the reasons. The other reasons I don't come on camera is I make old folks cry and young folks faint. I'm hideous to look upon. Terrible even.
It's amazing what a few beers will do.
Why fucking dogs go run screaming from me just at the fucking sight of me. I
Good
have to go
looks
outside.
is a curse,
I have
so
to go
don't feel
outside.
like you've been slighted.
Yeah, and you have not been affected by that curse.
Well, it's not a curse I have. I got to go outside with a bag on my head. You know,
It's
they
a
gotta,
curse, though, Gus.
I have to have pockets full of raw meat to get fucking animals to come near me. It's a terrible
I
thing.
told you, good looks has made me throw away many a keeper. Okay, it's ruined my life. It has ruined my life. Okay,
That's called vanity, son.
Seamus, I have to give you a measure of respect now. I have to say respectfully that you are the only motherfucker who can complain about being good looking and make it sound, fucking legit.
Dude, it's ruined my fucking life.
You are the only guy who can pitch. You're the only guy who can pitch a gripe about being good looking and make me feel sorry for you.
I used to think it was a blessing, and now it's a curse. Like, I swear to God, Aesop could write a fucking fairy tale about my life.
He probably did.
So bad.
If you ever have to finally decide, say yes to one and leave the other behind. Is that like your dating life? It's not often easy. It's not often kind. If you ever have to finally decide, oh no, pretty bitches everywhere. I don't even got a spit game. I just got to fucking send them a dick pic. Well, I mean, unless I'm overstepping, right? Unless you're fucking hung like a fucking thumb, in which case, that happens sometimes,
Seamus is a modern narcissist. The actual narcissist himself,
So I am a narcissist.
No,
but
not a
it's
narcissist. You're narcissist. You're the embodiment of.
Oh,
it's really
the
bad.
narcissist.
It's really bad.
Philosophy.
It's a curse.
Shit.
And I'm not even really that good looking, to be honest with you. I'm probably slightly above average, but I have this like overinflated like opinion of myself, and it's like it's really dangerous.
Why?
It's the problem. It's the problem if you feel like you're not finding someone for you. It'll happen. It'll happen. You'll find someone.
First step is
I know. I'm totally gonna settle for somebody.
Yeah, just try not to
and
settle.
they're gonna be way worse for me than all the girls that I turned down like years ago. And it's just gonna be fucking. It's gonna be happily ever after.
No, you're gonna settle. and
Boom.
realize you made a big deal out of nothing the entire time.
Traveled in and out my door.
Who knows? You might find a girl who trumps all the other girls that you've ever.
Glad they came along. I dedicate this song to all the girls I've loved before.
You guys just don't know the struggle. You guys just don't know.
Oh my God.
Hey, maybe you never know. Maybe that special someone could be a man. You just
Play a
never
sad
know.
song
Oh
for
no!
I was trying to.
Oh my God! When Jackie's fucking burning me like that, then I know I've got to log off.
You were trying to do. What were you trying to?
It was just a joke.
Richard, what were you trying to do?
I was trying to give you a walking baseline,
Oh, okay. I don't know. Like it's.
Yeah, dude. We should let him play, and then we should take turns freestyling. How about that?
Freestyling with your kick-ass headband.
If you fucking keep hating on my headband, it's gonna piss me off.
It's not that I hate your headband.
I hate your
marvel
headband.
It's not that I hate your headband. I marvel at your headband. Well, actually, I marvel.
Like, I got a lot of compliments from girls on my headband. They were like, is that a shirt
too
sleeve? I was like, yeah, baby, it's a fucking shirt sleeve.
Yeah,
they were
that
like,
never
wow,
happened.
that is totally awesome. I was
And
like, I
Yeah,
know.
whatever.
And I'll
I
bet
was
you
like,
whipped
I
out.
don't go buy
And I
Nike
flew a unicorn to
headbands.
Narnia.
I don't go buy name brand headbands. I make my own shit. They were like, you are so awesome. They were like, they were like, can I have your number? I was like, fuck no.
Bitches be looking for my number, yo.
I'm like, I know you're fucking bedazzled by my fucking epic headband skills, but no, you cannot get my number. I'm so sorry. I'm breaking your fucking heart today.
Seamus breaking hearts.
Spit
Dude, they're
game
all
and
girls
bitches
that like
since-
work at gas stations and stuff, but I
Oh,
mean, it
that's
still
hey,
counts.
dude,
It still counts.
Dude,
It still counts. Dude.
you're so full of shit.
Troll.
Oh my
Such a
god. That's too much. Alrighty.
I'm drinking like a college girl tonight.
Let's talk about Christian's stupid life.
Fruity drinks with umbrellas in them, or what?
Energy drinks,
Oh,
Thank you.
vodka, cheap vodka.
You're the man, Seth. I envy you, dude. In your fucking high-class gazebo, I totally fucking envy you, dude.
Yeah,
That
that's
is a
actually
nice
pretty
setup,
sweet.
not gonna lie.
I'm drinking like a broho.
Oh.
It's a Southern California thing.
I gotta say this
Oh.
from Drunk On. Fuck you, Christian. That's,
Like, it was like, I don't want to say this out loud, but I'm gonna go ahead and blow Seth's spot up. But it was like a year and a half ago. Do you remember your one friend who was like a Christian that was like coming in the gazebo and like doing debates with us and stuff? You know what I'm talking about?
Still a good friend of mine, yes.
I could have swore y'all boys were doing cocaine one night. Like, I could have swore, like, on everything, dude. It was totally, like, I could totally tell. You don't have to admit to it, but I could tell.
Okay.
Seth, you know the other day when I watched you brush your beard, I could have sworn you were on the bath salts. I could have sworn.
Dude, they were, it was so obvious, like, it was so obvious.
When I saw you injecting crocodile right into your eye, I just fucking knew we were in for a wild ride that day.
We know you got a Molly guy, or we know you got a guy if you needed it, Seth. So.
And you know what? I celebrate your right to love all creatures and humans and whatever. Fucking do what you gotta do, man. You'll find no judgment here, Seth. The look on Seth's face, priceless.
I just keep thinking about something that Shamo said earlier.
what do you say?
He was talking about how...
Somebody tried to convince us all that he had a big old dick.
No. Yeah, I can't get that out of my mind. No, it's something else.
Okay, what is it?
He was talking about having girls with really good personalities, but some beauty defect. I found this to be interesting because when I was in my 20s, I had the exact opposite problem. I would date very beautiful girls who had terrible personalities. All of them had terrible personalities. One of them, as a matter of fact, made me promise that I never dated a black girl before we had sex. I should have dumped her on the spot.
That seems completely reasonable, though.
That was a condition for sex?
Yes.
Take it and just go behind your back.
Did she give you the Negro sniff test or what? Did she
And I fucking lied to her.
I smell some black girl on you, Seth. Seth, have you been rubbing your rhubarb up against the...
Do you really think that's reasonable, Iron, or are you just fucking around now?
I wouldn't say it's as reasonable for African American women, but it would certainly be reasonable for African American men, based off stats I've read.
What?
Say again?
Never mind. I don't really want to get into it this late at night.
I don't know. I'm kind of glad that me and Seth haven't switched places because it would have probably for me ended in a really messy divorce or something. Like, so I'm super glad that I've went the route that I've went, but still, yeah.
There's a sudden weirdness to this conversation I can't quite get.
Let's talk about
Let's
Seth's
talk about
magnificent
puppies.
beard.
Puppies. Puppies.
They're
Oh,
delicious.
Jackie, my neighbor just got a brand new little French bulldog. Brand new, complete with them big stupid ears and then big stupid eyes, right? And all it wants to do is play. That's it. That's all it wants to fucking.
My sister, when she was a senior in high school, wanted a pug more than anything in the world. And my dad hates small dogs. He really apparently doesn't like pugs because he told her, in order for her to not ask him for a pug, that when pugs get old, their eyes fall out.
Pugs look pretty miserable. Every time I'm around a pug, they sound like they're nearing death. Like, just, they're not, like they don't seem like they're bred like in the most healthy condition. I don't know what it is, but
well, you know, as
Well, they're not. They're severely inbred. So.
I've never. So instead of getting a pug, my dad got my sister a min pin, a miniature pinscher, and I've never hated a dog ever. I love dogs. I've never found a dog that I hated except for my sister's min pin. I hated that stupid mutt.
No.
I had 10 cats growing up.
10 cats? Your house
10
must have
cats.
smelled like cat piss.
No, actually, it didn't.
Why? Did you put plugs in them?
No, all our cats were pretty well trained.
Oof. Sheesh.
Yeah. Quite the litter box to clean, though.
I've been in houses where the cats are not well trained, and oh my god, you just can't wait to get to. And what's terrible is that there was one girl who I was really sweet on, but every time I ended up over at her house, I fucking would gag. It's like, oh my god, like, the fuck did you do to this cat? Like,
Yeah,
you
you
sure
stop being able to smell it after a little while.
Oh. Ugh.
Yeah.
So, what Iron said in the side chat might be relevant if it wasn't for the fact that before I got in any kind of serious relationship, except for a couple of one-night stands that I've had, I've made sure that who I was with and people that I got with would make sure that we get tested regularly because I was a slut.
Because
Well, I'm
STDs
glad you were forthright
Got the
and careful
AIDS,
with your
Seth.
sex life. That's good to hear.
them STDs make your dick go sideways. Oh
That,
yeah.
aside from being like obviously racist, that's the only reason I could imagine asking about African Americans as sex partners.
I don't think that's why she was asking. She was the known racist.
Oh well, then if she's a keeper,
Well-
you should have married her.
Well, Seth, you got to stop drawing your dates from the Klan.
And then she
Saying.
started doing porn.
That's what I'm talking about. And
Have
then
you seen
and
some
you
of these
just
white nationalist
and
movies?
you just know
It's crazy.
you just know that when you got into the porn business, say at one point she ended up in the same room with fucking Dirk Cocklarge, right?
I was with two girls who started doing porn. I dated a stripper.
You just know at some point she ended up with fucking Shaka Zulu, the African porn king of death, who has a dick that starts at the front door and walks its way up the stairs before he gets there. You just fucking know that she ended up in a movie like that at one point.
Oh my god.
Just for some.
Like, I should have given. I fucking Zulu up on my screen because I'm playing Shift 5.
Are you playing Civ 5? So now you
That's
gotta
so weird!
now you gotta imagine Shaka Zulu with a dick like a fucking ballistic missile sub. Now you gotta be like,
Apparently, African Americans don't get paid very much when it comes to doing porn and stuff like that. There's like a whole racist bias against them in the porn industry.
How if you're gay, you make bank in the porn industry.
well, you can work both sides of the aisle, right? Like you can do the whole, you can be like, what the fuck was that guy's name?
It actually, what Iron's talking about actually goes both ways because from what I've read I'm really interested in a lot of porn stuff. Like there's a porn podcast that I listen to with porn stars on, and I've also heard just the opposite, that white girls get paid more to do interracial scenes.
I think the white girls get paid more to do the scene, but I don't think the black actors get paid comparable to the white.
Yeah, women
counterparts,
get
but I
paid
might
more
be
than
wrong.
men in porn.
What podcast is that? Is it like David Show or something?
No,
so actually, one of them's really interesting.
One profession where you're allowed to discriminate by race. Like it's weird.
There's one that's really interesting that I like to listen to, which, judge if you must. It's one of my favorite podcasts. It's called Porn and a Donut, and I don't think the description said it, and I didn't know until I listened. I think Concern might be giggling because he might have heard of it. This particular porn podcast is one. Porncast is one that a guy does. He interviews transsexual people who do transsexual porn.
I'm looking
That's
at it
really
right now,
interesting.
and look at the website.
I think he's interviewed Buck Angel and some other interesting people.
Yeah, I saw Buck Angel on Joe Rogan or something once, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just a man.
That one's really interesting because it's not like a lot of the porn podcasts really tend to be kind of like dumb.
Lowbrow.
Yeah, a lot of them are really lowbrow. This one's not.
Who would
This
have
one's
guessed that porn would be lowbrow?
So have you guys got boobies?
Well, it all depends on who's the interviewer. Like,
That and it can be really boring. Like if you listen to Nina Hartley go on, it just becomes dull after a little while.
It's because in most cases, porn stars go on like these podcasts when they're guest hosts or guest interviews, and they don't turn it off. They're not real. Their voices are all hyped up, and they're just playing their character really.
Hi, my name
promoting
is
themselves basically.
Yeah.
Today I'm doing the Joe Rogan show. And then like half the city is like,
Well, I never thought I would say this, but I miss Annabelle right now because this conversation is really like fucked up. I just wish Annabelle was back.
If you followed the Gamergate thing at all, Mercedes Carrera was going around a lot of just hangouts and just having interviews with people about being an anti-feminist. That was kind of cool.
Yeah. I got a message from Mercedes Carrera once.
Oh, really? Nice. She's pretty good looking.
She does a lot of MILF stuff.
Yeah, she's like younger than me, and the MILF stuff is so weird. I don't get it. It's like just like makeup and clothes is what makes them MILFs.
Specifically, she said that because it was because of her skin tone that people associate her with the MILF scene. That's why.
Weird.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yes, it wasn't because of due to her race. They were saying like because of how her skin complexion is. She looks like an older lady. She looks older on the screen compared to a lot of these younger actresses. So.
I think most of them look older than they probably actually are. I mean.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt.
Have you seen the porn stars without their makeup?
Yeah.
Oh my
Good
god, I was
God.
just about to say this. This is pretty fucked up with me and Raptor having the same thoughts. I think I need to go to bed, for real.
I think he's gonna go check out their website real quick before he goes to bed.
I saw that. It's really bad. Those porn makeup artists are fucking miracle workers.
Yeah.
It's really crazy.
People have more freckles than I realized. They get rid of that shit.
People have freckle biases apparently in porn.
I don't mind freckles.
I think MILF was like the third most searched thing in America for porn.
I think freckles kind of break the illusion. Like kind of get rid of suspension of disbelief.
What's really interesting is when sites like Pornhub put out statistics per state on what the #1 search terms are. In the South, there are two things that are really interesting that look for.
Stepsister is one.
Well, yeah, there's three. So I mean, there's the incest stuff, but in the South, it's really interesting.
Gay, I think like teen.
There's a lot of transsexual porn that's looked up in the South and interracial porn.
Oh yes.
Hey, Jethro, you seen one of them folks that's got like the vagina and the penis at the same time? What you mean?
Oh, yeah, man, make me hard as a rock.
You mean like my cousin Lurleen? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Whoa, wait a minute, Mr. Belanger, or is it Bellinger? Who the fuck are you? I'm a French Canadian too, and I have to say something.
Belanger.
Hold on.
Why is Why is stepsister? I'm looking at the chart right now. Why?
Yeah, stepsister is really
That's
big.
all across the map.
Because people, I think stepsister's popular because people. That's kind of like
They like the.
curious for incest porn.
Well, I guess they need like the role
Yeah, that's
play
like
of
socially acceptable.
being the
Guys,
stepsister.
you guys are interfering with fucking Dingaling fucking stepping to me there.
No, Gus. I actually respect you, and I think we're more or less brothers in arms because you're French Canadian, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
You respect Gus? Bad move. Bad move.
No.
Okay,
I
Seamus.
enjoy him.
Stuff it back in your pants, Seamus. We'll get to it in a minute.
I enjoy Gus a lot actually.
Okay, well, I'm yes, sort of French Canadian.
Very, very bad move.
Oh no! I'm from Louisiana. That's why I take offense to it. Well, I don't take offense to it. I just think it's funny.
Well, that's not my Louisianan accent. My Louisianan accent is something very different.
Oh.
That's that when you cook in the kitchen and you throw the hunk of butter into the pan before you throw in the crawfish. You shake
Nadia?
that around.
Maya?
And, that's it. You shake that around, and then you get the rice in there. And that's good for you.
Cool,
That's
bro.
good
Let me tell you what, bro. Let me tell you. You go down to the clan, right? You go catch you some crawdads, and you put them in the pot, and you get some Tony Chachere's. Cook that up real good, bro.
After we're done with that, you and me would go down to the corner and get some beignets.
Some beignets from some Cafe Du Monde.
That's right, exactly. I know that. You people and my people, we come all the way from Bayou La Batterie down to New Orleans to take care of that.
Yeah,
I
Battle
got
of the
you.
Battery. I actually live very close to Battle of the Battery. That's scary.
I got you look after. Don't you worry. Chef Gus know all about
Gus
your design.
has a penchant for accents. He really does. It's fucking uncanny.
Crazy! I can actually walk to Battle of the Battery from here.
Huh.
I'm dead serious. I live in way South Louisiana, way
But
south.
hey, I got respect for my distant Cajun cousins. I mean, once upon a time, you guys were Canadian.
Yeah, once upon a time, that's true. Once upon a time, we were actually intelligent too.
That was a long time ago.
That was a very long time ago. Yes, we've lost our French ways of higher learning.
You say what you want to, but a man can play the zydeco. He's intelligent where I come from,
Yeah, or the banjo or the accordion.
Did you hear the banjo joke where the guy drives to the corner store and he leaves the banjo in the front seat of his car with the fucking door unlocked and goes into the corner store, and he comes out and he looks in the front seat of his car before he gets in his car and he sees that someone's broken into his car and left him another banjo.
Oh wow, that's pretty funny. That's a good one.
What did the Grateful Dead fan say when he ran out of pot?
What?
God damn, this music sucks.
That's
Wow.
a good one. I like that one.
If you don't mind me asking, what city do you live around in good old Canada land?
Me? I'm in Ottawa.
Oh, really? In Ottawa? Okay. I've been around the Niagara Falls area. It's probably pretty much as north as I've been. I've been around the world, but Canadian land is kind of. I still say this to this day, and I have to ask you something, Gus. Two
What?
things.
What?
Is it true that what people say that Canada is actually one of the cleanest countries on the planet? Is that true?
Yeah.
That's absolute bullshit.
Don't mind Iron. He hates his own.
Because I've seen
You
signs.
can look it up. Statistically, we are a very dirty country compared to some
Not a
European
very
countries.
dirty country. What are you
Only
talking
dirty because
about?
Gus lives there.
No, I mean like just general
Oh.
litter and just general
Somebody
litter.
was-
and
somebody
garbage.
We're high for dirty litter, and we're also one of the highest countries in the world for raw sewage dumping.
Really? I didn't know that.
Meanwhile, we have these things called forests that you may not have many of left in the States.
No, definitely not. That's exactly what I was about to ask you.
Where I am.
Yeah, the forest
No.
areas in Canadian land that I've seen, like some of the fines are like $40,000 for littering or something like that.
We don't fuck around up here.
Yeah, I mean Canadian money is monopoly money. Let's just be honest. But still, $40,000 for
Yeah.
fucking $40,000 for fucking littering is kind
That's
of
right. A pink bill, a blue bill. Pretty soon it adds up to some serious green.
Yeah, some serious green.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
Canada money is nothing.
Oh
but-
no! Our money's any fucking different. Don't get that twisted.
Well, some of
Our money
our
is way better. Not just
some of our money is see through.
Yeah. I've
You
seen
got,
like
your guys' coin is called a loony. Come on.
that is true.
I don't know what you're complaining about. A loonie is an excellent fucking dollar coin. Thank you very much.
Plus,
miss
I think
dollar coins.
your coins actually weigh more than some coins around the world.
Yeah, that's true because they have like metal in them and stuff.
Yeah,
But hey,
and value. You mean value? That's what you meant to say?
but yeah, kind of like that. But hey, you know what though? Raptor? Here's the thing. Okay, we called the loonie because it had a picture of a loon on it. But when the $2 coin came out, it had a picture of a polar bear on it. But despite that, we called it the toonie.
Yep. I actually have a few toonies.
Good for you. You hold on to them. They'll be worth something someday.
Yeah, that's
Someday
someday.
I'll go to Canada with them.
Someday.
I pretty much.
It's way better than the pink $2 bill, that's for sure.
I miss the pink $2 bill. I miss having like a $2 bill in you. Back in the day when you went to the corner store to fucking get yourself dead on candy, and like $1 didn't really get you what you wanted, but $2 you could get like a big bag of chips plus a shit ton of candy. So I was like diabetes on the corner right there. You just fucking.
Oh yeah, we used to troll the girl at the counter by getting all the penny candies with like $2 or $3 or something, and make her count out every single one.
Count them out.
Like
Yeah.
300 of them.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
I used to when I was a kid I used to half-heartedly bum passers-by for change, and this one guy just handed me this little bag fucking full of pennies, like enormously full of pennies, and it was like a sandwich bag, like one of those small brown bag lunch bags, and I'm like, holy fuck, look at the fucking pennies. So we're buying the whole store, right? Me and my mates are in there buying, like, and we'll take the whole box of this and that and the. It was fucking crazy, man. And then eventually, by the time I just got so tired of counting the pennies out, I just gave what was left in the bag away to somebody. I'm like, why shouldn't they have some too? And in the meantime, I was fucking stoned on candy, like absolutely cranked on fucking Black Bart. You anybody here had Black Bart bubblegum?
Nope.
I've heard of it.
It's exactly like its name suggests. It's black bubble gum. You eat that shit, you blow black bubbles. You're the coolest motherfucker around, quite frankly. Yeah, it's better than Bazooka Joe, and it's much better than that fucking drywall they used to give you with the collectible cards. See, I don't know. You guys a lot of you guys are young in here. You might not remember the days of like Star Wars cards and Indiana Jones cards and stuff, where they used to, and at the back they used to give you this piece of defunct construction material that they'd sugar up and fucking tell you it was gum. Well, you could chew that stuff until you were fucking.
Have you ever had those like 1 cent gums that had like a little shitty comic on the back?
Oh, the Bazooka Joes?
Yeah, you chew those things for like 3 seconds and then all the flavor is gone. And it's like you're chewing cardboard.
Yeah, at that point you're just fucking keeping the dentist in business. That's all you're good for at that point. But what else do we have? Oh yeah, we had something called Big League Chew, which was basically really soft bubblegum shredded.
Yep, my dad loved Big League Chew. I heard all the time. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was like
We also
spaghetti bubblegum.
Yeah, we also had this stuff called Gold Nuggets, which was like literally broken pieces of yellowish bubblegum that they put in
it was kind of like Nerds, and it came in a little like burlap sack looking.
A little burlap sack. That's right. That's it. That's the stuff.
Oh man.
What else was
Mr.
it?
Headband left.
They still make it.
They might. I don't know. It's stuff.
No. I'm serious. They still make Big League Chew. A lot of these candy companies got subsidied a couple of years ago by other companies.
Yeah, they still make Big League Chew. My dad gets it a lot. So.
Oh yeah, they come in like big ass buckets now too.
Yeah.
That's actually how I learned how to blow bubbles. I just bought this huge thing and kept trying because I was really bad at it.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing. Well, of course, there was Hubba Bubba.
Hubba Bubba. Yep.
Which was a type of bubble gum that didn't have the shit in it that caused it to stick to your face. So you could practice blowing bubbles and not have to peel that shit off your eyebrows and fucking go home with like bubble gum on your eyebrows. Your mom fucking looking at you, go, "What the fuck happened to you?"
Hey guys, do you remember that toffee that was came in the like the red little carton with the tartan on it.
Yes, Macintosh toffee. The fucking stuff. That stuff was ingenious.
It tasted so good, but it was so brutal to eat.
Oh,
For a second, I
the
thought
only
you said Mac was
the only thing that you could do was you take it, you put it in the freezer for about an hour, right? And when it solidifies, you smash it against something, and then you just eat the pieces, right? That was the best way to do it. But I love that stuff. I knew guys that used to just grab it and used to chew it, but you fucking go to chew it and you just have to, and you had to pull and pull and pull and pull. This is the thing that, suddenly the thing was like a single molecule long at the center, and you still couldn't get it to get away from the fucking bar that you were chewing off of.
Charleston chews are like the best chocolate bar.
Charleston chews were really good, but do you remember a chocolate bar called Chocolado? It was kind of
No,
like
I don't think I ever had that one.
yeah, it was kind of like a sort of almost like a break open ticket chocolate bar thing where you buy the chocolate bar and then you open it up and you could win shit, right? Most of the time what you won was another chocolate bar, which was fine because you usually end up with 2 chocolate bars for the price of one. What else?
You get another ticket on the second one and just endlessly get free chocolate.
I don't know anybody that ever happened to, but it was always a hope. But what was that? What was that stuff with the? It was 3 pouches. One pouch had grape powder in it. One pouch had lemon powder in it, and one pouch had.
Oh yeah, the dip-a-stick thing.
Yeah,
with the little,
yeah.
Fun dip. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, something like that.
Guys, I knew one guy wasn't careful what he did, and he accidentally ended up snorting up a bunch of that stuff. And he was like, oh, he was zoned for half the day, man. We had to sit him under a tree and go and check on him every now and then because he was fucked up. He never ate that shit
I
again.
like kids that buy pixie sticks. It's like basically just eating Kool-Aid powder.
Is that because you were wait? Is that
was
because you were kids, or is that because the Canadian healthcare system is garbage? Or
Oh
both?
shit.
I'm
Shot
kidding.
fired.
I'm kidding. I was
Yeah,
joking.
Yeah. The what else? Oh, bottle caps. You guys remember bottle caps? They were these hard
Yep.
little candies. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I know what
those
you're talking about.
And you know what else? You know what I really missed though? I missed black licorice pipes. You know that they were made to
Oh
look like
yeah, with
smoking
the
pipes.
red sprinkles on the end or whatever.
Yeah, the red sprinkles on the. You can't fucking find those things anywhere anymore.
They're probably illegal. You probably can't do tobacco-related things. Like I think they changed the Popeye sticks to not be cigarettes anymore.
You're right. You're right. They did because when they first came out, it was like Popeye cigarettes. He sees a picture of Popeye with a pack of smokes rolled up in his arm.
And then now it's just like white sticks. Like what are they even supposed to be?
Have you ever had Popeye spinach?
You know, I
So
can't
nasty.
dance here because I got me cancer from chewing these cigarettes.
Yeah. Popeye spinach is terrible.
I never had Popeye spinach.
Canned spinach in general is just garbage.
Yeah, you have to mix it with something or you're never going to get it
I
done.
like fresh spinach just because I'm picky.
Well, why not? If you're going to eat the shit, you might as well eat it
Yeah.
fresh.
Yeah,
I
I,
tell
wouldn't be eating that canned bullshit.
I tell you, my roomie makes a spinach dip here that I would fucking shoot a nun to get. I'm telling you right now. It's like, Gus, we have a big bowl of this spinach dip. If you shoot this nun, you can have that shit. I'm like, bring it here.
Bring the pistol.
Where is motherfucking Victimia? Where's she at? Fuck. You know, do I have to bury her too? Because I'll throw that in with the fucking deal. Seriously, it's horrible. It's horrible how much I love. Especially if you get like a round pumpernickel loaf and you cut like a part out of the top and then you pour the spinach dip in. And then you take the part that you cut out of the loaf and you break it up into pieces and you eat that shit. Oh man, that's good. That's good stuff. I love hummus too, but I always have to remember not to eat hummus on an empty stomach or things occur.
You haven't had hummus unless you've been around the Mediterranean, man.
I believe you.
Jesus Christ.
I believe you.
Oh my God! When I went to Afghanistan, my 3rd time when I went to Afghanistan, some of the best hummus I've ever eaten in my entire life. Oh, it's so good, so good. The chickpeas are raised there like fresh. It's so it doesn't compare.
Yeah, chickpeas are a difficult vegetable to work with. You can't just grab them out of the can. You gotta soak them and shit.
Yeah, and peel them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew this one chick that ate chickpeas out of the can with a spoon. I'm like, what are you doing? It's like licking the fucking gelatin off the fucking Spam loaf. Like, what are you doing?
I know a few Hawaiians that would do that.
Yeah, I don't understand Hawaiians and Spam. I don't get it.
The food of the gods, according to them. Food of the gods. It's like ambrosia.
Can the gods pick a better food?
Well, no. Like, whenever like hurricanes used to hit them, whenever we were still trading with them, at a certain point in time before they officially became American citizens, the potted meat companies, they would say that they would trade different goods using this potted meat because that's the only thing they had.
Huh.
So they would call it the food of the gods.
You know what I like to eat once in a while in those tins, the same kind of tins you get Spam in, is corned beef hash.
Corned beef hash, yeah.
You take some of that corned beef hash, you fucking mash that up, throw that in with some diced potatoes, and you fry that on your electric griddle. Oh, I'm telling you. That's good for you, boy, I'm telling you.
Bachelor chow.
Bachelor chow, it's true. It's true.
That
I'm
is
telling you,
true.
man. Once I discovered how to stir fry as a bachelor, I never had healthier meals fucking before or since. Because you take it was a simple recipe really, and I did it. You take half a pound of hamburger, you cook that in the bottom of your wok, right? The only problem is the sons of bitches. Most of the time they'll sell you a wok, you have to buy the lid separately. They're fucking thieves. But you throw that in the bottom of your wok with a little bit of soy sauce. You let that cook in there for a bit, and then while you do that, you chop up some onions and some green peppers. You maybe get some mushrooms in there and some whatever, maybe some, I don't know, whatever else all you want in there. And then you throw that in there while you're cooking. Now, I'm not proud. I'll cook up minute rice just because it's convenient. I know it's not the best rice out there for you, but rice is rice and it's convenient. So I'll put some minute rice on for 5 minutes. And meanwhile, I'm stirring the stir fry up. Then fucking cook and whatever. And then I get the rice, throw the rice in there, take a can of stewed tomatoes, plonk, put that in there. Stir, fucking throw some hot sauce in there, and that's a meal. You just take the goddamn wok, bring it to your fucking table, sit down and eat that shit in front of the TV. When it's done, you wash the utensil, you wash the wok, you make sure you eat what's in the wok with a fucking wooden spoon so the non-stick coating doesn't give you Alzheimer's when you're 65, and you're good to go. That's bachelor chow. That's excellent bachelor chow.
Sounds good. There's an old Cajun joke about rice, about the different types of rice. I'm pretty sure you've heard the old fables of Boudreaux and Thibodeau jokes before.
No, we don't have Boudreaux and Thibodeau jokes up here in Canada.
No, they don't? Oh, okay. Well, my last name's Boudreaux. That's why I usually get shit for that.
Aren't they all Boudreaux down there?
No, damn near. They should be. I'm pretty much related to almost everyone. Now, when I say that, I don't mean we actually have cousins that fuck around, but that does, in fact, happen. That's actually a statistical thing that's down here, that cousins do, in fact, get married and have kids.
Hey, Grand Frere, how come that Boudreaux look like that other Boudreaux except with the cross eyes?
Exactly.
When I saw a picture of my Norwegian cousins, I was a little disturbed by how attractive they were. I had to work through that, It's rough.
Well, there's a study
they're
indicating
super
that
hot.
apparently
They're
your best
super
genetic
hot.
match for reproductive purposes is like your third cousin or higher, or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's a good question there, Christian. I mean, how many times removed were these cousins?
Well, I don't know. Well, the weird thing is, one of them is half Thai, so, they just have that part that's completely removed from the Norwegian side.
You gotta love that, eh?
So
I made out with a third cousin when I was a kid.
If I didn't know them on Facebook, I just met them, although it would never happen, but,
You just know some horny Finn was down there in Thailand on a fucking whirlwind spinners weekend, and then he accidentally popped a condom, and whoops, guess who's coming home with you?
Yeah. In some alternate universe where Mandela died, that's what it happened.
Nelson Mandela? Okay. I keep hearing about this Mandela thing, and I'm like, why does Mandela
Yeah, the
care?
Mandela effect. They were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, for some reason it's been on the social media a lot the past couple days.
Real,
I don't know
man.
why.
Absolutely real. Something's going on.
Because this professor back in 2014 published a paper about the Mandela effect, and it's just now getting peer review.
The Mandela effect is literally somebody who misremembered something, and then instead of just admitting it, they said, "Oh, it's obviously this other thing." Oh, I fucked up on how I remembered
It's
something.
a different universe. That's what they.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not just that I fucked up I crossed the wires somewhere.
It's like the
I
low.
like the Berenstein Bears. Everyone freaks out about that one.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but
Yeah.
no need to go down that route again.
Yeah. It's a stupid theory.
I remembered it as Berenstein, but I mean it's so the way Seth was explaining earlier. There's logical reasons why it gets mixed up. I mean back then it was. I don't think even kids that were reading those books could even read the word Berenstein. So it's
Right.
like
It was in cursive, and
Yeah.
cursive looks like a cursive A anyways.
I don't think
like,
I have those books and I never read them. My parents might have read them to me or something.
My,
but-
when my little brother was learning to develop his language skills, he had a couple of Bernstein Bear books that he just adored. And every now and then, Dad would get pissed off at having to pick them up, and he'd say, "God damn it, come and get your fucking Jew Bear books, God damn it."
Yeah.
They're great. They're like the prototypical family. Like they have a whole like 4 family unit. That it's easy to. It's basically like just like dinosaurs or The Simpsons. Everything is it's all the same.
My parents love
strong
reading me
nuclear family.
Yeah.
My parents love reading me the one about cleaning your room.
Do you guys remember the Mr. Men books?
No.
You remember the Mr.
I
Happy?
think my brother collected a couple of those.
Yeah, those things were awesome, like Mr. Tickle and Mr. Messy and all that stuff.
What you know about Amelia Bedelia?
I've heard of her. But she was a girl, so
She
I
was
didn't
a
much
dumb.
read her.
She was a dumb bitch. And the whole book was just making fun of how stupid she was.
I know,
That's
but
probably sexist.
I am convinced though that Nancy Drew was smarter than the fucking Hardy Boys, which was,
I still contest to that. I still contest to that.
Someone dumb bitch.
Yeah, you think that the Hardy Boys were smarter than Nancy Drew?
I think that they went on more adventures than she did, but and in the video game industry, in the video game world, she outmatches them tenfold.
Video game world.
Oh yeah, she has Nancy Green. Oh yeah, that's Nancy Drew video games. Absolutely, and they're very very popular. Believe it or not, they've sold tens of thousands of copies of those.
There's a college humor parody comic of Amelia Bedelia where she misunderstands what she was asked to do, so she ends up murdering somebody or something.
Actually, what I like from College Humor is drunk American history.
Oh, it's so great.
I can do without the 5-minute long fucking puking scenes, but other than that. But what I love is when they get the actors to play out the scenes, and then when the drunk girl fucks up the telling, all the actors just look at the camera and break the fourth wall, right? They just like,
They just start laughing.
No, they just sort of give the fourth wall a really hard look.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck am I doing?
It's probably tough to have to like mouth out, or I'm not sure how they do it. I guess they
mouth it out.
But they have to do it to the track, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the drunk audio is recorded previously before they do
so
all
like
the...
they have to like memorize it before they.
So there's this one where Will Ferrell and Don Cheadle, like John Cheadle is Frederick Douglass and Will Ferrell is Abraham Lincoln, and the two of them are talking, and it's just like, and I think it's like, I don't know, I think they called Frederick Douglass Morgan Freeman, and Don Cheadle just looks at the fourth wall. He just like really.
Oh, that's funny. I love the drunk histories around like the Civil War because they're so like even though like it's like blatantly fucking wrong, it's just funny just to watch them act it out, and it's like that shit didn't fucking happen, but it's still fucking funny.
And then General Lee rode on a motorbike through the town of Geddy Lee.
Yeah, Geddy Lee. And he's like got like sunglasses on. He's got like his like leather jacket. Looks like he's in an 80s or 90s chain gang. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I still say his leaving of Saturday Night Live was probably one of the worst things that they could have ever done. But
Ooh, Will Ferrell?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
he's a brilliant writer. He's a brilliant writer.
He was better than there's a lot of guys that they're supposedly comedians today, and I just don't understand who told them they were funny. I mean, Seth Rogen drives me fucking crazy.
Oh my God! Please just die. Please die.
I liked like Superbad. Like when they came out, I thought they were, but like I couldn't give a shit about a Seth Rogen. Even though I like Preacher, I thought so far it's okay. Like he's doing the Preacher show now, but other than that, yeah, I don't like his new movies.
It's weird. I hear a lot of shit about Seth Rogen, but everyone is really quick to talk about all these movies that he did that they actually like and are actually really good.
I never heard of Seth Rogen.
So what did he do that's not good? I'm not sure if I've seen the Seth Rogen movie.
I just don't like Seth Rogen's comedy style. It just doesn't
What
make
genre?
me laugh.
Did you like Superbad?
It just didn't strike a funny bone in me.
So you don't like?
Yeah. Well, Seth
Seth Rogen's not the only fucking actor in that goddamn movie.
He's barely in that one, or he's in a smaller part.
I'm gonna go over a list of Seth Rogen movies.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking about Seth Rogen, and I just don't see him as funny. That's all. I don't know who told him he was.
He has
funny.
what, like 10 lines in that movie? Thank God.
Him and fucking Ben Stiller is another one. I'm like, really? Who told Ben Stiller?
Oh no! See, now we're gonna disagree, Gus. This is nope.
The original
Old Stiller was good.
Oh yeah, Old Stiller. That's what I'm about to say. Like
Stiller
Old
show.
Stiller, Old Stiller is very good.
He's got some good movies too, like Permanent Midnight, I think is one. Like just like good, like almost drama. So he can do other stuff.
And Old Sandler was good when I was young. I don't think I'd watch it now, but
Sandler was bad
What
always.
happened to Adam Sandler?
Have you ever
Adam
seen Adam
Sandler was
Sandler's
terrible
first movie?
from the beginning.
Have you ever seen his first movie? It's the worst fucking movie ever. It's Going Overboard or something like that.
Oh God, that was terrible.
It was the worst. I cannot believe he made a movie after that.
Pixels?
No.
Oh.
I gave up around 8 Crazy Nights, I think.
Yeah. Oh God.
I enjoyed Waterboy. I think that was
I
it.
wanted to like 8 Crazy Nights, but it's just not good.
I like the effort, but I'm not Jewish. It's not my thing.
It's just a bad movie.
I really like the weird.
That's a qualifier for an Adam Sandler movie. I love that. I'm not Jewish, so Adam Sandler sucks.
Well, no, the whole movie is about
Crazy Nights is a Jewish holiday movie.
Yeah.
I know. It was just funny. I know it was just funny. How he
It's a
said
bad
it.
movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
He actually doesn't do much Jew comedy. That's like the only one, I guess.
You had the
Adam
Hanukkah
Sandler
song.
He kind of strives away from it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything he touches decays.
I don't know.
Pretty,
I'm just
pretty
happy.
fucking much.
I feel like we're in a golden era for movies, and I'm kind of happy about it. There's lots of great stuff that's coming out and has been coming out lately.
I don't know. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 wasn't very good.
You know what? As far as it's not supposed to be a genius movie or anything, I still want to see it. Let's see. I liked the first one. I don't think like I said, I don't think it's a genius movie. I don't think it's going to be critically acclaimed. But as far as just how to shut your brain off dumb movies go, it was a good movie. The
Did
first
you
one,
like
I don't know
the
about the
first
second one.
The first one or the first new one?
The first new one, the Michael Bay. Teenage
Yeah, the
Mutant
old
Ninja
ones were
Turtles.
awesome.
Yeah, the first old one was amazing, I thought.
Yes.
I
The
grew up on that
first
shit.
Okay.
live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie was great. It was really, really good.
The Secret of the Ooze was like my childhood one. I think that was.
Mine was the first one because I had a tape of it.
It's really weird because they came out like maybe like a year apart from each other, but like just the way things were then, just like I don't know. I guess if it wasn't a new movie when I saw it, so then I never went back and saw the first one. And I saw the third one was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Those are not good movies.
The first one taught me how to
Just
swear.
nostalgic.
Ugh.
There were some terrible, just dumb movies from the '90s, like Surf Ninjas.
Surf Ninjas. Have you seen Three Ninjas?
Oh, Three Ninjas.
If you say anything bad about Three Ninjas or
Three
Three
Ninjas
Ninjas
is
Kick
terrible.
Back, we're going to fight. No, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
alright,
hold on,
alright.
okay. Oh, you just said that the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies were good compared to Three Ninjas and Three Ninjas Kick Back. Excuse me?
Exactly.
We were all jealous of the kids from Three Ninjas.
I'm not sure about any of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sequels, but the first live action movie was pretty good.
Oh yeah, it was good. I'm gonna have to admit that.
I didn't even.
I don't think Three Ninjas
Doesn't sound
versus
appealing to me.
very good.
I had Michelangelo come to my birthday, my fourth birthday party. So I really liked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I had
I don't have any
Optimus
swag.
Prime. I had Optimus Prime go to one of mine.
I think I still have my old Tom Tom mask from the Three Ninjas Kickback movie.
Mm.
I think so. I have to look for it, but that movie wasn't marketed as well as like Star Wars per se. They
Have you ever seen the like the musical tour that they did? It's like coming out of our shells.
Yeah. Oh, I actually used to have a tape of that. Not,
Yeah.
Or yeah, it was
The
either a tape
soundtrack
or
is
like.
great. Yeah. There were like songs that weren't in the movies. They were just like Ninja Turtles related songs that were just super cheesy.
All right. How about this? How
Yeah.
about we just name cheesy movies that we recommend because of their cheese factor from the early '90s. I'll start Teen Witch. Nobody saw Teen Witch?
I don't remember.
I don't remember Teen Witch.
I did.
Phenomenal
I did.
movie.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
saw Teen
there's
Witch,
a
yeah.
white there's like 3 white rappers and they're so bad.
Yeah, there were moments in that film that were just like that just seemed like on a production level, like why did they parse these scenes together in such a way that
There's
is
some really
garbage.
cool stuff. Like the brother in that movie is way over the top and
Oh yeah,
hilarious.
way over the top.
Teen Witch is in '89.
Oh, you think you're special because you went to a dance. You have to see it. Super good.
Trying to think of other crappy. I mean, Blank Check is amazing. That's one of my go-tos.
Yes.
Good grief.
Blank Check was like Home Alone on steroids.
Yeah.
I don't think $1 million could get you a castle though.
No.
Is that all that?
Okay. People, so I've heard some people say that the old Hook movie was cheesy, but I tend to like that.
I love
movie.
that movie.
Hook was great.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I mean, Robin Williams is brilliant, but I mean,
Yeah, I used to love the Hook movie. I used to watch it with my brother all the
I
time.
mean, I haven't watched this in like 20 years, but still.
Hook has a really weird, like cinematic feel. It's strange. It's a little dark. It's strange.
And it feels like its own universe. Like you feel like you're in that universe when you're watching the movie. Like you feel like you go to Never Never Land.
Yeah, I think it's good in its own way. I think it's not. It's a strange movie, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's weird.
Did they make sequels for that? For Hook?
No.
No.
They were going to, but I guess Robin Williams didn't want to do them or something like that.
Rufio.
There's a
Yeah,
band
it's a
called
weird movie. It
Rufio.
has like Stockholm Syndrome in it and stuff like that.
Cheesy movie I could recommend, it'd probably be the Power Rangers movie, just because I grew up on it.
I remember.
I watched
yeah,
Power
fuck
Rangers,
yeah,
but
they're
I
original.
stopped watching right when the movie came out. Like I think I got too old right when the movie came out. So like.
I think Bulk and Skull were the
Bulk and
unsung
Skull.
heroes of Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yep.
Turtles.
I did a recent like
Teenage
Power
Mutant Ninja
Rangers.
Turtles? What'd you say?
I said
Bulk and
Teenage
Skull were the
Mutant Ninja
heroes.
Turtles. I meant Power Rangers. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. I heard that.
you've earned some kudos points. You said Power Rangers were cool, but you said Three Ninjas suck.
Oh, you know what
Whatever.
really sucked? Was the VR Troopers? You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Remember
All right.
Beetleborgs?
How about Beetleborgs?
Beetleborgs. I just said that. You remember Beetleborgs?
Okay. Here's another Three Ninjas theme. What about Sidekicks
Don't remember it.
with Jonathan Brandis and Chuck Norris? And he's
Oh
like,
yeah, no.
All right.
It was the show. Wasn't that the movie where the kid like
he had
fantasized?
asthma. Like I
Sherlock?
had asthma as a kid, and he had asthma, and I was in karate, and it was like, oh, I died, and he like imagines Chuck Norris is always there with him, like when people are bullying him, so like, he imagine Chuck Norris is like telling him to fight the people and stuff.
I'd rather.
All right,
The kid
does anybody
ended
remember?
up killing himself.
Does
in real
anybody
life.
remember a Hulk Hogan television show called Tropic Thunder?
I
That's
know.
actually what the real life movie was based around. That's why Ben Stiller wrote the movie.
Really?
Yeah,
That was actually a really
he
good.
actually did this this interview on this podcast where he was talking about watching that whenever he was younger, and he
Thunder
looked
in
up
Paradise.
Oh, sorry, Thunder in Paradise. That's the one I was talking about.
to
I've
Thunder
never
in
seen
Paradise.
that one.
Anyone watch the 18
Only Suburban Commando is the one that I know.
Suburban Commando? I
Suburban
really used to
Commando.
love that movie.
Mr. Nanny. Those are the two ones I remember. I did see.
I know Mr. Nanny.
Mr. Mom, you mean?
Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead.
That was great.
Classic with Christina Applegate.
Yep, Christina Applegate. Yep, when she was hot.
Yeah.
She's still hot now, but I mean.
I want to now. I really want to sit down and watch Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. Great.
The original Buffy the Vampire Slayer, 1992. That came out in '92.
The show was
My
so much
dad
better.
used to hate Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh, the show.
Yeah, he used to hate
Show,
it.
the show is a cultural staple.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I didn't
oh,
mind
yeah,
it.
it is.
Just my dad hated it because he thought Buffy was annoying.
You know, it's weird that Buffy the Vampire Slayer came out when it did because there's the whole satanic panic and stuff. I kind of figured that a lot of parents would be up in arms about it.
Or my favorite movie about sluts came out in '99. Jawbreaker.
Ooh, I liked that too.
Yeah.
And now Rose McGowan's in the media complaining about the X-Men poster, and she was like,
McGowan is so hot. Too bad.
she got in like a car wreck or something, and she had to have like a bunch of facial reconstruction done. Apparently, it's weird. She kind of looks different now.
I used to be so attracted to Rose McGowan. She was so hot.
Yeah.
That and Christina Ricci.
Christina Ricci, really?
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, since like she was like 16, she's been in movies just like half naked. And
Yeah, I guess you couldn't
I-
become a sex symbol like that.
I had a crush on her when I was a kid, and she was still a kid actor. I mean, she was just like.
You know,
I thought she was really pretty when I was a kid.
Ooh, another good movie that came out in the '90s that kind of what happened after that kind of just made it suck after a while was The Scream.
The what?
Scream came out in '96.
Oh, Scream. Okay.
Yeah, the original.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys seen Warriors of Virtue?
Uh-uh.
Oh, it's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but they're all kangaroos. Yeah.
Oh, like Tank Girl?
Oh, Tank Girl. Yep.
Do any
No,
of you
that one.
remember Surf
That was a
Ninjas
strange movie.
with Rob
Yeah.
Surf
Schneider?
Ninjas.
Oh yeah, we talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
some-
Here's one for you. I don't know if it's 80s, but late 70s or late. The Star Wars Christmas special.
I've
With
sat
Wookiees.
I've seen it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I've sat through it.
Abstract garbage.
Doesn't Rush do like the background between from like the I think it was Rush or some other really popular like prog rock band that was. There's a scene on it where the Grandpa Wookiee is like looking at these gymnastics and almost. He has this really weird look on it, almost like he acts like it's porn. The background music is done by some famous band. I think it might be Rush.
Right.
Rush. That's weird. I
Little
never
prog
picked
rock
that.
band, yeah.
Let's see what other movies.
There's a bunch. I'm looking at a list of just a bunch of ridiculous movies.
Hmm.
Some of these are great. These aren't like bad movies. Some of these are great movies.
I enjoyed every sports movie in the '90s, like
Like Rookie of the Year.
Oh, I was about to say Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
I think the show was better than the movie.
There's a show?
Yeah, Mighty Ducks. There was a show. It was like sci-fi, but they were all actual ducks, and they played hockey with their enemies.
Oh my God! Yes, that was absurd.
Yep.
That was one of the first movies I remember going to see in the theater. The first one.
You know, it's too bad there was such weird, gimmicky, obviously pandering to toys kind of shit out there, like the Mighty Ducks TV
Yeah.
show, because that was really the renaissance for children's cartoons back in the early '90s. Like Ren and Stimpy was not.
Yeah.
There's no morals. It was just stupid comedy for the sake of stupid.
Like Rocko's Modern Life. There's a lot of like really like good shows for kids.
Rocko's Modern Life was phenomenal.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff.
The
I didn't
choky
grow up
chicken,
during the
Heifer, the
90s,
cow. Man, I remember this one scene where Spunky was in love with a mop, so Rocco heard some squeaking in the closet. He opened it up, and Spunky is sitting there with the mop alone, like he was humping the mop, and there's some white spots on the floor. Very
Rocko's Modern Life had a bunch of sex jokes. There was one where Rocco worked at a sex hotline.
Oh baby, and it was Mrs. Big Head on the other line.
I guess that was a time when parents just put your kids in front of the TV and didn't watch it with them or something. I don't know how.
Oh, you should see it now.
Yeah.
Everything.
I think Ren and Stimpy is one of the greatest cartoon shows.
It was morbid. It was fucked up. Yeah, it was
The
wicked
first
show.
3 seasons, especially.
I don't know.
Remember,
The writing style of a regular show, which is a modern cartoon, is actually pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that's just,
Remember,
they put him in like the Adult Swim category, I think. Like so
Also, of course, Adventure Time, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, Adventure Time's writing is actually very good, which I love the fact that some of their co-writers are people that play D&D on the regular.
Adventure Time has some really adult themes.
Yeah, oh yes, they
really
do.
interesting. Like there's this super obvious, I mean, unless maybe you're a little kid, backstory where Marceline and Princess Bubblegum used to date.
Yes.
Have any of you guys seen Beavers?
It's barely subtext. And yes, Angry Beavers was phenomenal
Angry
too.
Beavers, yeah, Beavers. I remember it very vaguely, but I remember liking it.
Ooh, Seth. Are you ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Under Wraps.
I don't remember that. Under Wraps?
What? With the with the mummy and the family?
Oh,
I don't remember this.
It's vaguely familiar.
Ah.
I didn't watch the Disney Channel when I was a kid.
No, I don't think I've seen this show. I thought you were talking about a cartoon. No, I don't think I've ever seen this.
Really? Dude, you
So
need
what is
to
this,
watch
like a
it
Harry
right
and the
now.
Hendersons with a mummy?
Basically.
That sounds great.
It's amazing.
What's that?
I said it's amazing.
I said that's
no, like what I missed what cartoon or is.
And no, it's not a cartoon. It's a movie
Live
that came out in the '90s. It was Under Wraps.
Under Wrap?
Under Wraps with the S at the end.
Like
Tell me there's some rapping.
No. I don't remember. I vaguely remember the film itself, but I remember watching it as a kid, and it was amazing. I loved it. Just the silly, funny, like family comedy of being a kid, kind of like it's almost like the comedy in oh shoot! Well, I'm gonna kill myself for not knowing the name of this movie.
Here's the tagline.
Little Rascals.
Here's the tagline: Prepare to be spooked, creeped, and humored.
Pretty much, yeah. That doesn't tell you anything about
Humored.
the movie. Humored.
There's if anybody
I'd
likes
love to be humored.
If anyone likes the campiness of like Army of Darkness,
yeah.
what's his name? Why can't I think of his name all of a sudden? Somebody help me out.
Bruce Campbell?
Yes, Bruce Campbell does.
Bruce Campbell.
I'm about to say Bruce Campbell. Yeah.
Super campy comedy horror movie. I think it came out like maybe 10 years ago, maybe less. Sometime in the aughts.
Not Evil Dead, but I know what you're talking about.
Called Bubba Hotep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
It's
know
where
what
he's
you're
like
talking about.
Elvis or something.
Yeah, he's in a
Elvis retirement home.
Elvis, but he runs into a mummy or something.
No. Bruce
my favorite actor of all time.
Elvis
Bruce
in
Campbell, he's in a basically like this retirement home because like
he's like a black dude, isn't he?
Yeah, he's with I don't remember the name of the black guy, but he's a very famous actor from the '90s as well. But he's in this retirement home, and he notices that some of the retirees are basically going missing, and he's the only one that really notices it. And he's like an Elvis impersonator, like an ex-Elvis impersonator. So whenever he starts noticing like these evil lights coming from like the shed and like people being eaten alive by this mummy having their souls sucked out.
Yeah, here we go. It says Elvis Presley wakes up in an East Texas nursing home where he befriends Jack, an African-American senior who claims to be President John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's one of the funniest films. It's really funny.
A black JFK. It's great.
Yeah.
See, a cheesy
Remember
movie I
Creep
can
Show?
recommend.
If you like cartoons from the '90s, you must know Five Goes West.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely a childhood classic. All three of them.
There's a name for there's a studio there's a guy who came out with a bunch of those movies. Troll in Central Park.
John Bluth.
The dinosaur. Yes.
John Bluth. Yeah.
Yes, John Bluth.
Yeah, John
those movies are all really like, All Dogs Go to Heaven. It's one of my childhood favorites.
The Page Master.
Maybe
The Page Master. Someone else knows what that is.
I might be partial to All Dogs Go to Heaven because I really
motherfucking Macaulay Culkin. Still one of my favorite
The 80s
actors.
had a lot of
I grew
good
up on
coming of
Page
age type
Master.
films.
I feel like a lot of the movies you guys are saying, like I have an older sister, so at a certain age I like stopped watching the shit kids my age were watching, so like I missed out on a lot of those like kids movies. I just started watching whatever my teenage sister was watching.
I missed out on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I
Never
never
watched
watched that.
Oh,
Have you seen the
sin
new
that
one?
cannot be
Have you seen the
forgiven.
new one? Have you
So
seen the
I
new one?
went back and I watched all of Dragon Ball and then all of Dragon Ball Z. Started watching Dragon Ball GT and gave up because it was.
No, not GT, not GT. There's
I
a
know,
new
I know.
one.
And there's Dragon Ball Super.
Yes.
And I'm putting it off because in I think this month or next month they're gonna start releasing the English dub for Adult Swim, and I'm
Yes.
waiting for the English dub because I cannot stand that old lady who voices Goku.
Yeah, she's past her prime, I think.
She has
I
a
think.
she has a really good she can yell really long.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. When I watched Dragon Ball, I watched the English dub, and I'm spoiled, and the English dub is good. So
Yep.
I'm gonna wait for Dragon Ball Super to come out English dub. I cannot wait. It looks really great.
Yeah, the English actors that they get to portray these people are usually good, if not better.
As a matter of fact, they actually went back. Vegeta was so good, they had a different actor that originally played Vegeta, and they went back and redubbed all of Vegeta's lines with the new actor.
I've seen a couple of, just put it this way, I've seen a couple episodes already, and I'm actually shaking so much some nights because I want to see like the English dub so bad.
Me too. My friend, I feel really bad. My friend Kenny was talking about
Oh my God.
how absurd it was for Goku during the Frieza saga powers up the Spirit Bomb in like 3 full episodes. So he waited a month to see the conclusion of Goku just powering up his Spirit Bomb. I didn't have to deal with that. I just watched them one after another. I feel sorry
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
I didn't have to deal with that, but
I kind of fast forward through Frieza saga because Boo and Cell saga were way better. They were
the
better
Cell
written.
Saga was the best.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. It was better written. They parsed out the enemies perfectly. Because I mean, if you think about it, they went 3 episodes between Goku killing people. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think I really like the Cell saga. Really, I like all of them, but I mean, I think I really like the interplay between Vegeta and Trunks with it's almost comedic.
Yeah.
The way Vegeta's like, okay, I'm gonna let you power up to your full potential so I can fight you, and Trunks is like, what the fuck? We're like multiple
'cause
episodes.
he doesn't understand his dad wants a challenge.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a huge bitch anyway.
I think it was like mid '90s. Matilda came out in the '90s.
Matilda,
Really?
actually, yeah, I read
Matilda
the
came out like
book
90.
Matilda. Yeah, I read the book Matilda when I was really little.
Or We're Back, a Dinosaur Story.
Yep.
I don't know that one.
Jumanji
Yeah.
came out in '95.
Oh, Jumanji. God damn, I haven't seen these movies in forever. I used to love Jumanji.
Mystery Men came out in '99.
That was a weird movie.
A cheesy movie I could recommend would probably be the,
Anybody see one called Blue Velvet?
Oh yeah.
I think
strange
The
film.
David Lynch movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
What's another one? Something Heart. Lion's Heart. It had Lisa Bonet in it, and
Crazy at Heart?
no. Or Jacob's Ladder. There's another one.
We're really like kind of undermining one of the best actors in the late '80s and like mid '90s. Pauly Shore.
Biodome.
Biodome. Son-in-law. Jury
That
Duty.
was a hilarious movie when I was a kid.
In the Army Now?
In the Army Now. Yeah.
That's. Can you remember anymore? That's about it for me.
That's about it. 'Cause
Encino
that's pretty
Man?
much all he's done.
Have
yeah.
you guys seen the
Yeah, the one with the caveman. That was good too.
Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser's best role.
how about the Mortal Kombat movies?
Oh, those are.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat movies came out.
I love how the first one it ends and the second one starts right where the first one ends, but like half the actors are different. So it's like this.
Yeah.
It's literally the same scene.
The second one sucks.
But the second,
I'm a huge Mortal Kombat fan, and that pissed me right the fuck off.
I pretty much ignore the second one from all intents and purposes, and I just like, okay, there's the first one, and then there's Annihilation, and then that's it.
Do you ever watch CinemaSins? They did a video on Annihilation like yesterday. And it's pretty amazing. Like the whole stupid balls that they get inside to travel through the earth and shit.
Yeah, the weird hamster balls.
Yeah, like but everybody changes. It's Sonya's not there. It's a different Raiden. Like it's hilarious.
Do you know? Speaking of Biodome, do you know a little backstory on Stephen Baldwin? You know he's like a super uber like conservative Christian. Oh, yeah. I've spoken with him several times on Google Hangouts before.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's very much about going out and spreading the word of God right now. Oh yeah.
It was funny. I was looking on this website. It had the usual suspects, and it had Stephen Baldwin as the top billing. I was like, wow.
Oh yeah.
Good,
That
Stephen.
lineup scene, I think.
I just thought it was funny, like for them to as the main actor, they listed Stephen Baldwin rather than like Dave or Gabriel Byrne or whoever it was.
Yeah, Gabriel Byrne has a little bit more tenor than Stephen Baldwin though.
At the time.
Yeah.
He was great too, Gabriel Byrne.
That's
I
true.
remember being like, I don't know, 5 or 6, and I went and watched the Super Mario Brothers movie, and when I walked out,
Oh my God.
It's terrible.
What is it with him being in movies and like the movies are just ruined?
I mean,
'Cause
John
he
Leguizamo?
well, he wasn't he in Waterworld too?
I don't know. He was in The Pest.
Was he in Waterworld?
That was
He in
like
the
his
pest.
movie.
The Pest was. I don't know.
He's gotten
Well,
better.
Waterworld
over
has its
time,
good
I think.
points. No,
He
there's
was
no
the
argument.
clown in Spawn. Does anyone remember Spawn?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah.
You know what he was good in, and I feel like every time I bring this up, nobody knows what I'm talking about. To Wong Fu, thanks for everything.
Ooh.
That was like they were like cross dressers or something.
Yes, Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes and John Leguizamo all played drag queens. Super fun movie.
That's right. Yeah, he's like he has potential to be a good actor in some stuff. He's just in a bunch of shitty movies.
What is it? But I don't understand. What is it with like Dennis Hopper being in movies and they just I don't know what it is. I love Dennis Hopper myself.
He was in.
Yeah.
Honestly,
he
I
was in
think
Blue Velvet, we were talking about
Blue
earlier.
Velvet was good, yeah. Anybody see Dead and
Robin
Buried?
Hood?
Remember that one?
Never seen that one.
And Angel Heart was the one I was thinking of, the Rourke film with Lisa Bonet.
Does anybody remember Powder?
Yeah, Powder.
Has anyone seen Milk Money?
It's just for the jokes, the powder jokes back in the day. Loads of powder jokes in the mid '90s.
Milk Money.
Milk Money was masturbation material.
Yes.
Yeah,
it was about the stripper that or not. I don't remember exactly what she was, but
Yeah.
she was care like little boys.
She was a prostitute.
Prostitute. That was it.
Prostitute with a heart of gold, like
PG-13. Those are how they used to make PG-13 movies back then. You know?
Yep, back when PG actually meant it,
Yeah.
except for slightly dirtier than G.
I just looked that movie up. It has 80% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
The
What
90s
movie?
were a golden age for Disney movies for sure. Like I'm just looking at like some of the Disney like the market share value during like the 90s.
It's hard to talk about Disney movies now because they own everything. So it's like everything is a Disney movie these
Marvel,
days. But
Star Wars.
back in the day, they had like a specific set. You know?
Yeah.
I think my favorite Disney movie
Well,
is
Marvel owns their own studio. It's just that Disney owns it.
owns Marvel, yeah.
Exactly. They don't really own Marvel. Marvel's its own little company.
I'm
They
assuming
do comics for
I
crying
wonder
out loud.
if they like hide the labor. I wonder how much Disney's.
Actually, Disney more like distributes like merchandise for.
Yeah, like are they on the box somewhere? Do you see?
Right.
they are.
They cut a percentage with just like they do now in Star Wars, because I think George Lucas still makes like 10%.
Yeah, go out to the store and buy a Star Wars action figure. If you check on the back of the box, it'll say Disney.
There
Okay,
is
I don't
a
say
lot
that.
more integration in the parks. In the parks, you see a lot of Marvel merchandise and a lot of Star Wars merchandise, and what's even worse, cross merchandise. I saw the weirdest
cross.
thing.
Oh my God! Like
weirdest thing. when I-
Spider-Man's got a lightsaber.
I've got a season pass.
Awesome. Have you guys
The
seen the
last time I went to
Spider-Man show in
Disneyland-
Japan?
Real
Has
quick,
anyone seen that?
real quick.
Sorry.
Last time I was at Disneyland, I saw the worst thing. There was Cars merchandise that was cross merchandise with Star Wars. So Mater was it was a black painted Mater with a Darth Vader helmet.
Oh my God! Kill me.
Yeah, I was like, this is not. Why would anybody want this? This
Yeah,
is
there's a
weird.
weird thing with nerd culture where with the collection of the toys, where some of it gets a little bit to where it's the most worst consumer culture shit, where they're obviously just making merchandise. They know people will buy it. They know kids will ask for it, but
Well,
nobody actually
some of the cross merchandise back in the 70s when Star Wars first came out. Well, that's the ones that are usually like sell for like millions today.
Well, I don't hate it all. Like when Disney first bought Star Wars, I bought a Mickey Mouse pin. It was the Mickey Mouse was a circle with 2 ears, and on top of it was the Darth Maul colors. It was a Darth Maul Mickey pin. It looked cool. It was great. There's no problem with that. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
It just sometimes it just doesn't. Vader as Darth Vader was dumb.
Vader in general. Cars just sucks.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cars.
But has anyone seen the Spider-Man
It is
Japanese show?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Have you ever seen like the fan-made Spider-Man movie?
No.
There's some guy that made one in like the late '90s, and it's like, and he's actually swinging from He made it in like New York or something, and so he's actually swinging from buildings and shit. But it's just this super cheap. I don't know. It's really good. I don't know if you guys watch Red Letter Media, but they do a lot of funny like reviews of old shitty movies.
Yeah, Red Letter Meter is pretty good for that.
Yeah.
But the Spider-Man Japanese show was like Power Rangers minus the Power Rangers, where when shit got too hard, he would call in a giant mech. And it's pretty funny watching Spider-Man pilot a huge ass robot.
Another actor that we kind of like we kind of are dumbing around too. That I think everyone would probably agree with me that they wish that he was your real life dad, but Rick Moranis.
And everybody knows the story.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Little Giants.
Yeah, like, you know the whole thing about Rick Moranis, about how like apparently his wife died or something. And so,
his wife did die recently.
So he she died. I think she died a while back, and he left.
Yeah, I say vaguely recently. Yeah.
He stopped making movies basically, and like started. He just basically now raises his kids now. Just
Yeah, he's very active on Twitter. I've had little Twitter shootbacks from him.
Man, that's sad too, because I really like Rick Moranis.
Me too. That Netflix has been trying to get him to do shows for a long time.
A Rick Moranis style sitcom would be great. It could be great.
They've been trying. Well, no. The one of the producers from Orange Is the New Black has been trying to get him to do some role.
You know what's missing? There's lots of really great shows right now. What's missing is great comedy shows. There's not a lot of really great comedy shows.
Yeah, like
Rick Moranis
sitcoms.
comedy would be great.
I want to see him do a comedy show, but the one comedy show that we were because I watch a lot of Saturday Night Live. I follow them on most of them on Twitter. But a lot of them post like different articles about like different interviews they've done. The most interesting fucking person on the Saturday Night Live crew to me is Kenan fucking Thompson. And the reason that I say that is because the dude, like off camera, is one of the smartest motherfuckers on that whole cast.
You know
He's smart as shit.
You know what I really want to see on Saturday Night Live? Call me and say it's stupid if you want. But my favorite skit from all that was Everyday French with Pierre Escargot.
Oh yes,
that
was fucking great.
That's where Amanda Bynes got her start before she started taking dick for blow.
I remember. Yeah, I went to where was it? Universal Studios? Or no? Is that where they do? I know they wherever they shoot all that. Not Universal Studios. I mean Disney. What the fuck? What is it called? They have a place.
That was a Nickelodeon studio.
Oh, Nickelodeon. What am I talking about? Yeah, they had a Nickelodeon thing that you could go to. I remember going to see them filming all that. It was pretty lame.
Yeah,
there's a lot of really especially the early days of all that. All that was, I think, one of the 5 greatest sketch comedy shows ever.
Oh, for sure. Mad TV was up there.
Mad TV, SNL, Whitest Kid You Know,
and that
Kids in the Hall.
Think about all that too. All that had that was back when shit was just diverse on its own, and it didn't even that show. Every guest was a.
And it's really weird that in 2008 they all died except for SNL, and then the most recent one that actually came out that was real sketch comedy was Tim and Eric.
Yeah, SNL's kind of been on a lifeline
Oh
for a
no
while. I
no
don't know.
no. Also, what? So there's two more. I'm not sure when it ended, but the Dave Chappelle show.
Living color.
Dave Chappelle show.
Didn't Dave Chappelle end back 2000?
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure when it ended. There's one
Yeah.
more. There's one more that's critically acclaimed.
Key and
doesn't really
Peele.
have-
Key and Peele.
Yes, Key and
Oh,
Peele.
Key and Peele's great. Yeah, they're great. They have a new movie now too called Keanu. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's
good.
got like.
I saw it today. I actually watched it today.
Was it good?
How was it?
I'm sorry, I borrowed it from the internet. Excuse me. It was written. The writing style was amazing. The acting is, of course, amazing because they wrote it and directed it. The comedy was not too over the top. It was very well written and pretty
Did
much.
anyone mention In Living Color? You're talking sketch comedy shows?
Yes.
That's Jim Carrey got his start.
That's another show that was like very diverse back in the day, and it's like it was not a big deal back then. It was just like very diverse cast.
That was so much fun. Was it Homie the Clown?
Yeah.
What was Jim Carrey's like creepy? That dude creeped me out when he did like the Fire
Yeah, it was.
You
Yes,
couldn't
Farmer
do that
Chappelle.
now, you know. Some
Yeah.
of that stuff, I mean, the risque, like in the PC stuff, I mean, you think of, I can't help but think of All in the Family. Would that even, like, air today?
Have you seen Tim and Eric's show?
They're on like on a whole different level of
That's a
weirdness.
different level. That's a way different level.
Tim and Eric is strange. It's fun.
Very.
Have you seen the movie?
I think the movie's pretty funny actually. I liked it. I like Tim and Eric's style of humor.
The fact that they hang out with Will Ferrell on the regular is pretty amazing. Because Will Ferrell has been promoting them for a long time because he thinks that they're hilarious.
Well, you know how they got started? Like, I don't know if you've heard this. You know Bob Odenkirk, who's like
Bob Odenkirk.
Yes. They like sent him a DVD of their stuff, and like normally celebrities or famous people or whatever they don't look at people's shit they send them, and he said just like for whatever reason he just opened this up, and it was Tim and Eric, and it was like made directly to him, and he eventually got them a deal somehow with because he'd done Mr. Show or whatever, so.
Yeah, the first show that they were signed on for was Tom Goes to the Mayor for
that's
Adult
right.
Swim. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mr. Show reunion was pretty good. I don't know if you guys watched that. It's on Netflix, I think.
Mr. Show reunion. I have to
It's
look that
called
up.
An Evening
Who's
with
that
Robin David.
guy who was locked up in, like, that biolab building thing out in the desert? And he's just
Biodome?
awful
Biodome?
1980s.
Biodome?
It
That
wasn't
was in the
Shark.
90s.
Was it? Okay.
That was in the 90s.
Classic.
Is that Pauly Shore? Is that
Yeah,
it?
Pauly Shore and fucking Stephen
That's
Baldwin.
it.
That movie's talking.
Chicken the Weasel.
So what do you guys think of the new Ghostbusters?
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, I mean the trailer. Everyone's freaking out about it. So.
I don't see why everyone's complaining about the trailer. It doesn't look particularly bad or particularly good. It just looks like a Ghostbusters reboot trailer.
Yeah, it just looks like some shitty comedy.
Really?
Mhm.
Are you're serious? Have you seen the live action Scooby Doo movies?
Yeah, those are garbage.
Okay, that's the exact same fucking CGI company that's doing the fucking Ghostbusters. You're telling me that that's a reboot?
I don't have a huge. I knew it was going to be like. Trailers are hard to go on, and I don't think it's great. But I think like there's something.
Don't worry, it'll be a good job since Jurassic World.
There's something stylistically about the new one. It just looks like every movie that's been coming
You
out.
know
in
he's
the
going to
past 5
direct one of the
years.
Star Wars movies, right? The guy who directed the new Jurassic Park is going to direct one of the Star Wars movies.
Actually,
Warcraft's out on Friday, right? I
Well,
said
there's
to
a-
mention they're talking animation.
There's news.
I've heard good things about the animation boy. I know
There's
some.
news about Rogue One, the new Star Wars movie. They're
Mhm.
reshooting 40% of the movie.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
Wait,
I love the-
reshipping, what do you mean? Can you...
They're just having to just redo this, like rewrite. They're probably rewriting a lot of it and like adding in parts.
Oh,
that
you know the Back to the Future. That
Don't tell me
similar thing
George
happened
Lucas
with
got a
Back
hold
to
of
the
it.
Future.
Yeah, it was originally like Eric Stoltz or something.
Yeah.
Like, and then he got like after like a week of shooting, they switched him out.
And I'll say,
Oh
Back
no,
to the
I don't think it
Future-
was a week, man. It was like almost on a wrap.
Oh, was it really? Wow. I didn't-
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll have to admit that now. That Back to the Future is one of my favorite movies ever.
But I just think it's weird how they're spinning it. Like it's just like okay, well we'll see it when the movie comes out, but don't try to act like reshoots means the movie's in I mean, it's obviously going to be better than where it was if they thought it was bad. Like, but
Except for the fact they're not reshooting it because they recast somebody or something, or maybe they had a different idea. From what I understand, they're reshooting it because of test. They had bad reactions from test audiences, and that's never, in my experience, that's never been good for a movie. That they shot a movie, they showed it to test audiences, they got bad reaction, they reshot half of it. That's usually terrible movies come out of that.
Well, they're fearful the franchise might have a public reaction like what happened to George with Jar Jar Binks and all that, right? I mean,
Well,
that
sure.
cost millions of dollars in sequels.
As they should. Disney's spending a ton of money on a new Star Wars land at Disneyland. I mean, it is. They're putting a lot on this.
It's annoying to be excited for Star Wars for a while, and then it gets to this point where now we're going to be so, like, every year it's just going to be Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars for the next fucking 20
It'll
years.
be just like Star Trek.
Yeah, that's true.
Star Trek needs a theme park. That'd be cool.
Star Wars.
But Star Trek was never as popular as Star Wars is. It was never.
You could at Universal Studios actually. You could go in and be on the Enterprise of the next gen, and they did a little video thing.
There's actually a Star Trek experience at Las Vegas.
Last year,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Last year, there was rumors and talks about a new Star Wars television show starring Worf. Worf would have his own command, and they would follow the adventures of Worf around.
I heard
That
about
would've been
that.
cool. That would have been. I really loved Worf.
I'm sure it's all going to be quality. That's the thing is, even though I'm not happy about all this Star Wars shit coming out, I'm sure it's all going to be decent. So it's like.
They still have to put Nathan Fillion in Star Trek. That's the only thing he's missing. That and Star Wars. Once he's in that, he's been in every space fucking thing on, practically in every space movie you can think of.
J.J. Abrams, who's been directing Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Not directing the current Rogue One though, and he's not directing any more Star. I don't think he's on.
He's a co-producer on the second one.
Did anybody see
or like a
10
co-director? I
Cloverfield
believe.
Lane? Did any of you guys see that?
Oh, I saw that today too. I borrowed it from the internet.
I heard. I don't know. I won't spoil it. But I mean, I know you saw it, but like I heard that
Man, the
movie.
internet's a good friend. Keeps letting you borrow his stuff.
Yeah, man. I never have to return it too, man. He just never bothers me again about it.
I heard that movie was already shot and like finished, and then J.J. Abrams was looking at it, and it was something. It had nothing to do with Cloverfield, and then they completely added in that entire last segment.
I heard
Well,
something
it's like a marketing thing.
Yeah, so then they called it Cloverfield. But it was a really good idea about
Yeah,
how.
it was meant to be like a psychological thriller about like him murdering basically his daughter, quote unquote, and when it was really he was just like this, not really a pedophile, but like he liked younger women, and he was using this other dude to like lure them in, and he would go out and like find them on the road and kill them basically. But then they were like, well, let's put this other spin on it,
Yeah.
where he was actually not fucking crazy, and he's actually they're space aliens all of a sudden. Yeah, it's kind of a very weird ending.
John Goodman is a national treasure.
Oh
It is
yes, he is.
So
He's
terrible.
amazing.
Have you seen the movie National Treasure?
I liked Red State. It was cool.
Red State was amazing.
I didn't love his speech at the. I didn't really get. It felt like he was trying to be like Burn. You ever see Burn After Reading?
No.
Burn After
Yes.
Reading ends with them doing like like they basically do a debriefing on something, and that's how that movie ends. And it always felt like
I
felt
love
like a
that
straight
movie.
ripoff from that movie. But other than that, I thought it was.
When I was a kid, I used to watch Roseanne, and the only character I liked was John
I used to
Goodman.
watch Roseanne. Yeah.
John Goodman's character in Roseanne was phenomenal.
Yep. John.
The everyman.
I liked Roseanne.
I remember that,
Not Roseanne by herself, but the show.
I remember
Yeah, I like
this one specific scene that I love to this day. It's the way I act with with my girlfriend. I absolutely love it. Roseanne gets flowers, and she says, "Did you send me flowers?" And he's like, "No, why would I send you flowers?" And she reads the card that says, "From whoever, I can't remember his name in the show." She says, "You liar!" And what does he say? God, I can't remember. No, the card says, "I lied. They're from me." And she says, "You pig," and he says something else that kind of cruel to her, but I don't remember what it was. I gotta look up the scene now.
That was a good show because they didn't follow that formula of just having a bunch of good-looking people on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good compared to the Cosbys or Family Ties or something. I mean, it's.
Oh, it's the
Wait,
same
oh,
reason I
Cosby.
like Married with. It's the same reason I like Married with Children, which was a
You know
little bit
what's
more
really
cynical.
creepy?
Yeah, I love that too. Loved it.
Watching Little Bill, knowing what's going on with Bill Cosby right now, is really creepy.
I feel like we were gypped by not having a Married with Children final show. I think that was there should be a reunion or something. It'd be great to see them together one more time. I mean, that was such a great show.
What was the guy's name? The kid's name?
Have you seen the show Last Man Standing?
Bud Bundy. There
Yeah,
you
but
go.
what's his real life name? Brian. See, if you, that's why they're not doing a reunion because we don't even know the guy's name. We know Ed O'Neill. We know
David Faustino.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Ed O'Neill, Christina Applegate. What's her name?
Yeah,
she married. What's his name?
She's gotten. I never thought she was. I never thought Peggy was attractive.
I did.
But she looks great now. Like in old age, she looks hotter now than she did back then.
I thought Al was crazy. I thought Peggy was hot.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was the whole thing. Is like she was supposed to be like super hot, and he's just miserable anyways.
Super hot.
Yeah. But she still looks good.
She always wore those leggings and the leopard shirt. It was great.
She was on what's it called?
Futurama.
Sons of Anarchy. Yeah.
She's also Futurama.
Futurama. Yeah, she's yeah.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, see you.
Yep, later.
Futurama. Oh man, do I miss that show? That show died before its phenomenal show.
And it did that weird thing where they came back and did the broken up episodes that were sort of a season but sort of like movies themselves.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, I do.
It came with like 4 of them.
It kept trying to go out because it had a real cult following, and it just had a hard time finding a real audience.
Yeah.
If Netflix was around back when Futurama was on more, then they would still be around.
Yeah, it died. So Fox had it for a while, and then it would. I think Fox owns the Sci-Fi Network, so it went to Sci-Fi for a while. It died, and then it got brought back in HD 16:9 resolution for like a couple more seasons on Sci-Fi, and then it died again. Does it really come back?
It was written by the same guys who wrote The Simpsons, right?
Mm-hmm.
The X-Files,
Same animators.
like
At
little
least
short,
created
was
by-
sure bad, eh? It was bad. The new X-Files, like little miniseries thing.
I always assumed
It
that
was bad. It was.
Yeah, it was. There was like one good episode, and the best episode was like the funny one, and it was like wasn't even like a good like mysterious. It was just like the funny fun episode, and the rest of it was crappy. All the serious episodes of X-Files.
It was funny because it was bad.
Yeah.
There is a show that has filled the spot left in my heart by Futurama very, very well, and that is Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
it's
pretty much.
great.
I hate how shows only have like 6 episodes now, or 8 episodes, or whatever it is now.
I know, like, what the fuck is this, like, Japanese cartoons
Like,
now? all of a sudden?
22 episode seasons of Rick and Morty. I guess it seems like animation's should be getting easier, but it's getting harder. I don't know.
Speaking of animation, these movies came out in the 90s. Are you familiar with the director Hayao Miyazaki?
I can never remember any Japanese.
Who isn't?
Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, Studio Ghibli.
Yeah, Studio Ghibli.
I've watched
one of the most famous Japanese animation directors of all time.
I've
Probably.
watched I think every single one except Grave of the Fireflies because I heard it's basically Schindler's List, and I don't want to put myself through that.
Well, I watched it recently because I know it had really bad reviews, but if you want a non-stop 90-minute depression fest, then sure, watch that film because
that's why I haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking depressing, but it's written so fucking good. Like, just the amount of what the fuck is going on, like how are these people going through this type of shit is just like it kind of paints like America in a bad, really, really bad light during the war too.
Yeah, I just read the synopsis. I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch this. This sounds
No,
sad.
it's actually really, really good written though. The
I
writing
heard
style
it's
is really good.
There are two movies that he's done that I always hear are like his magnum opus, and I've seen one of them, and I'm putting the other one off. The one that I've seen that I absolutely love is Princess Mononoke, which is super fucking good.
Yeah, it's
And then the
amazing.
other one is Grave of the Firefly, and that sounds really fucking depressing.
Well, no. They say that that's his magnum opus because like shortly after he made that movie, he passed away.
No, didn't he do
Is that? It looks like that's not Miyazaki.
Yeah, he did. What's it?
That's
He did the
Takahata.
airplane one that just came out last year.
Tales from the Earthsea.
No.
Oh, no. Tales from the Earthsea was his son. Or his cousin or something like that.
There's Akiyuki no Saka. Isao
Oh, hold
Takahata.
on.
Shit, what's his name? I
It's
know
an
who you're
airplane
talking
one.
about.
God damn it.
I know who you're talking about. It's on the tip of my
Goro?
fucking tongue.
Kizuki?
Totoro? No. I don't think so.
Goro or Kazuki?
The Wind Rises.
Oh yeah. You're right, man.
That was good. I don't think it's his best. I think honestly, I think
Still, Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle is probably my two favorites.
Spirited Away is fantastic. I really, really like Spirited Away.
Yeah. Howl's Moving Castle is a close second, and then Princess Mononoke, just because of the story is amazing.
I really like it when authors or directors or writers make a consistent magical fantasy realm, and Howl's Moving Castle does that.
Exactly.
And it's not done for a lot of people. Just say, okay, magic, it's done. No, there's no give or take. It's just magic. And that's boring. What's fun is like in Game of Thrones, there's a sacrifice that has to be done for magic. In Full Metal Alchemist, there's sacrifice that has to be done for magic. And in Howl's Moving Castle, the same way. There's a give and take, and there's a real feel to magical rules in that universe, and that's really good.
And a lot of people don't know, like, a lot of people don't know, like, he's done like a lot of like short animation stuff, but like he was a co-director and like thing in one of the biggest animated magazines of all time. One of the characters he helped create, which was Lupin the fucking Third, for crying out loud.
I fucking love Lupin.
Yeah, he pretty much like he wrote out the character, the samurai character, but he helped create like a lot of the show's animation styles and stuff like
When
that.
I think of
one of the least rated ones that I think doesn't really get a lot of credit, that should get a lot of credit, are two of them really. The only reason that nobody likes Kiki's Delivery Service is because it was taken over by Disney back in '96.
I really like Kiki's Delivery Service. That was great.
But the only ones that and Ponyo recently, because it was basically they were like, hey, this is Little Mermaid, and Hayao Miyazaki was like, yeah, it is Little Mermaid, but I made it first, bitch. But anyway, so Porco Rosso was one that kind of didn't really receive really well because everyone thought it was going to be like, oh, this is like a Japanese take on the war, but it wasn't. It was, a goofy comedy in a totally different universe type thing.
Porco Rosso was more like Tailspin.
Yeah, basically, it was like Tailspin with a pig, basically.
Yeah, it was Porco Rosso was great.
Yeah.
Love Tailspin.
But there are two animes. When I think of cool and anime, two shows come to mind. The first one is obviously Cowboy Bebop, and the other one is Lupin the Third, which a lot of people don't really consider. I just think there's a really, really cool, almost James Bondish style to Lupin the Third.
There is, yeah,
super neat and stylized and great. I mean, Cowboy Bebop seems like it's trying to be cool. Like the intro oozes cool, and it's trying to be cool. And there's nothing wrong with that because it succeeds. But Lupin seems like it's cool because it just happened to be 70s and cool.
Right, exactly. It was like this international super spy type shit. Yeah. And not a lot of people know that there was actually a sequel to Porco Rosso, too. Not a lot of people know that.
I did not know that.
Yep, it's Porco Rosso, The Last Sortie is what it's called. It's direct translation. I speak a little Japanese, so when I watched it, I know like some of the things that they're actually saying. But there's an English dub out now, so I'm actually looking forward to watching that soon. Borrowing it from the internet. Castle in the Sky was a good one too, but That's an early work of his. That was like '86, I want to say.
On a slight
That was
tangent,
before. That was before I was born too. Whenever he did that.
on a slight tangent, I don't really understand the whole like subs versus dubs debate.
It's because we kind of live in an era where dubs are done really, really well. So it really there's really no debate to be had.
Yeah, if you really want to have that debate, go back to the '90s because subs back then were garbage. I mean, look at Gundam Wing is a clear example of that.
Yeah.
Any of the Gundam movies or shows were clear examples that the subs and the dubs were clear. Like the English dubs were garbage, and the subtitles were amazing.
If you want to see why there's a debate between subs versus dubs, go download a dubbed hentai from.
Yeah.
Those are all terrible.
They're garbage. Yeah.
Well, I think dubbed animation's a lot easier to swallow than dubbed live action. So
Download an English version of Bible Black, and you'll know exactly why.
So yeah, honestly, we're spoiled. I when I first watched Kill la Kill, which is a great anime. I think.
Great anime, yeah, I agree.
I watched it right when it came out, and so I watched it.
Did you watch that? Quick question, and I'm gonna let you finish your story. Did you watch that before or after Ghost in the Shell?
After I watched Kill la Kill as it came out.
Oh, okay, cool. Continue. I'm sorry.
So
My Bride is a Mermaid.
So when it came out, I was like, wow, this is great. Now I understand why people like subbed so much. This is fantastic. And then I listened to the dubbed, and after I got used to it after the first episode, I thought it was great. There's nothing wrong with the dubbed version. I think we live in a kind of a spoiled time where there's really it's just a preference thing. But back in the day, it was there was really a point to subbed animation. The actors did a better job, I think, in a lot of the cases.
But yeah, has anyone else seen My Bride is a Mermaid?
Say what?
Say, has anyone else here seen My Bride is a Mermaid?
No.
No.
Okay, it's a anime. There's a dubbed version out. It's like 13 episodes, but it's fucking hilarious.
You mean like the Japanese anime? Sorry.
Yeah, whatever.
I have this really embarrassing story. When I was in like middle school, I wanted, I thought that the babes on the hookups skateboards were hot. I thought anime babes were hot. I thought that was really sexy. And there was a video store in the mall, I think called like Sunset Video or something, and they had an anime section, and every there was a few that were 18 and up, and I was like, oh great, yeah, hentai, cool. Well, I didn't know hentai back then, but like anime porn. But I was too embarrassed to try to buy it, so I convinced my friend Damien, who's shameless, to buy it, and so I got it. And if anyone's into hentai, they'll know what happened, because the title was Night Shift Nurses. I was very disappointed. It was a scat fetish anime.
No tentacles or anything?
No, it was scat fetish.
Okay.
Do you think
That's disappointing, especially with a title like Night Shift Nurses. That did sound very promising.
Seth, as a fellow
on the cover that hinted at it at all.
As a fellow Hayao Miyazaki fan, I'm going to put something in the side chat that I think you're going to enjoy. That not a lot of people know about this, but it's on Vimeo. But check that out when you have the time.
I remember. I cannot forget for the life of me this one line from the fucking show, this stupid anime, that my friend David ended up borrowing and watching the whole thing for the plot. Apparently, God damn it, this is so terrible. She shits in the bathtub. And she holds it up to the guy, and she says, "You have to eat my feces. It's the purest form of love."
What?
Yeah.
The fuck?
You guys think that hentai porn started off as like a joke and then caught on? They're like, oh shit, people actually want to buy this?
No, those people are dead serious.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, there's a reason that like tentacle porn is popular in Japan, in manga, and I think hentai as well.
Yep. What's their Pornhub stats?
There was after the war there was a rule on censorship that full frontal nudity on anything wasn't allowed, even in pornography. So
that's correct. Yeah.
Vaginas and penises had to be either mosaically blurred or had censor bars on them. But what got around the censorship technically was tentacles. Tentacles are not dicks, so you could show tentacles. So tentacles became popular.
Okay, here's a sort of '90s drop related to tentacle porn. Did anybody ever used to go to the website Style Project?
Never heard of
Anybody
it.
remember that? Okay, that was like my exposure to tentacle hentai back in like the late '90s. It was just some really fucked up sites.
But yeah, Seth, the thing I put in the side chat just to give you a warning, it's basically a live action reflection of Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind.
Really?
Yes. It's actually really good. It's on Vimeo and it's free, so it's really fucking good. I've seen it several times. For the acting style, it's from the same director that did the movies. It's basically the Japanese version of the Hunger Games. What's the name of that movie?
I really like Nausicaa too. I think that's kind of an underrated Miyazaki film.
It is. I think all his films are fucking underrated, but anyway. Like I said, the only ones that really received poorly in Japan now is Ponyo and Kiki, because the way that they've basically Americanized them so badly because they were super popular.
Yeah, I wasn't. I have to be honest. I was not a big fan of Ponyo. I think it was a fine little movie, but it was. I mean,
It was
as
a
far as
kids.
Miyazaki
It's
films
his version
go,
of a kids movie. It was his
yeah,
version
the
of a
bottom
kids
of it.
movie, basically. Oh, and the movie I was just thinking about, the Japanese version of Hunger Games. If you do like the Hunger Games series, read the books also. But there's this Japanese movie called Battle Royale. It's a very amazing movie.
Yeah, I
I've read
remember
the
that.
Hunger Games.
That came
I've
out.
read
That came out in 2000.
Hey, I watched a film recently that kind of had a similar idea, and it was a bunch of these young people that were locked up in the square area with trees and stuff, and these like stone doors opened up, and they had to run through this maze.
Maze Runner.
Maze Runner, yeah.
That's a fairly new book series that just recently came out. They're not terribly old, but they kind of just
Part of
fired
that
up in popularity.
wave of dystopian trilogies, dystopian young adult fiction trilogies that have been coming out, like in certain like,
Well,
diversions.
what's actually a lot more fun is that usually most in nerd culture, like older nerds used to buy George R.R. Martin's books, but now that like the Game of Thrones series is on TV, they've seen like an influx in his writing competition, let's say. These are people that have written books that are like Game of Thrones, but they have their own fantasy world and everything. They've seen like huge influx in people trying to get their hands on like that fantasy style of medieval combat, D&D style writing.
I'm sure there are tons of people trying to write their own Game of Thrones now.
Well, no, these are people that wrote back in like the 60s and 70s that wrote books exactly like Game of Thrones.
Well, no, I'm saying, when you're saying there's been an influx, I'm sure there are just tons of people now just because of how popular it is,
sure.
including people that don't have any business doing it, you know.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
like, when anything is popular. No, I'm not a big fantasy guy. I'm more of a sci-fi, but R.R. Martin's pretty cool as far as like he's done a little bit of sci-fi too. He's
Yeah, my favorite part of Game of Thrones is the like the politics. So what other authors write, that way, like really?
There's a few.
Politics
Usually
is
writers
really
that.
fleshed out.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, the politics is really fleshed out, and the world itself is really fleshed out. Even the fact to the point that whatever planet they're on doesn't have the same kind of seasons as Earth does. They're really intermittent, which is really interesting as well.
Right, they have like years where it's like 3 years of summer, and then there's like years where there's like 16 years of winter. They have some days that are like literal 24-hour days throughout the entire globe. It's basically, if you want to know anything about it, just look up A Song of Ice and Fire. It's a D&D series, Dungeons and Dragons. So that's why that they have very interesting stories. I think most writers that do come from Dungeons and Dragons style stuff, they write some of the best stuff.
Yeah, I did not give two thoughts about Game of Thrones until about a month ago, and now I'm totally caught up. I really, really like it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a really good show.
It's weird. I'm never excited when the show's about to get started because I'm like, oh, we're already at season 6 and it's just like still going on. But then every time every episode's on, I'm like, it's amazing. So
Yeah,
You guys heard the Arya theory?
go ahead.
The Arya theory is stating how Arya and the Waif are like the same person.
Yeah, that's horseshit.
Arya and who?
Arya,
It's a misnomer horseshit theory.
Arya and
Yeah.
who?
Waif.
Who's Waif?
The girl that's been training with her.
Oh, right, yeah.
Basically, the way that if they knew any good writers, basically what they should do is that the most recent scene, spoiler alert, anybody who hasn't seen the most recent scene,
I'm caught up.
Well, Waith basically comes behind Ira and catches her in the streets of Bravos and stabs her in the stomach, and she headbutts her from behind, and she escapes from Waith. Now, what they should do is that they show her, walking back to the temple of the faceless god, and they should show her, bleeding out, and then she going by the pool of the water that could potentially kill her, but she knows that it also has healing properties too because it gave her vision back. So she goes to take the drink of the water, and then she dies. But
I'm a little upset over that whole scenario. It shows Arya preparing. She knows what's about to come, yet she doesn't expect this old woman who just walks up to her and says, "Oh, hi, how are you?"
Yeah, it was totally a trap. Totally a trap.
I was like, how does Arya not see that?
Well, that's the thing about the faceless god is that not if you actually read into A Song of Ice and Fire, there are gods that actually exist in the Game of Thrones universe. For instance, the warrior exists. The stranger exists. He's actually multiple gods at once. He's the drowned god. He's the stranger, and he's the faceless god. Those are all the same person. And yes, I did say person. Um, uh, Rylor is actually a dragon. He's actually a real life dragon that used to live back in the day, but now he's basically in the spirit world right now. But anyway, Ira, goes by the water. She drinks the water, and then Waith comes behind her, and then like Jack and Hagar like tries to stop her from drinking the water because he knows that's going to like kill her because he sees her bleeding because he already previously ordered Waith, hey, don't let her suffer. So what they should do.
Yeah, it would be weird if it was her. That wouldn't even really make.
I think Jake and Hagar is the many-faced god. I think that he is the embodiment of the many-faced god.
Yeah, he's a follower. The many-faced god is actually a person.
Well, no. That's what I think. I think that the many-faced god is a real person, and that he's taken the persona of Jake and Hagar because everyone else has to use masks in order to change their appearance, but earlier in I think it's season 2, I think he turns around and turns back and he just has a different face. Like it seems as if he doesn't need masks or this.
Yeah. Basically, if you know a little bit about D&D creatures, there's this creature called the Changeling. Basically, they have the ability to change into any form or face that they've seen before, but they look like basically like little brownish orange clay dolls, but they're about the size of a human being. But once they've seen a creature, they can transform into it. Now, changelings have the ability to change into other humans, so it's kind of hard to tell. So the many-faced god is in fact the changeling. He's an old changeling.
But that there's something with the shows, there's a lot of nuance that is just completely left out of the shows, and that's kind of okay. It's just not. There's so much more nuance in the books that will explain things, but
there's so many characters they leave out.
Yeah, and it's kind of has to be that way. And
yeah, because you can't parse that in 1 hour.
Yeah, and then you almost can't project everything from the book onto the show and expect it to be exactly, it's like. I think it's cool if they go their own direction. I'd rather they do like an alternate universe where one goes, this is what happens if it goes this direction, and in the books it goes another direction.
Well, I mean, they kind of go.
Isn't
it
the case? Don't we meet Aegar Targaryen in the books, but not? I mean, we haven't in the series yet.
Well, they mention him by name, and then they actually tell what happened in the storyline with Jaime and Cersei.
And there's the whole thing with Lady Stark.
Lady Stoneheart.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think that's gonna be in the show.
That might actually happen now.
Okay.
Because
Maybe like
they mentioned the Brotherhood with banners again, so I think that they may go back to that.
With Bran's flashbacks, it's pretty much solid, right? That John is Lyanna Stark and not
Well,
what's
they hinted at the Tower of Joy, so that kind of
it seems like it seals it. Why else would he be showing Bran that?
Yeah, well, he kind of wanted to show him because my theory is that Bran is actually Bran the Builder, and Bran has actually gone back already in time to change history. We've already seen this because Hodor is fucking dead, but I believe that he actually tried to help Aerys Targaryen because Bran thinks that if he can stop Aerys from going mad, he can change everything and his dad won't die. So he goes to Aerys, but Aerys in the books, Aerys remembers hearing a voice in his head, and that's why he goes fucking crazy. Because he keeps hearing the voice of Bronn saying, "Hey, the White Walkers are coming, and you need to do what?
So who's Azor Ahai?
Burn them all." Say again.
Yeah.
Who's Azor Ahai?
Azor Ahai is basically the warrior and Azor Ahai have a very big history. The warrior is essentially a person that back. This is before the men, the Iron Men came and killed all the children of the forest. Basically,
I'm talking about the prophecy. Somebody who I think we know already is the prophesied Azor Ahai, right?
Yeah, it is Jon Snow. It basically that's what it boils down to. It's either going to be Jon Snow or it's maybe it might be Jorah, but it's more than likely going to be Jon Snow.
Who?
Jorah.
Jorah
The Explorer.
Oh, Jorah Mormont?
Yeah, Jorah Mormont. Yep. I do have a sneaking suspicion that he may he is going to die from
grayscale.
Yeah, basically, which is a painful and horrible death. Because basically, you do die, but you come back as a zombie.
So that's interesting. It seems like Daenerys might become the villain, right? She might go to try to Westeros and become a bloodthirsty monster, and Jorah might have to kill her, the person that he loves, would be the sacrifice.
Or alternately,
Lightbringer.
Or alternately, when the Iron Islands finally finish building their ships, the White Walkers have already came.
You think John? I'm thinking John might actually enter in a peace agreement with the White Walkers in order to fight Daenerys Targaryen when she brings the Dothraki to Westeros.
That won't happen.
Isn't it all going to come down on they're just going to have the dragons kill the White Walkers and then that's it?
Basically, that's what I think it's coming down to.
But the White Walkers seem to be impervious to fire.
It's going to be Daenerys?
No, not Dragonfire.
Yeah, because it's the Valyrian steel that kills them.
Yeah, Valyrian steel, which is made from Dragonfire.
Last season, it's going to be Daenerys on a dragon with fucking Tyrion on another dragon.
Jon Snow in the third.
On the third, and they're all going to be fucking just torturing people.
Basically.
I thought that since like season 2.
Good question. People who you think are going to die by the end of the season. I already have a few. I think Cersei's last kid is going to die.
Yeah, that kid's an idiot.
You mean the current king?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not the real king. Please. Stannis Baratheon for the win.
How great was that girl in the most recent episode? The little girl who was like the leader of
Lyanna Mormont.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I'm sorry, I read a lot of D&D books, and including Song of Ice and Fire, so I know all these fucking characters. Watching this show now is kind of surreal. Because you can only imagine, like, basically reading from a POV point of view, like, what's going on, but then they kind of just show, like, hey, this is what's going on point of view. Those 2 points of view, like, from the show and from the books kind of show, like, a stark contrast of, like, what those characters actually do in the books.
A stark contrast?
Yeah, a lack of a better word.
Were you one of those people who read the books before the show came out?
Yes.
Cool.
I read all the D&D books as well. All the D&D books I own and have them all. They're amazing.
The other Arya theory that I like is that Jack and Hagar became Arya and then walked around waiting for the waif to kill him because death pays for death or something.
See, like all this stuff, I think it's going to be too much for the average viewer's head. You have to think about, unfortunately, wherever they're going with the show, they're going to have to make it so that it's not the most. They've barely done, like, I think Bran, what they're doing with Bran right now is the most, like,
important,
fantastical that they've done. So it's going to be weird for them to, to do where they were, like we're talking about somebody being a dragon. I don't know how they're going to pull all that off in the last 2 seasons. We'll see, I guess.
I wish. Well, no, I don't wish.
Well, I do believe that he is the voice in Aerys Targaryen's head that makes him go crazy.
I'm glad that they recast the Three-Eyed Raven. I think that the Blood Raven, the actor that they got for for season 6 to portray Blood Raven was was a really good choice.
You know, and in the books, he's actually a god. You know that, right? He's actually a god.
I bought the first of the books, but I haven't. I'm just starting it.
He's one of the gods that actually makes his presence known to people. That's why that some people don't really consider him a god, but his powers far exceed any normal man. Not to mention he's over 900 fucking years old. So I mean,
but he's stuck in a tree.
Yeah, basically he is the trees. All the weirwood trees, he can see through them. And some of the newer trees, too, which are primarily oak and pine. But weirwood is special because when the dragons came to burn when the dragons were burning the weirwood trees, that's where obsidian was first found. Because the cold of ice and the fire basically melted and it was like, oh, look, obsidian. And that's what they used to make White Walkers.
So how many more seasons do we have?
I'm gonna suspect probably maybe 9 or 10.
More?
No, 10 total.
2 or 3 left.
Yeah, 2 or 3 left. I guarantee that.
Or I guess it might be. Yeah, I think, and they're going with like shorter seasons. From what I've heard. So next season's gonna be shorter.
I fucking hope not. They make me wait a week for these damn things.
I know that the last episode of this season is going to be like the longest episode ever. It's going to be like 70 minutes long or something.
Yeah, the last episode's going to be one of the longest. That's why they cut the recent episodes short.
Oh yeah, like this is pretty short this week, I think. It was
like 10 minutes short, I think it was.
Yeah.
But there's reasons behind that because there's a huge battle scene that they've been filming for almost like 6 months or something like that.
Like I said, I started like last month. I got caught up now. I'm gonna go rewatch everything because I went through it so quickly. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Man, was I shocked at the end of the first season? Jesus Christ.
Good question. Out of all the knights that you do know, who is your favorite?
Out of all the knights?
Mm-hmm.
Does Jorah count?
Yeah, Jorah. Jorah is a knight. He is a full-fledged knight.
Yeah, Jorah's my favorite. He's the most complex and characterly flawed but well-meaning. I think he's maybe it's just the actor. His accent is really really cool. Yeah, I think him.
I'm gonna have to go with Clegor.
I would say so. I mean, so there are other ones. Yeah, I like Brienne, except I think she's a little too naive.
Okay.
She's a little naive. I mean, really.
Oh yeah, in the show for sure, but not in the books. No.
Yeah, the way that she's just like, I'll just serve whoever. It just feels like she's just kind of like she follows this code for.
Well, think about it. She went almost her entire life without being a knight. That's the only thing that she knew would impress her father because she went her entire life knowing that if I don't have any kids or if I don't, serve my house, I'm going to be useless to my father because he had no sons. His father was way too old.
Real quick, guys, on a technical note, am I the only one that has mods?
Probably.
What?
All right, I'm going to get some mods to some people.
Don't give them to me. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oh no, Ludic has mods.
Ludic knows what to do. Somebody taking a piss? The fuck? Yep. Taking a piss.
Heisenberg.
I'm pretty excited about the new Independence Day movie.
What?
The new Independence Day movie that's coming out.
Have you seen on some torrent websites the top movie right now is Independence Day, but it's like some knockoff like bullshit movie. But like you know that people that are just dumbasses, they say Independence Day and they just oh yeah that's it.
Yeah.
But it's like some like I remember when War of the Worlds came out. There was one in the movies like at Blockbuster or something at the same time. It was like War of the Worlds with Jake Busey, like at the same time that the Tom Cruise one was in the theaters. Yeah.
Oh, when San Andreas came out, there was a movie called like San Andreas Earthquake that
Yeah.
came out. That was really I went and I watched that on purpose. It was really bad.
It's like all the company that makes all the shitty sci-fi movies for Sci-Fi Channel.
There's been times when really similar movies have come out, like Deep Impact and Armageddon.
Yeah. I wonder how much they knew, like, because people know about scripts that are out there, and then maybe Armageddon was a big script that studios are trying to buy or something, and then
If you talk to critics that know about the entertainment industry, they'll tell you that. I mean, I've heard before that that was on purpose. That was by design to confuse people to seeing the other movie. That like Deep Impact and Armageddon is like the classic example of that. Also, there was Twister and there was another tornado movie.
you remember Dante's Peak, and there
Dante's
was like like something else, Volcano or something. I don't know.
Volcano and Dante's Peak, right?
What about Little Big League and Rookie of the Year? That came out around the same time.
Yeah, but Rookie of the Year is like it has its thing, you know. Fast Arm, Broken Arm.
Well, that was the difference between the Fox Entertainment studios and WB, I believe it was, that did Little Big League.
Little Big League. Which one was that?
It was like Little Big League came out in like '94, and Rookie of the Year came out in like '93, I think it was.
I don't think I've seen Little Big League.
Because Rookie of the Year was the one where he basically the story was he gets like this injury that makes him pitch like a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah.
And then Little Big League was he inherited
That's
the
right.
ownership of the team basically.
And then there's Angels in the Outfield.
Yep, that's true.
Oh my God.
Angels in the end zone too.
Air Bud. That's my favorite anime.
Air Bud, your favorite anime is so stupid. Wow.
Homeward Bound is my favorite dog-related movie. You know, dog-related talking.
Did they talk the dogs? Yeah, they did, didn't they?
I've seen the Japanese dub of that film, and there's people that are in Japan that actually theorize that the movie was about death.
Homeward Bound?
Yes.
Oh wow. It's pretty sad. It's pretty.
Yeah, because like apparently people have like committed suicide over that film because they've like left animals behind and shit.
Didn't they come back and everything was cool?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Japanese people will kill themselves over for nothing, but I mean, dishonor my family.
Now, I remember The Illusionist and The Prestige came out around the same time.
Yeah, but The Prestige was actually a phenomenal movie.
Yeah, it's great. It's a good
Yeah,
book.
phenomenal.
I love that author is amazing. Christopher Priest. He writes like the coolest books. They're like semi sci-fi, but they're just like just borderline weird fiction where it's just they do this weird kind of, you know.
Weird fiction in the 90s? No. Operation Dumbo Drop if you want to watch a bunch of people ruin their career. Danny Glover, Ray Liotta, Dennis Leary.
I remember I noticed a point when Ray Liotta was in like every third movie on Netflix. Like,
Yeah, pretty fucking much. For like it was like a couple months ago actually.
yeah, he's in a lot of shitty movies. He must have like a tax problem, or he just likes to work a lot. I don't know.
Well, he was getting paid for it, so whatever.
Yeah. Well, you know, like Nicolas Cage does like so many shitty movies right now.
One of the most successful actors in Hollywood right now is why can't I think of his name? Does he look like a bitch? Pulp Fiction. Fuck,
Samuel Jackson?
Yeah, Samuel Jackson, because he doesn't say no. He's in everything.
Yeah.
He's constantly working.
Oh yeah, he does a lot of stuff. Yeah, he makes a shit ton of money.
And he's an A-list celebrity, and he's always working. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him in some weird like I saw him in this weird straight-to-video movie where he was like he had to like torture some dude to get him to tell him like it was a whole movie about the whole thought experiment about if you have somebody that says they have a nuke that's going to blow up, would you kill their family? Or like would you torture their family in front of them to get them to tell them? It's about that, and like that was just some shitty movie I got at Redbox.
That reminds me of there was an idea for the nuclear football way back when they first developed the nuclear football that the launch codes would be, I can't remember, there's a specific doctor who suggested this, that the nuclear launch codes would be placed in a capsule behind somebody's heart who would be with the president at all times. So if the president wanted to launch nukes, he would have to there would be a butcher knife on the guy at all times. He would have to take the knife and cut it out of him in order to launch a nuke, which I think was a really, I mean, it's morbid, but there's a really strong sense that it's the right thing to do. I mean, if he's going to kill millions of people by launching a nuke, possibly billions of people, if it's that important, then this one life shouldn't be that important enough to stop him from doing it. Yet
He'll get somebody else to do it, and then he'll close the door real quick. Nobody's looking. Just kill the dude. He'll get it done.
But it should stop him from doing it for a trivial matter.
But would that be a good reason though? I mean, what if it should be done anyways, but he won't do it because he won't stab the fucking dude?
Well, I think that's the idea, that it has to be important enough to where he would have to bring himself to stab somebody and pull the capsule out of his chest.
I mean, people are assuming they're making the logical decision. I know. I'm just saying nobody would put in a system where you have to kill somebody. But it's cute.
What system was you kill yourself? I mean, not before you push the button, but somehow pushing the button would end up killing you.
Yeah, well, that's interesting also.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Another trolley car problem.
I tried to join earlier. I'm not sure if you could hear me or not.
I think we heard you take a piss earlier.
What?
I think I heard you take a piss like 5 minutes ago.
You didn't think anything. It definitely was that.
I don't think you even knew.
Yes, I always take my phone with me when I take a piss. I didn't know I was on it.
It's just water pouring into water. It's nothing special.
You were making tea, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Did my camera go?
Oh, your camera was definitely on.
Like, you saw me take a piss?
No. I'm just saying your camera was in fact on.
It was just like a blur, basically. You didn't see anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about
Saw your tiny dick.
Shit, dude.
Goddamn, if you think that's tiny, Jesus Christ.
So apparently,
What are you talking about?
this suggestion was made by Robert Fisher in a March 1981 issue of Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Quote, "My suggestion was quite simple. Put that needed code number in a little capsule and implant that capsule right next to the heart of a volunteer. The volunteer would carry with him a big, heavy butcher knife as he accompanied the president. If the president ever wanted to fire nuclear weapons, the only way he could do so would for him to first, with his own hands, kill one human being."
It's funny. I know this isn't the guy, but I just Googled Robert Fisher, and the first thing that came up is Robert Fisher is an American fugitive wanted for the murder of his wife and 2 children. I was like, if that's the guy that came up with this, it sounds like he just likes to kill people. But it's a different Robert Fisher, I think.
Yeah, I think the line that's interesting is blood on the White House carpet. It's a reality brought home.
Wow.
Robert Fisher also brings up Bobby Fischer, the chess master.
That guy lost his mind.
Yeah. That's another 90s movie, yeah. What was it, maybe like Searching for Bobby Fischer or something?
Searching for Bobby Fischer, yeah. That was actually.
I have that Bobby Fischer teaches chess book.
I saw a couple interviews with him when he was young. He seemed like just a normal, cocky dude. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Another shitty movie in the 90s was Brink.
Oh yeah, I skated.
Oh,
When that came out, I was an inline skater.
Eric Von Detten was in that. Another Uber Christian now. He's not as bad as Stephen Baldwin though.
Oh, is that the like the bad guy in the movie? No, never mind.
No. He's the main character.
I was looking up the guy who's like the asshole in that movie, and he was on like some soap operas. He turned into this weird he was that freaky looking redheaded kid that had like the beady eyes. But then he must have been really insecure because he started working out and
Well, he got pretty big in the early 2000s, and then he pretty much he accepted God into his life 5-6 years ago, and he
Eric Von Detten.
Yeah, he came on TV and he did this MTV interview with I forgot what's his name on MTV, and he was like, oh yeah, you just gotta let God into your life and shit, and they just kind of cut the interview short because that wasn't the answer that he was expecting from him.
Yeah.
You got a
He was in
couple
Toy Story 3, so he's still doing something.
Yeah.
couple of 90 stars who became Christians, like the girl from Party of Five. And
Yeah, Party of Five girl. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which one was that? Like Lacey Chabert or something like that?
She was in some space movie too. She in Guardians of the Galaxy or.
Hey, have any of you seen The Man in the High Castle? It's an Amazon production. It's really excellent. It's excellent.
I've only read the book, but I've never.
Yeah, I
never
read
watched.
the book. I started watching the series, and kind of, I don't know, didn't continue. The book.
I wasn't crazy about the book, honestly. I know people. I like Philip K. Dick, but that's as far as what he does, that's not my. It's a very domestic book. It's very just
It's hard. I mean, it really doesn't belong with anything else he's ever done.
Yeah.
It's really, really down to earth compared to things like Galactic Pot Healer, which is fucking out there.
What the fuck?
If you guys so Galactic Pot Healer. If I could summarize the plot, so in some weird future, there is a job, a kind of specification you can do called pot healing. These people don't fix pots, they don't make pots, they heal pots as if they never were broken in the first place. And for some reason, this intergalactic god-type creature called a Glibbon needs him to help resurrect a cathedral at the bottom of an ocean on a faraway planet. So he gets him and a bunch of other specialized people to go to this planet where there's a newspaper, by the way, that publishes the future every day.
This is why I read his short stories instead, because I can actually comprehend his short stories, but his books are just fucking out there.
It's way out there.
Yeah. Like later in his career, like Valis.
Are you sure you weren't reading the Book of Mormon? What the fuck?
No, trust me, it is a Philip K. Dick book. I enjoyed it, but it's fucking strange.
And he starts writing himself into his own books, so it starts to become like a meta thing, where his books are about his writing books sometimes, and it becomes his own web.
From what I've read, the way he would write a book is he would sit down, get high, and just start writing. Just writing, just nonstop writing until the book was done. Just high as fuck.
Wow.
Yeah, I can believe it. That was back when they had the good shit. Like you could just weird shit in pill form.
Weird off topic about about writing and being on drugs is I've heard stories about the books of the Revelation being written on islands where the prominent plant that grows there is mushrooms.
Yeah, like Anita Mascara or whatever.
Yeah, and they're known for their trippy like contact. So
It's the one that
yeah,
like
I
the
just thought
red
that was
and the red
interesting.
and white mushrooms.
Yeah.
It's weird. Philip K. Dick doesn't get a lot of recognition. He's just like kind of seen as this weird sci-fi writer, but I mean, really, he is one of the cornerstones of modern culture. There's tons and tons of movies and ideas that have been directly taken from his works.
Yeah.
Firefly.
That are really prominent. So I think well, I don't know about Firefly.
Yeah,
I've
more stuff
heard some
like
things.
The Matrix. That was his thesis. Like The Matrix is his entire.
Yeah, The Matrix is really influenced by
Well,
him, but I
that's
mean
more
other
like
stuff that's just direct, like
yeah.
Minority Report.
Yeah, well, that is
Was a Philip K. Dick original.
I think
Same thing with
his short stories are so like they have such brilliant little sci-fi ideas that you see in all of his, in all of.
like. Have you read The Eyes Have It?
Probably, I'm not sure. We got an echo going on here.
A couple months back, I got inspired to go read a book, so I went to the bookstore and just picked out a book at random, and it said #1 bestseller or whatever. And it's by this guy named David Baldacci. It's called The Target, and it sucked. It was really bad. It was just really boring, uninspired. It was just a blockbuster movie in movie form.
Did you see that?
You're better off following Amazon reviews for books.
There was an Ethan Hunt movie like not Ethan Hunt. That's fucking the guy from Mission Impossible. Ethan Hawke. There's a movie last year that was a Philip K. Dick book. Transcendence. It was really crazy. It had a really crazy twist. Who is it? Let me mute that. Whoever's echoing.
Is that Johnny Depp?
No, it was who was it? It was Ethan Hawke was the only big actor in it. But the whole twist is that like it's like the main character's a girl and it's a guy and like there's like a sex change in the middle of the movie. And it's the craziest twist like I've ever seen in a movie, and like nobody like the movie just like nobody talked about it. And it had that like progressive.
I know the film. I watched it. It was great.
Yeah. It was. I didn't know that it was Philip K. Dick until after I watched it. But it was I think it was called We All Zombies or something like that. Some weird ass title. It's. I think shit's only gonna get better as far as like sci-fi. I think it's with Game of Thrones getting popular, stuff is getting made now. They made a Childhood's End sci-fi remake. They did The Expanse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I heard it wasn't very good.
Classic.
Yeah. I think
Predestination, I think, is the film, if I'm thinking the right one.
Yeah, that's what I was. When I said Transcendence, that is the Johnny Depp movie. Predestination is the other one. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, Transcendence sucked. And it was basically like, I don't know. I feel like it had been done before.
So there is an Aeon Flux movie, but did anyone watch the Aeon Flux cartoon?
Oh yeah, that was like midnight MTV.
It's fucking strange.
It is so good.
First time I watched an Aeon Flux show, I thought I lost my mind for a second. I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
It was really weird.
It's very weird, but it's very good.
I have to rewatch it.
The idea that doesn't really get sparsed out in the movie is that you can actually die, but you can come back. That's the idea that not a lot of people get when it comes to that thing, because nobody really dies in the movie. That comes back, you know what I'm saying?
Do you remember that other MTV cartoon, like the big head dude?
Beavis and Butthead?
No, it was like a dude. He had a huge head, and he had a little alien inside his head. It was like there was a period where kind of when Aeon Flux, they had other shows like that they play late at night, and it was I think it's called Big Head or maybe The Head. I think that's what it's called, The Head.
Max Headroom?
No, it was The Head. That's what it was. MTV's The Head. 94. Mike Judge, I guess he did it. Or
Really?
No, he was on the cast. That's what it says.
Mike Judge, man, King of the Hill is my favorite anime.
He's great. You know what's crazy is like his new, like he's still doing good now with Silicon Valley, and then like it's almost like Office Space was like Silicon Valley of the '90s, if you think about it.
Anyone see Idiocracy?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Great.
classic. Have you ever seen any of his other movies? Like he did Extract was one. It's really good. It's like Jason Bateman and they're like an extract company or something. And it's a weird little movie that he made like 5 years ago. But it's good. It's like Mike Judge written, directed.
Yeah, he was actually a software programmer starting out.
That's probably why, yeah. Because it's like I think they were programmers in Office Space.
What about fucking Daria? I enjoyed the shit out of Daria.
Daria was great. Although did he do Daria or did
No,
somebody
no, no,
else do
no. I'm just
Daria?
saying like Daria as in like the 90s kind of cartoons.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just remember because she was in Beavis and Butthead, but I don't think he actually made the. I don't think he had anything to do with the show though, which kind of sucks. But it was still a great show. It was on its own, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I recently I think Beavis and Butthead is even funnier as it gets older. Like if you watch, it's just the things that I didn't get when I was. It's just funnier now that I get a lot of the jokes that they're making.
You
Than
know
you
what's
know.
surprisingly
Nostalgic funny.
good? You know what's surprisingly good and surprisingly holds up and is not as dumb of a movie as it should have been? Was the Beavis and Butthead Do America movie.
They should redo it.
It was not a
Or
bad
do a
movie.
sequel.
It could have been terrible. And hell, it should have been terrible.
Mm-hmm. Fucking was he ever a thing on because the name sounds so fucking familiar, but maybe I'm wrong, but Celebrity Deathmatch?
I remember the show.
I know Eric Fogel did a lot of the writing for that, but I'm trying to remember who's like the main director. I'm actually about to look it up on IMDb.
I feel like Celebrity Deathmatch would be like a show
That
would,
should come back.
Yeah.
Should have
It
came
would-
back 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe it's people are too sensitive now to watch something like that.
Oh fuck that first match, Justin Bieber versus I don't know, fucking Malcolm Moore or some shit.
Like I don't know, people just don't want to see violence. They'll just complain.
We got some pretty good rap battles in.
Now there's some people that are alive now that I wish that would direct more. Like Adam Landis' son, Max Landis, I wish he would direct more. I wish they would just give him a fucking script for Superman and shut the fuck up.
I'm kind of like I'm love and hate with Max Landis. He's
Yeah, he's got some weird views.
he talks he lets his mouth run too much. And he ends up saying stupid shit.
I agree.
I think
he's a brilliant director though. He's a really good director.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has like severe.
Chronicle was amazing.
He has like severe like narcissism / self-esteem weird issues. He's like.
Well, I mean, look who his dad is.
Yeah. For sure. And he has to deal with that over his head constantly. People saying that he's successful because of who his dad is, and you know.
Oh no! Chronicle was amazing on its own.
Well, I know, but people will still
Yeah.
will say
People will
they'll
still
say
say that. Yeah.
he got there because you know.
Because of that, right?
And on top of that, people also constantly send him messages about how his dad killed 2 kids and that guy on Twilight Zone.
Yeah, which is such like a horseshit story.
Yeah.
He takes that such to heart. It's like, dude.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
You know your own fucking dad. If there was an actual murder that took place, don't you think like the FBI would be knocking on your dad's door, being how famous he is?
It is a little sketchy, like the whole thing with like. Apparently, they try to get around child labor laws, and so they had the parents like work around it, and so I mean, I'm sure you've seen the footage of the helicopter crash, but I don't know how that shit was allowed. It looks so dangerous, like.
Yeah, basically, it does look kind of sketchy for sure because some of the photos just seem like how in the fuck kind of thing.
Yeah, I thought like when those explosions go off, I thought the helicopter was gonna just fuck like and
Like,
it
come down.
and
Yeah.
they survived. The people in the helicopter survived, which is crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I could.
Oh man, before all this chroma keying and stuff, you wouldn't believe the stuff people risk their lives to make movies, stuntmen and stuff. Now they can just do it all digitally, right? Like,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, watch some of the stunts in the movie, The Blues Brothers, where they do the car chases and stuff, and they race through this mall.
Mm-hmm.
There's people who almost get smoked, man. And that's
'Cause
not the
weren't
car driving
weren't the
slow
original
with the
actors-
film sped up either. It's people really risking their asses.
Yeah, and aren't those the real actors doing the driving as well?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. 'Cause, like,
Dan Aykroyd could be a pretty good driver, but I don't think he's that good.
Yeah. For people who doing their own stunts, for people who do their own stunts and choreography, there's nobody that compares to Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Dan Aykroyd is a UFO kook now.
Yeah. Have you seen like his vodka that he sells?
It's terrible. Have you had it?
No.
It's garbage.
It comes in like a glass skull or something. That's the whole thing.
It's not the whole thing. Not according to him. Not according to the hype. The hype is that it's like triple distilled and super good quality, and it's not. It's not good. Honestly, I mean, this is shit vodka as far as I'm concerned, and this is way better.
Stick it in some orange juice. I'm good.
His vodka tastes like peanuts for some reason.
Yeah, it's a really nutty taste to it.
That guy, Maynard from Tool, has his own like winery, sells wine.
A lot of these famous actors have like market shares and a lot of these different wine companies.
I hear about rock stars that do different, like, really interesting things. Like, I think I can't think of his name right now. The lead singer for Bad Religion has like a philosophy religion degree, and actually, I think he teaches actually.
Yeah. The guy from Offspring has like a PhD in fucking biology or something.
One of the guitarists from Rush or something is like an astrophysicist.
Yeah. I know. No, that's the guy from Queen, I think. Well,
Is it?
It could be.
Me.
Yeah, Brian May is an astrophysicist.
Did somebody say Bad Religion? I know they are pretty well educated.
Yeah, I think he's like a professor or something.
I think he's a zoologist.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, the Offspring guy also has his own hot sauce line or something.
Yeah, I think he's working with some team to like cure AIDS. He's like a part of some of like the actual science part of it. So it sounds like he still does real shit.
Yeah.
Like they'll go on tour, and when they're on the bus, he'll be reading about, or he'll be, working on fucking biology.
I think I stopped listening to Offspring after 8th grade.
Yeah, me too. After their like second big album is when I stopped listening to. Once they had a Pretty Fly for White Guy shit, that's when I stopped listening.
Yeah.
So you're right. Yeah, I was just looking it up, and Greg Griffin of Bad Religion has a PhD in zoology from Cornell. Brian May of Queen is the astrophysicist.
Who else is there? Dolph Lundgren is like he's like a fucking, he has like a,
I heard he's a genius.
Yeah, he's like a genius. He's like, the same thing with like, there's a lot of those Russian geniuses, like, or wherever he's from. I don't know. The Klitschko brothers are geniuses.
Which it's really proof that there's no God. How can anybody be that good looking, that strong, that much of a badass, and be a genius? That's just not fair.
It's really weird when you read the resumes and they're like, oh, they're like, oh, he's at MIT, and then it's like, oh, and he was also happened to be doing some theater at the time, and it's like, oh, then he left, getting his PhD at MIT to become an actor. Like what? It's just crazy. It's cool, but I mean, it just shows how much confidence, I guess, or I don't know what ambition.
Well, if the stars align and you got the talent, it happens for some people.
Yeah, remember that girl from is it from Wonder Years? She's like a mathematician, or I think she wrote a book about math, at least.
Yeah.
I heard that what's his name? Well, I can't think of his name. James Woods is a genius. I heard he has IQ higher than Stephen Hawking, but I haven't seen anything that really supports it other than some magazine article that suggested it.
Everything I've seen of James
No
Woods
doubt.
suggests otherwise, but it's hard to say. Just from his movies, but
Well, look at Benjamin Netanyahu. He's kind of a right-wing dick, and he's apparently a genius too.
I don't think Stephen Hawking is nearly as intelligent as people think he is.
Why?
I don't know. He just doesn't have that. I mean, he's smart. Don't get me wrong. Of course, he's fucking smart. But that type of zest that geniuses kind of have, he doesn't seem to have that. Like there's a certain
what do
type
you
of
consider
when you're
to be
around
genius?
somebody when you're around somebody who has that type of brain power, you can feel that zest.
he unfortunately has some things that make his zest a little bit harder to.
But no. I'm referring to the books that he studied. I'm talking about like books. It's not
Apparently,
really-
that's what he was like when he was young. If the film's any indication or depicts his
his
before all
books are
this
rather
happened to
boring.
him.
His books are rather boring.
Well, you know, the science of physics is not exactly exciting. The
That's not true. Richard
math
Feynman was
behind
an
it.
expert.
Yeah, but Richard
I thought he
Feynman is a
was.
science educator. I mean,
I thought he was charismatic and funny and liked to joke with people, and when he was young, and was quite the character,
Yeah, I don't want to make any aspersions
like
against
Oppenheimer or something.
I don't want to make any aspersions against your asparagus, Dionysus, but I would say that if somebody quite unintelligent were to read something like A Brief History of the Universe, wait, is A Brief History of the World?
Time, I think.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. A Brief History of Time. They might not find it to be very interesting.
I mean, there's only so much you can do with popular science to make it fun. At a certain point, it's not fun. It's rigorous science.
Seth, you realize I used to teach physics, right?
I
used to teach physics.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm sorry, my notebook's closed again. I used to teach physics. So I mean, for you to just say like I wouldn't, like it's if you don't understand it, then you're not gonna find it interesting. Well, I mean, that's not the case.
Has anyone watched his new TV show?
I've read all of his books.
Has anyone seen his new TV show? It's really good. He does
Yeah.
all these experiments with people and like regular folk. They come on the show and he has all these like little games set up and experiments to demonstrate scientific principles.
You sort of point out the high school.
Yeah.
My high school's
brand
football
new.
coach taught physics, and he wasn't very good at it. As far as I'm concerned, he was underqualified, and I think he would also find A Brief History of Time, for example, to be very boring.
What are you trying to prove with that?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just saying that somebody who isn't quite intelligent would almost definitely find Stephen Hawking's books and writings to be boring.
You can also be intelligent and find his book boring too. So it's
Yes, that's true.
So the claim about it being boring doesn't mean anything. It doesn't
That's
say
exactly
anything
my
about his
point.
intelligence. Yeah, I agree.
like I don't even know why the intelligence part got in there with the boring part. Either. I was just trying to say that.
Well, what
I
is
was just saying. I
why
was just saying. I
interesting
was just
about it?
saying that the type of writing that he didn't have a type of zest that you see with other really intelligent people. I'm not saying he's not fucking bright. He is bright. But when you're talking about like really bright people,
I don't think him and Feynman are like in a competition. I think they're both on another level, and I'd argue that Hawking has more to his name than Feynman does as far as like actual contribution.
Feynman's amazing. If you've ever listened to Feynman's awesome.
He's a great educator. I mean, but I don't think he's the one breaking ground as much as Stephen Hawking.
I like that one where the philosophy questions asked him, with the light and the steak?
Which one?
It's called The Hungry Philosopher.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, I like his little answer at the end. What happened to the guy who fell to the wayside because he starved to death or something like that?
Yeah, because he just stared at the meat.
Funny.
Yeah, yeah. Stephen Hawking doesn't tell. He doesn't have as good joke delivery as Richard Feynman. So.
I don't. Actually, I think even when it comes like literature, though, I haven't really seen. I mean, most of the literature in the last like 50, 60 years has been in dribble.
Well, so who is you keep complaining about? So what's the good writer?
A good writer, I think, I like Stendhal a lot.
Most of literature. You'd be like, oh, that's what I'm thinking.
Stendhal's really good. Goethe.
You guys ever watch?
How about some books? Like names of
really
books.
good as well.
How about like specific books? Like what's a good book on quote unquote science? Since it's apparently like actual technical books aren't good enough. So you need
Actually,
to read
the grand design wasn't too bad, and then there's actually a children's series on science. It's called The Story of Science, which is pretty good.
Yeah, this is all layman science. This is not learning science. This is for fucking.
Are you talking like textbooks? I have textbooks, sure. I can give
Yeah,
you.
you're complaining about.
What category do you want me to be in? Just tell me.
Well, what are you talking about? I mean, why would you even need to read pop science books if you're the Mr. Physics teacher? You should be reading the actual books. You don't need to be reading fucking Feynman.
No. I like to read the children's ones because it helps you. Not the children, but like the middle school ones because it helps you convey it. Because a lot of the people who write these books are do this specifically in order to help convey that information to younger kids. So a lot of times I would use those type of books in order to get a better idea on how to explain it. They can be an invaluable resource. So, but if you want like good literature, like stuff that has like zest to it.
Yeah, like an actual title of a book.
I just told you it's called The Story of Philosophy. The Story of Science. It's a children's book. It's middle school. Probably.
So that's all you got for the best science writing?
I'm not going to sit there and like.
Well,
what is this,
give
like
me
a test?
something. You're complaining about science writing, so give me something that's good. That's not a children's book.
Well, everything else is pop science, right? You just said I couldn't use pop science.
I'm saying give me something that you approve of. That's not fucking for kids. You should just have the books on your shelf right now, shouldn't you? I mean, like what?
You know how many books I have in my room?
Well, you should be able to name one by now.
I don't think that what Christian is asking is really far out there. I mean, you said that X is bad science writing, so what's good science writing?
My main subject wasn't to teach. My main subject was chemistry, but I'm just saying, like, I taught physics, so I know. I just don't.
So what's
the point
a good
that,
example?
Let's backtrack. I'm not trying to argue with you guys. Let's just backtrack.
I'm not even arguing. I'm just asking a question.
The initial discussion was, I said I just don't think he's bright. He's bright, but not as bright as I think he is, and then you guys think he is, and then Seth said something to the fact that, well, if you don't know physics, then you wouldn't find him interesting. To that effect.
That's not what I said.
But what did you say then?
I said that dull people might not recognize bright
Okay,
writing.
or same thing. All right, whatever. Okay,
No, not
so
the same thing. Not
yeah,
the same thing.
same thing.
Not even close to the same
Anyway,
thing.
so then after that, I said that I have read all his books, and they're all right. And then I mentioned Feynman. Then I mentioned literature that does have zest in it.
No, you just
And our genius. Let me finish.
you
God
haven't
damn it.
named anything.
Why do you keep interrupting? Do you understand, semantics and
Do I
syntax?
understand semantics and syntax? That's not even a relevant question.
When you interrupt somebody when they're in the middle of a sentence, that's what I'm asking you. Do you understand basic grammatical structure?
Well, when you're rambling on about bullshit, because you usually do this all the time, I'm just trying to cut you off before you go off into a rabbit
You guys
hole.
are taking a stab at me just for me saying
No,
that you
see,
were all that smart.
you're the one taking the victim here, like we're attacking you. I'm simply asking you. You said that science writing sucks, so I asked you to name something other than a children's book, and
Does it have to be in physics?
and you were the one talking about you're just talking about how you don't think I know that I'm Mr. I teach physics. Like
I
so
didn't say it like that. No, I was hold on a
you were
second. I
trying
was
you were
responding
trying
to.
to you were trying
All
to
right.
toss your knowledge around
You're
here.
gonna keep interrupting me, right?
It's a bit provoking though, Dio, to just proclaim that Stephen Hawkins isn't that smart and his book was boring.
Did you hear that? That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said
Well,
he's
it's sort of
extremely
what you
intelligent,
said.
but
I
he's
mean,
not.
fuck.
I just said he's not as smart as people think he is. I don't think he
Okay.
is. What's
Well,
so
that's
wrong with
certainly
that
true.
comment?
So,
Fair enough as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's
Compared to
that's
me,
not really,
that's for sure.
that's not really controversial. That there are some people that overestimate Stephen Hawking's intelligence, sure, but you seem to be
Why we have to
implying
go down this rabbit trail
that
then?
he's not as intelligent as as most people seem to think he is. And I don't think that Christian, thank you, sorry. I don't think Christian's question is really that off, isn't off base at all. If that's an example of bad science writing, give us an example of good science writing. It's a perfectly rational question to ask and respond.
Yeah, I just want to hear some titles of books that like you said, you have so many books on your shelf. Let's hear
It's
it.
science type stuff. You sent a man.
You could have owned me, man. You could have just been like, oh, could have named off just anything. You could have just some Brian Greene bullshit.
Well,
I was like, well, that's something, but
I told you, dude. What are you talking about? I said physics. I said Richard Feynman. Now, if you want to talk about chemistry, we can talk about Linus Paul.
Yeah, but
So
what?
I'm sorry, Linus Pauling. So, what category do I need to fucking be in to satisfy your inquisition?
you need to establish a little bit more credibility than just saying
I just named
Feynman.
Linus Pauling. What else do you need to know?
Hey, Sarah Palin, name a newspaper.
What books do you read?
And by the way, when I mentioned that, I was just talking about his style of writing and how he didn't have zest. So I could be applying it to literature. It doesn't have to necessarily be science books, and that's when I mentioned Stendhal. People who have zest in a way that Stephen Hawking doesn't have. That was the point.
How
that I was
about an
trying to make.
example?
What's that?
How about an example?
I'm finished. You can move on. I'm done.
No,
Why?
yeah, you're just saying he didn't write passionately or something.
I just thought that his writing style was boring. What's wrong with that statement?
Because you're trying to, whatever.
You know what? It's nothing wrong with that statement.
It's an opinion.
Christian, how about this? The disappearing spoon. There.
That's something.
I mean, I got nothing to prove to you. I'm just telling you I didn't
Except
like
that's
his
all
fucking
you
writing
do.
style.
That's all you do is try to prove stuff here.
It wasn't even necessary. I mean,
I've only talked to you once, dude. What do
not
you
even
mean?
necessarily a
You
question.
realize that people watch this shit constantly? Like, just because I've never talked to you before doesn't mean that you don't make an ass of yourself daily on here. So it's not like I've never seen your shit before. I know you way better than you know me. So that's the great position I'm in right now.
This says you're going to be like naturally antagonistic towards me no matter what I say, then, right? So whatever claim I make, you automatically are going to like.
Well, that's a good stance to start off with, Dionysus, instead of just earnestly and honestly answering.
You can't have like a tabula rasa, right?
Well, I started simple. I asked you a simple question about books, and then you started having a tantrum about.
I gave you the answer.
About
I gave you the
I'm
answer.
attacking you.
I gave you the answer.
Yeah, it was a piss poor answer that proved that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you mostly talk about your own intelligence when really when you get pushed to ask about it, it proves you don't know shit. So
Actually, I admit that I have a very moderate intelligence. So what are you talking about? You're just talking shit.
You have a moderate intelligence. That's what you think.
Yeah, about 115, which is not impressive. Why?
So you
Well,
you
if you're
don't
gonna
have
call me out on something,
a
dude, make
science
your
book.
fucking point. Otherwise, it's you that looks like an ass and not me.
I have been calling you on your stupid bullshit. You came in here talking about I mean, starting about physics, and you said, "Oh, I'm just a chemistry teacher," and then you say, "Oh, like you just been waffling. You've been moving the goals from the minute we've been talking."
No,
So
he
hold on. Let me.
Seth was acting antagonistic towards me, and I was like, dude, I
How?
teach physics. Because you're like, well, if you're dull, you can't understand, his humor.
No, it's not what I said. Again, you keep misrepresenting what I said. What I said was very, very
Well,
specific.
the jest is the same. If I didn't get the exact
No,
words
it's
right.
not. It's not the same.
Maybe you lack the social cues to realize when you come off like you're trying to flout your intelligence here.
Yeah,
Maybe you don't realize it when you do it, but some people need to
Let me
keep
let
your
me
dumbass in
condense the
check.
I'm just going to condense the conversation so far as I see it. Dionysus came in and it basically poo-pooed one of the greatest minds of our age, Stephen Hawking, who has contributed a great deal to physics and has contributed a great deal to popular science. He came in here and poo-pooed him, and when asked, okay, what's a good example of science writing, you, instead of giving an honest, earnest answer, you just kind of backtracked and complained that we asked you the question, or that Christian
No,
asked.
that's not what happened. I went off and talked about literature, and then you were like, no, science. And I was like, oh, I got to go back to in the science category. So that's all that happened. But let's just put it this way: the only reason why I was like that is because I thought that you were being antagonistic towards me. So
Hey.
yeah, I'm gonna act antagonistic towards you about it.
Hey, let's all agree that Cosmos is the best one of that genre.
That's actually not bad either. Like that. Good call.
And The Ascent of Man's a good one too. It's inspired Carl Sagan to make Cosmos.
Dionysus,
So,
do you accept evolution?
What's that?
Do you believe that evolution happens?
Of course.
Okay.
Why would you ask me a stupid question like that?
It's not really a stupid question. There's a lot of people that come into this room that do not. I haven't heard your position on it, so I asked. Or if I have, I do not remember.
It stands to reason that if I taught science, I probably am going to believe in evolution. That stands to reason.
No.
Especially if you've taught life science and forensic science. That stands to reason that, hey, and if you've gone to a major university,
So you've taught
probably
life
gonna believe in
science,
evolution.
physics, chemistry.
Yeah. Forensic science, I'm certified from 6 to 12.
Interesting.
What? You got something you want to fucking say?
You clearly don't teach
I got
now.
nothing.
Hey, shut the
I want
fuck
to be
up. So you
antagonist.
clearly don't. You
I'm a
clearly don't
bitch.
teach now. So you must have had a really short career where you must have been what, jumping from school to school or
I had
something?
some
Or
very.
you just taught one class called science, and then you say you teach physics, and you say that you teach chemistry,
I did.
but really you taught fifth grade science. Is that what happened?
No, I taught 6 to 12.
Oh, 6 to 12.
I taught high school at one. I taught 10th and 11th grade at one high school, and then I taught. The other school that I taught at was some seniors and some juniors, and then the other kids were between 7th and 8th.
I have a question then.
So,
You said that you taught forensic science.
yeah, but it's not like forensic science like you would. It's really like a kind of like a bullshit course, elective. It was mostly like giving them sheets and.
In high school?
Surprise.
No, middle school.
Forensic science in middle school.
That's even worse.
I'm not gonna get like I'm just gonna pass. Let's talk about something else. I'm not gonna sit there and let you guys like bully me and
I think you're
try to,
being
like,
overly defensive. I think
What's
you're kind
that?
of inviting this antagonistic nature by being overly defensive.
I'm not being antagonistic.
I was literally just asking if you taught middle students fucking forensic science. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but it's not.
Is this like private school?
It's not the same that you're thinking of. I can give you the curriculum if you want. I have it still.
Can you like name it? Because I actually have teachers that teach middle school right now, so I can
Yeah,
actually
it
look
was.
it up.
Well, yeah, I will have to find it. It's been 6 years since I've taught it. 1 second. I mean, it's on my hard drive somewhere. 1 second.
And this was taught to middle school students.
Look, let's just do the easy way, all right?
It's probably a lesson plan he had that tried to do that
So I
stuff
can
to
get everyone
cash
to.
in on the interest on
All
TV
right,
shows like
this is the best
CSI,
way
so
to do
kids
this.
would get
This is the
into
best.
it. It probably played
Yeah,
into
if it was like a
lesson
lesson
plans he
plan
already
thing, I thought
had.
they meant like as actual like a full blown on study.
I don't think so.
Nah, I hope not.
See that? Chemistry and physics. Materials.
One thing I know about Dio is he's pretty fucking honest. No, wait a second.
You see that? These are
I
the
don't
three.
know. Are you honest, Dio?
Oh wow.
It's kind of a paradox.
I think you
Are
say
honest?
things that are in your mind you shouldn't say all too often.
Now, see, you showed that, and was I a bit antagonistic? I was literally just questioning.
Dio, you're being a little defensive.
Yeah, I was literally just asking because I think that's fantastic.
He's an egotistical prick, and when people push back on his ego, he gets defensive, and he doesn't like when people point out
I
the
don't
inconsistencies.
get like that. I don't get like that with Ludic. I don't get like that with Tom. I don't even get that really like that with Ocean. I certainly don't get like that with Cliff. So it's not just me, okay? It just depends if I feel like a vibe like that people are being.
Well, you play
Well, I
into
felt
an
the vibe of
archetype,
being a douchebag
Dio,
when
and
he
you
came
like
to the
to
room.
say stuff to get people going. You like to go against the grain. You like to say provocative things.
No, I don't think he said anything provocative. I think he just said something stupid, and when he was pushed to back
Where
it
did I
up,
say that was
he wasn't
stupid?
able to.
You just made a
It's not worth
claim.
going back into because you're a fucking moron. So let's just move on.
I was actually about to ask you the same question.
Like sometimes I wonder if you're being a devil's advocate or like I don't know, man.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes Dio chooses his words to be purposefully controversial.
That's really cool.
These are
Oh,
demonstrations.
don't. Yeah, you share it. It's not broadcast to the stream, right?
No, I can do this. It's fine.
No, I could have students' names and shit. Don't do that, dude. Just like people tugging on pipes on here. Don't do it, dude.
It's just fine.
Christian, you're muted.
Oh, I wasn't trying to talk to the room at all.
I just see your mouth
Dionysus.
moving.
I was.
Dionysus, don't pull the video down, and I'll rebroadcast you.
Yeah, I was gonna say nobody. That's why you probably got fired from your job because you don't show any bounds for responsibility. Like
Yeah,
showing
dude. Don't put that on here.
No, this is 6 years ago.
No, nobody questions
Shut
that
up for a
you're a
second.
fucking
Shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. First of all, you have to get parents' permission to have a video. I have those.
I'm
signatures.
sure they love their
Yeah,
kids.
no, I have permission. I have permission.
Yeah, 7 years ago, you haven't taught 6
Hold
years.
on, hold on.
You don't know
So
how you're talking
Dionysus,
about.
You just said you
Time
haven't
out,
taught
time
6
out, time
years.
out, time out, time out, time out.
This is not up for discussion. Nadia has been very, very careful when it comes to legalities on her channel. So I don't care what you claim you have when it comes to permission. I'm trying to follow what Nadia would want on her channel, and I don't think she would want that on her channel. So, as far as you're on here, I won't allow you to broadcast that.
All right. Well, don't let this guy tell me what the legal situation is when I clearly know what.
I'm not telling you what the legal situation is.
I know, Seth. Not yet.
What was Dionysus broadcasting?
Some of his students who
Like
are
a
underage.
fucking moron, he was broadcasting students because he has no.
Yeah.
That's,
Don't do that.
he's not an adult, so that's why he does shit like this. He doesn't know how to make adult decisions.
Why are you such a cunt, dude?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
You're the one being the cunt. The first time.
You have like a cunty face too.
Oh, my cunty face.
You've got a cunty face.
You're a cut face. No wonder you taught in high school.
Because you're a constant piece of
I
shit.
can just
on here.
imagine
You're one of the
someone with an
scummiest
actual
people. So
cunty face.
this is the first time I get to meet, but I've seen plenty of you. So if I have to let you know, you're a
So have
scumbag.
I. That's why I think it's very interesting to listen to you
It's
now.
that simple. You're just a scumbag, Dio.
See, I don't take that same position, Dio. I think you're a very interesting individual.
Oh, I think he's interesting. I still think he's a scumbag.
Don't ISIS. Just move on. You got fucked up. You shouldn't have shared those photos. Move the fuck on. Bitch.
Plus, it's 6 years. You said it was 6 years after the fact, so that means those people in those videos are adults, and they can still
Yeah,
sue
they're
you for
24.
libel.
You know, they're like
Exactly,
24.
and they can still sue you for libel.
That's not. You know what libel is?
Not libel. I mean slander.
You know what slander is?
Yes.
Okay, what is slander?
Sure. Let's see.
Regardless, it's a legal headache that Nadia doesn't want on her channel.
No, I know that's fine. I got it. I'm not gonna do anything, Seth. I'm not gonna pull it
Okay.
back up. But I just want to know if this guy he say slander. So I just want to know.
Okay, you were saying that you actually taught these kids science class, correct?
Right. I know where this is going.
Is that an action? Yes or no?
An action? What do you mean?
Yes. I asked you a question. Is that an action? Yes or no?
What is an action?
Is the action of you teaching them? Is that
Yes,
an
it's
action?
an action.
Okay. Could they say that you are making false statements about them?
No.
They couldn't.
No, because it's on the video. How would they be able to?
Okay. Did they give you permission now that they're adults?
I have permissions from them, and it doesn't say a time period in which.
Wait,
I can
you
know
have
how to use
permissions
it.
from them
You
or
asked me
their
a question.
parents?
You asked me a question. Can I answer it?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it
Of
okay?
course. Yeah.
All right. There's no point. I'm not on trial here. No, the permission slips are for us to use to show other people our teaching ability. It doesn't specify if it has to be within school districts or in the public. It can be either or. And if you notice, none of the kids' faces are really showing. So, and it doesn't give you any time period in which in which you have to dispose of those videos as well. So it's mine.
That was my next question. If there was a statute of limitation.
No, there's not.
Okay. Then okay. That was it. So that's why I asked, because they're adults now, but they weren't adults then.
Yeah, but that's why their parents signed the permission and not them.
Right, but they're adults now, so they can come back and say like, "Hey, I don't want my face in that video anymore," and you'd have to blur it out. You know that, right?
Well, first of all, no faces are shown because the graphics are so fucked
You
up.
literally just showed a video with kids faces. You literally just did that.
Okay.
That's why I said specifically legal slander, because it's the action that
Dude, you
counts.
don't even know what slander is, man.
The action or crime of making a false statement. The statement
There's
was
no
the
false statements
action.
ever made.
You
There's no
made the
false
statement
statements
that
ever
they taught. You made the statement that you taught them. Yes or no?
I did teach them. Yes.
They can sue
Who
you
the
for
fuck
slander.
cares and move on?
I did teach them. That's not slander. What is so thick about this?
Who cares and move on?
Jesus Christ.
It's going nowhere, clearly.
I apologize, Diane. I'm just asking a question. That's all I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sure your students were very cool people. So
Now
Game
get
of
back
Thrones.
to the original topic.
So Game of Thrones, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Good old Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
What you guys don't
No, I'd
realize.
say Vikings is better
fought for
though.
our freedom.
Wait, what'd you say was better?
But, no, I was-
Vikings.
You spoke at the same time. I'm sorry.
That's why I shut up. What were you saying, Dionysus?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Were you saying something is better?
I was. Vikings.
Oh yeah, Vikings. Yeah. That is a good show.
That is a good show.
It's very
Ooh.
funny that they take from historical accuracies as well too.
Yeah. Lady Kenrith, oh my god, I wanted to fuck her brains out, but then, no, they had to kill her off. Oh shit, spoilers. Whoops.
I'm caught up. So.
Nah. No, but anyone else is watching. Actually, no, fuck you all. Yeah. But yeah, nice and brutal. Love it. The other thing I don't like about Game of Thrones, though, is that it keeps shifting from fucking person to person too quickly, and it's like, fuck, allow it to build, please. You know, only 5 minutes or so for that blind chick, one of the Starks.
Arya.
Yeah, Arya, yeah, whatever the fucking name is, being a total badass, and then she fucks it up in the end. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It could have been this badass faceless assassin. And you go, fuck it up. Yeah, only 5 minutes or so on her. It's like, no, stop doing this. Focus on these people for at least 10 to 15 to build something like fucking Vikings, because that's why you build an attachment better to the people. You know,
Well,
it's not shifting from fucking person to person.
I think they should put them in time respects because I think what they should do is they like focus one season on like let's say 3 main characters. Let's say we do season 1, it's going to focus on Dany, the Starks, and some of the Lannisters, and then we'll do season 2, and it's like, hey, this is 300. I forgot the names of the years. It's like 1300 human years, basically, is what they boil it down to. But hey, this is within the same year. And we'll focus on Dorne, Tyrells, and whoever else.
So you're talking the plot and the way it's not necessarily how it's edited, like a lot of quick cuts, like the way movies are made today.
Yeah, but the thing is though,
watch an old '70s movie. Oh, it's such a pleasure.
Yeah, but the thing is though, with that kind of thing, it's like, well, there's so much shit happening, and there's so many characters that are introduced that go to like season 100, and you'd forget the original plot behind the thing. You know, that's one of the problems. So just extend out the character to development and screen time, but you know, to allow for that development to grow.
I have a pretty weird idea. You know how you have audiobooks, and then you have TV shows, and then you have like movies. What if there's this like thing in the middle, which is like a video book that people could make, and it'd just be I don't know, I guess it's just a TV show, but a really long one.
Not too sure.
You don't think that'll take off?
Well, they combine music and video, audio and video for books.
Yeah.
I haven't really noticed it in the first place.
Or maybe now we have technology where we can put. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. But continue on with whatever the discussion was originally. But it needed to be pulled away from this bullshit of photos and shit.
Hey, you guys, I got the best. Nobody's in the video, but I got the best video to show you guys. One second. Check this shit out. All right, Ludi, you there? Like, there's nobody in the video, just me. I just want to show you this. This is really awesome. You guys are gonna be impressed with this.
Stop playing it. Oh, I saw the porn file. I saw the porn file.
There's no point. One second.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Who's Heather?
Watch this shit.
What were you blowing?
Me.
It's a type of fungus, and I think we were that particular one we were dealing with surface area, and
Right. I remember Mr. Wizard doing that on a TV show in the '80s where he ground up a charcoal briquette and then he stuck it in like a box into like a fine powder, and then he hooked a bike pump up to it, tire pump, and then he put a little candle in there. Similar idea.
I have a shitload of good ones like that.
Well,
I just
it's interesting that you like stuff like that, because the new Stephen Hawking documentary series on PBS, that's exactly what it's about. I think you'll really enjoy it. Might change your mind about Stephen Hawking being boring.
You say it just came out?
Yeah, it's brand new. I just posted the link in the side there.
Is anybody here?
Nope.
I just read an article. I'm in Georgia. Authorities officer responds to wrong house, shoots owner. The GBI says the officers were met by the homeowner, 63-year-old William Powell, who had a handgun. One of the officers shot Powell in the neck when he didn't obey the officer's commands to drop the gun. His condition is unknown. Sounds like they shot some dude at his house. At the wrong house, too.
Do they always go for the kill shot?
Yeah.
I thought it was like two to the chest and one to the head or some shit. That's the army, or fucking the military.
Well,
Anybody hear about the attack in Israel?
Police are trained to shoot at center mass.
Center mass.
Yeah, that's because a chest shot is actually twice as fatal as a headshot. There's this thing called the fatal T within the head that if you get shot, that you are dead.
I don't know about any of that. What I do know is that it's the easiest shot to take is obviously center mass.
Yes.
You're much more likely to put somebody down.
That's
Somewhere else.
I hate
They
when people
shoot
say, "Oh, you should shoot the
salvos too,
legs."
don't they?
It's ridiculous.
They shoot like usually 2 or 3 rounds.
Well, the
I think you're supposed to empty your clip. I mean,
no.
I don't know.
Stop them. Stop
Usually
them.
they shoot in triple bursts, I
You have to
think.
stop them from
Definitely not.
action. I mean,
they pretty much they teach you to the trigger discipline about taking your shots effectively versus taking them. There's this interesting thing about escalation of force where you shoot around the person first. It's meant to deter, because Lord knows we need to win hearts and minds before getting blown to smithereens. But that doesn't always happen. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, never. It actually did happen to me on a few occasions where escalation of force didn't really help.
Do tell.
So I got out recently, back 2013. I'm ex-Army, electrical, maintenance. Deployed 3 times, twice to Afghanistan, 1 to Iraq. I did a 12-month, a 15-month, and a 9-month tour with we did a 9-month tour attachment with the SF group, Special Forces 3rd Group out of Alaska. In case anybody thinks I'm bullshitting, like false Valerie bullshit, but we attached to them because
Is
they're
that stolen valor?
Well, stolen valor specifically is if I were using it for profit. False valor is if I were just saying it to bullshit you. There's a difference. Stolen valor is actually, there's legal terms and I can go to jail for that. But obviously I have documentation showing that. I have my DD-214 on my computer that I can actually, well, no, I'm not going to put that in the chat for obvious reason. It has my social security number. I'd be doxing myself. But anyway, there were a few stories about Tower Guard that I'm not gonna say that I'm not comfortable with speaking about because they are quite sad and depressing stories. So I don't know if you really want you want the funny one first, or you want the depressing one first.
We could skip the depressing one.
Okay. Basically, me and another guy from my platoon was on Tower Guard duty. We were very close to the air base on Bagram. When I say the air base, because Bagram is split into 3 different parts. But there's the airstrip, the base where people live, and the big community centers where people go and have fun and fuck on base, basically. Because believe it or not, that does happen on Army bases. People do still have sex overseas.
No.
But yeah. So basically, one day we were always taught, escalation of force. Escalation of force is the main thing. Hey, stop, halt. Who goes there? Find out the information. If they can come in and can't go in, especially when you're on gate guard. Especially when you're in front of the biggest and main gates in front of Afghanistan. But basically, early in the morning times, we had these younger kids and some older gentlemen that would come in front of the gate and use birdshot. Birdshot's nothing. If you've ever seen birdshot before, it could barely pierce your skin, but it's enough to kill a bird. So they would shoot ducks and pheasants with these bird shots.
Yeah, it's what Dick Cheney used to shoot his friend in the face.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, basically at point blank range. Yeah. But interesting, depressing and interesting at the same time is we would always let them shoot because what's a bunch of birdshot gonna fucking do to a tower that's basically bulletproof? So we're sitting in tower guard duty, and me and my good friend Yoakum, he says, "Hey man, like I like to watch him, out in the early." He goes grabs a cigarette and he says, "Hey man, like I don't really see him outside today. It's kind of weird because they're usually always outside at this time of day." So I was like, "Yeah, you know what? That is weird. I'll just make a note of it." And 15 minutes later, he's still outside smoking. He calls our platoon sergeant at the time, and he got shot in the back of the leg somehow. I guess his back was turned. Somebody shot him with birdshot. Luckily, it wasn't fatal or anything. It didn't hit any main arteries, but he did get shot, and he got shot by a 14-year-old kid. Now, here's me just hearing this gunshot go off and seeing someone's blood all over the freaking tower and not knowing what the fuck to do because I'm thinking someone's trying to kill him and I'm not about to let somebody die, basically. So I used escalation of force, and the kids spoke very broken English, but unfortunately I was given an order that day that is going to stick with me for the rest of my life, unfortunately. And I think most people here can put 2 and 2 together what happened after that.
You responded to a threat that you thought was life-threatening, and there's nothing else you could have done, man.
Yeah, there's ways that we basically was brought in to the MPs, and the MPs basically questioned me about the whole situation, and I was basically pardoned because of what happened, because he took a shot at one of us.
You must have a really good story then, if that's.
Oh, the funny story is actually.
Yeah,
the funny story is actually a lot better. Trust me. The funny story is one day me and him were on opposite towers. His was closer to the air base, and one morning is when usually the air base makes its supply runs with DC. Do you know what a DC-10 is? A DC-10 is a huge aircraft. It's gigantic. It's a jumbo jet in the sky. It's basically like Flying Fortress, but they use these to make supply runs. And the supply runs, run every morning because that's when everybody's sleeping and they're not as likely to get attacked in the morning. But my tower's faced away from the airbase, so I have to turn to an opposite angle to see the airbase. So I'm sitting there listening to the radio as I usually do, and it's like, okay, everything's quiet, just chilling, talking to the Afghanis, because they speak a little bit broken English, and then they have cool Afghan stories that they tell. So all of a sudden I hear a bunch of yelling over the radio from the airbase channel. So I was like, okay, well let me tune in real quick to see what the fuck is going on. And then I hear my buddy yelling. So like there's a bunch of people fucking yelling, and all of a sudden I hear the commander from the air traffic controller commander come over the radio, and I'm like, oh fuck, like everybody's about to shut the fuck up now because he's about to get on the radio. And all of a sudden I hear him say, "Put down your fucking landing gear, you stupid fuck." And so here I've turned around to see what the fuck he's talking about. Here I see a fucking DC-10. You can look this up on Google News. This actually happened. A DC-10 came in for a landing without his landing gear down. And his radio wasn't turned on, so you couldn't hear the radio tower. He turned it off for a moment. And that just so happened to be the moment he was landing. The plane spun out in a ball of fire. The plane caught on fire along the runway, and everyone survived. And the funniest part about the reason that I say that's the funny story is if you've ever seen like these movies where you see like the planes come down and just make like a huge crash and everybody dies, it was just surprisingly like so surreal watching that happen in real life.
So this was a DC-10 that his landing gear couldn't come down?
Yeah, and he didn't have his landing gear down. He attempted to try to put his front landing gear down at the last minute, but that potentially made it worse because when you put your landing gear down, usually the first things to enact are your brakes. So what do you think a plane's going to do when you're coming in at a fucking nosedive for a landing and your brakes are barely out? It's going to flip over, right?
Did he lose hydraulics?
I'm not sure exactly what happened. I don't know the intricacies about flight, but I just know that the thing spun about 18 times on the fucking runway. It broke like 4 helicopters. I think it hit F-16's fuselage. Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Is that someone snoring?
Nadia. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force, and I worked on F-15s, and I didn't deal with any of the hydraulics or anything good.
Where were you stationed?
Seymour Johnson.
Oh, okay. I spent my entire military career at Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Huh.
And I saw 3 deployments out of it. Ask me how that's fucking possible. In a maintenance unit.
I didn't get any deployments.
Really? None? You didn't even get to go to, where is it? North of Afghanistan. It's a place where everybody goes.
Damn, I forgot. But no,
Kazakhstan?
No. I didn't go any. I think I went on like TDY to Vegas and then back, and that was it.
Yeah, you went TDY where?
To Vegas.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that?
It's great. It was 2 weeks, but it was a lot of work. But,
I believe it. Yeah. I've seen the bases out there. I believe that's a lot of work out there. It's particularly hot for a lot of work too.
Yeah.
What kind of planes did you work on?
I worked on F-15s.
F-15s? Oh, okay.
I was qualified to work on A-10s and U-2s, but I never. The base I was stationed at only had F-15s.
What model type?
E.
E? Oh, okay. See, that's why I was saying earlier that the militaries, the forces that are stronger, the Air Force beats the Army and Navy and Marines by a long shot.
Yeah, I purposely chose the Air Force because I didn't want to do anything too dangerous, I guess.
I would argue that they probably have some of the more dangerous jobs.
Yeah, I mean, if you go into like pararescue or
Yeah, pararescue. What is it? The zero jumpers. The zero jumpers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I scored a 90 on the electronics in my ASVAB, so that's where they put me.
You scored a 90?
Just in the electronics department or section.
Did they try to bullshit you to go into air traffic control?
If they had, I probably would have taken it.
You
Honestly.
probably also would have blown your fucking brains out. You know how fucking stressful of a fucking job that is. In fact, one of the most stressful jobs on the planet.
Yeah, no, that's what I heard. But I mean, before I joined the Air Force, I also flew planes in high school, and
Oh,
so
okay.
I was really, I really liked everything about aviation.
Oh,
So
okay.
I would have taken a shot.
Interesting. I see now the planes that we've seen in action where like we've seen a shit ton of F-16s. I've seen an F-22 in action maybe once or twice. They rarely let those things fly off the damn runway anymore. It's unfortunate because those things are literally death in the air. A-10s, I've seen those things demolish, literally blow people from smithereens. Like there's a person there, the guns go off, and then there's red mist.
Yeah, it's
Oh yeah.
a powerful fucking machine.
Oh yeah, it's what is it? A 50 caliber? No. It's a 40 millimeter Vulcan cannon, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't. I worked avionics, so I didn't really. That's more of the weapons.
You know, the weapons are the fun part. That's where the boom boom comes out. That's what one of my platoon sergeants used to say. That's where the boom comes out.
Yeah. At the
Man,
time,
those things are deadly too, man. Like you just point a fucking laser at that thing, they shoot a fucking missile. Point the laser at the enemy, shoot a missile, all day long.
the targeting pod.
Yeah, man, those things are ooh. Like we had these at least once or twice a month. I mean, Bagram gets hit by mortars and RPG attacks on a daily basis. I mean, it's maybe once or twice a month someone actually gets hurt or killed, but I mean they attack the shit out of Bagram because it's the main fucking base. But as soon as any of the helicopters, Apaches fly off, it's bad news bears for anybody who's out there because they go out there with the fucking 7.62 fucking machine guns and it's not nice.
Yeah, I think I had a friend who I worked with. He got TCN duty to go to Bagram, and I think he came back with well, he came back with a story that he actually had a truck was coming towards the base, and he did the whole escalation of force, and he ended up having to shoot the truck.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's happened before. That happens a lot on Bagram. Not a lot of people. Another, I know this is actually a really funny one. I'm sorry, I know that one wasn't as funny as the last one. There's another, the actual main gate where most of the supplies come in from India and Pakistan. It's called the Korean Gate because the Korean hospital's there because we are with an operational force with the South Korean army that's there with us. But a funny thing is that they'll open the gates for people that are in the neighboring towns because it's a hospital. We're going to let people come in and get treated because that's winning the hearts and minds. But sometimes these badass little kids from the neighboring towns like to come in and try to rush in and grab like cases of water that's sitting right there and like right by the gate, and they'll come in. These kids that are like 3 or 4 years old, they'll run in, grab like 2 or 3 bottles of water and run back out. So they developed this system called the paintball system. And yes, it's exactly what you think it is. Basically, it's a modified M16 that shoots, I think it's like a 12 millimeter paintball rounds. So anytime one of the kids tries to play fooly cooly with one of the guards, they shoot the shit out of them with paintball rounds. And the paint they use is a special type of paint that doesn't wash off very easy.
So you mark them?
I'm not sure what it's called, but it's the same kind of paint that they use on Humvees.
Huh.
It's a tan-colored paint. So now they know next time that these kids come to the gate, they know when to bring the guns out. Because they'll give the kids like water. I mean, it's fucking water. But like they don't want kids like running in the fucking base because that gets everybody's, that gets you on edge when you see somebody running through the fucking gate like that.
Yeah. How old are
Especially
you?
when they can detonate.
How old am I?
No,
The kids? Roughly anywhere between 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. They're crazy, man. It literally is a third world out there. It literally is. It's a third world country out there. And everybody asked me like, "Oh, what was it like?" I was like, "Imagine a third world country that's was 70% built by Russia." There you go. That's what Afghanistan is. Because you can go into parts of Kabul and you can see like where the Russians stopped building. There's like just a cutoff where there's buildings being built, like brand new construction, and then all of a sudden, nope, desert.
I was gonna say, is there like a stark difference in architecture? But I guess there's nothing.
Well, I mean, there is some Afghani, some architecture with the temples and the mosques. They do take pride in their building of the churches out there. There are some very beautiful. For instance, the tomb of Alexander the Great's hip bone is out there. That's a very beautiful place. The mountains are also a very
Yeah, I was going to say that.
The mountains
Some
are
areas
beautiful.
that are beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
There's some lakes. There's a lake area that's. I've seen photos of it.
Lake Farouche, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The rivers aren't the cleanest fucking things.
Yeah, I heard the mountainous areas of Afghanistan can be pretty.
They're very beautiful, especially during the winter.
Is there any pretty areas of Iraq? I haven't.
Not
on the river. Baghdad, I guess.
Here's the thing with Iraq. They kind of had this cool thing called a dictator that kind of destroyed every fucking thing. So it's kind of hard to look out into the scenery when there is none.
Exactly.
And then I think the nicest thing about Iraq is the fact that you can look forward to not being in Iraq anymore. Well, no, I take that back. The nicest thing about Iraq is Kandahar, which is not in Iraq. It's actually south of Iraq. They attacked Kandahar. That's why we went in the first time. But I still argue that the first war that Bush brought us into, which was, I mean, granted it was maybe a false flag, whatever, but the fact that we got rid of Saddam Hussein I think was a necessary evil to that world, to that war.
Oh yes, I agree.
The dude was a madman. Yeah, he was literally killing his own people by the thousands, if not millions.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Christian, holy shit! You're butchering drone technology right now. Stop it.
What?
You're
They would
butchering
not
English. Adapt to a full AI force.
I never said they would adapt to
We'll always
full
have the Air Force being mostly maintained.
I said
by
that they will
men.
be moved to non-manned
Most
planes.
drones today, and even in the future, will always be surveillance.
Always.
Only very few will
No,
have the
that
ability to drop ordnance.
You are such a
Only
fucking
5%
moron.
of the U.S.
You are a
military
moron. You have no,
has
you have no vision
drones that use
or technology.
that drop ordnance.
You're a fucking idiot. You have
The
no
rest
idea.
is surveillance purely.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's not
But even
true.
those are controlled.
That's
No,
not
Let's
true.
ask the,
You'll
let's ask
find
the
news.
gentleman. Let's ask the
Well, they're not
gentleman.
5%, but around.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah, oh,
true.
yeah,
The minority. The minority of drones are dropping payloads.
We're not talking about now, you fucking.
That's not true.
You'll be extremely ill-informed then.
That's not true. I can tell you. Well, it's going to be anecdotal, but I can tell you from first-hand experience, that's not true.
Well, then I can cite reports on the actual statistics then. And that would trump anecdotal.
Let me put it this way: how much more money is being spent within the surveillance versus the military?
Disincluding ordnance, probably.
10 times more, would you say?
Maybe.
Maybe
I'd have to check
hold
the
on.
Defense Acquisition
Maybe
Report for 2015.
the very basic surveillance drones are barely fucking scratching upon $2 million, whereas
Well, we're
the
talking
payload
about.
ones are like
Hold on,
10
are you
million.
talking about the
You're
funding,
such a
or are you
fucking
talking
idiot,
about
dude.
just the
I
numbers
love
of
it.
it?
What are you guys arguing about and being so insulting to each other
No,
about?
I'm not trying to be insulting. Hold on, Kristen.
There's
Just hold on.
different,
Just hold on.
like, can I just like the the big UAV was the Predator, right? And
Yes.
they stuck
Oh, you're talking to
Hellfire.
me, or?
They stuck Hellfire rails. I'm talking to everyone on the wings, so they could fit 4 Hellfires on the thing, and then they renamed it
Same.
Reaper. All the Predators that were Predators just for spying around, they've all been armed with Hellfires
Same.
now.
It's Sean, but yeah, go ahead. It's okay. It gets mispronounced all the time.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just they're armed.
Pronounce Sean, but he's an expert on the fucking American military.
Like if you
I love
count
his
like
fucking
all
one.
the UAVs, statistically they could say, oh
Oh,
yeah,
shit,
majority's
hold on, I don't even know what's
not
middle, sorry.
armed. They could say that, but
apologize.
there's hundreds of them that are like little remote control fucking planes, right?
So wait a minute. Let me ask
So-
you to be very, very specific, okay? Because this may be where we may agree.
Model planes.
Yep. Hold on. I just want to apologize. I had everyone else muted, so I'm sorry for over talking.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I apologize.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
I can hear
can
you all
you,
now.
Ludic. I can hear you, Ludic.
I slid everyone up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to be very, very specific. Is your contingent that the majority of the drone planes now? Are you talking about American planes? Because we sell planes like hotcakes to other countries. You know that, right? We have this thing called the Euroforce, where we have like I think it's 87 different countries have the F-16 now. You do know that, right? Okay, so when you say things like the majority of the drones, which we're selling just as almost as much, if not more, now because of their success, are primarily are spy planes, is simply not true. Now, but if you're saying within the American time frame, that may be true. But the globe, that's simply not true, because the primary drone that we use to sell are payloads. They're not meant for surveillance. They use them for surveillance. I will grant you that we use them all the time for surveillance, because what's safer, sending out a plane that costs $6 million? I made this point earlier. Which one would you rather send to war? A plane that costs roughly around $6 million to build, make, and manufacture, with a pilot that you can spend 1/3 of the price on, or you can spend, probably I think what usually pilots make around $1.5 million a year, and put him behind the fighter pilot seat of an F-16 that cost $16 million to make. Which one are you going to send to war? The one that's more cost effective? Obviously. You're going to send a drone
Well, I
to
don't think
fucking
pilots
war.
make that kind of money, but yeah, they're officers and they're paid like officers are. But yeah,
I mean like
$60 million probably. It's 10 times what you're saying, dude.
Well, no. I mean, like the
That's
very
like-
basic, the basic fuselage models are roughly around like was it like $16 million or something like that? But like with
No
everything
way.
on it, like the avionics, the electronics, and everything else. I was being very generous. The basic fuselage model are around like I think $6 million.
You're just
But
saying.
like with the payload, the avionics, electronics, the wing struts, the specifics of like
I don't
the
know.
seats. Yeah, that's what it's like, the basic package. Basically, when we sold the F-16 model to Jerusalem specifically, we sold it to the Jerusalem back. What was it in the 80s?
There were $60 million flyaway cost each in 1988.
Oh
By
yeah, easy.
2004.
And we sold them the ones that we were using at the time too.
Check this out. Because of 2004 and the Vipers needed so much like work on it, it's a pretty old airframe. It's $477 million. It's cost.
Really? Wow. And what
that's
are
just
the unit cost on
Some
F-22s?
assholes. Like 280 million.
Is it really?
Well,
See,
they say the flyaway cost is like 180 million, but it's fucking bullshit.
with fuel.
Flyaway cost means that you include like what it costs to set up the program, and the more you
Mhm.
produce, it becomes cheaper. Plus, Flyaway's like includes all the operational too.
Oh, really? Okay, so like pilot, like the whole 9 yards, basically.
I'm not sure if it's pilot, but certainly like maintenance and fuel and
Well,
ordnance.
the reason that I asked pilot is because I think that's really a hang up with people that come to this discussion about drones, is because there's a lot of misnomer about drones. That's why I asked these very specific questions about drones, is because there's
Yeah, I
a
hear
lot of misnomer about those damn things.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, we don't use them to fucking spy on people. That's fucking absurd.
Well,
Wait, are you
they
denying
do
ISR?
like they'll fly, like that's the idea behind the
Yeah.
Reaper and the Predator, is that it flies around and spies on a region.
And the
Yeah,
globe,
it spies on the
and the
region, not
Globemaster.
a person.
No,
Right,
well,
but some of the
depending.
operators, they in some of those areas, they learn to know who lives in the little village and what their daily routine is and shit, right? When they're moving the camera
Yeah,
around.
if they want to target finances, suppliers, all that fun stuff, they will target them. They'll follow these people for days. But yeah, they definitely have an ISR capability.
I didn't know the
And they
drones.
do
I didn't know the drones
fulfill that.
cameras were power enough to pick up their wallet size. I didn't know that. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's.
Well, that's the
is
history of the.
Well, what I'm saying is that they don't.
Pointing out, that's the
usually
history.
whenever-
That's
Go
the
ahead.
history of the Predator.
Yeah,
Right? That's what the Predator was until they stuck rails on each wing to launch Hellfires, dude. Then they
Yeah.
renamed it Reaper.
What I'm saying is that the original idea concept of this whole, like, we're spying on fucking people, that's where I think a lot of contingent
Yeah.
comes from, because we don't actually do that. We're out to actually seek out targets. We're not there to spy on them. We're actually there to get information on them to potentially, possibly kill them or remove them from country.
Yes, they gather information on their targets. Yes.
Correct.
So it is spying.
Well, nobody
on
knows
them,
what they're
but-
doing. Sorry, man.
No,
Nobody knows what they're doing. The CIA's directing it.
No,
The Air
God,
Force
they
guys
just had it
sitting in
removed
the.
from them.
Pardon?
They just had it removed from them. They no longer do drones. I'll link you a report on that in a moment. But yeah, and even
Wait. They stopped doing drone attacks?
the CIA,
he
yes,
means
or it might have been
CIA
suggested.
directing it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, CIA, yes. Oh, hold on. It was the shit. Fucking hold on. I got it somewhere.
I know it's gonna come off as rude, but can you sparse out what the fuck you're talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that what you're talking about when you're sitting as a trooper in your tower and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
Like your what did you call it? That allows you to shoot or whatever. Where it escalates.
Escalation of force.
Okay, but what do you call it when you have a reason for it or whatever?
When you have a reason to shoot.
Yeah.
That's part of escalation of force. The escalation of force has different stages.
Right.
Yeah. His mate got shot next to him. He identified a threat and dealt with it accordingly.
Mm.
I do not hold that against anyone whatsoever. I would do the exact same thing in that situation. If my mate just got shot, and I'm thinking, fuck, he might be bleeding out.
I see. Like I said, I got out in 2013. So I mean, I have 3 years of not keeping up with these technology standards for 3 years, and 3 years is a long fucking time, especially when they're spending billions of fucking dollars on military industrial complex.
That's what I was trying to say. The decision-making process involved in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what allowed you to shoot or whatever you did. The same thing plays out with the drone operators, okay? Now,
who makes a decision?
It's the CIA.
No, it depends on who's operating it. You have you have both the CIA and you also have the Marines, the Navy, and so forth. Yeah. But if you're talking about the CIA program, it'd have to go through the the chain
Okay,
of
let me be
command
more
to identify
specific.
the threat.
No, it doesn't. This is the problem. They're sitting in their little, their ACO trailer thing to control the drone, and they're getting a phone call from someone they don't know who the fuck they are, what
No,
their
they don't.
rank is or anything. They just know that it's a CIA person, and they're watching the same feed. Okay?
Yeah, no,
And they're
and this
telling
is
them,
butchering the intelligence gathering process. No, they have to build a case profile on someone first, and then they have to identify it. If you look at, say, I
Yes.
think it's Yemen, they have to wait until the engagement, the hostile is in rural areas to minimize likelihood of hitting civilians and infrastructure. So they always make sure the person
how
is
do you
most
know
of the
that?
time.
Because nobody's who has, like, there's no congressman who know any of these CIA drone operations and what the kill orders are and
A butchered report from
rules of
the
engagement.
Huffington Post tried to suggest that drones were ineffective, and
when they're
they
not.
cited, they cited, they cited that they weren't effective, and then what they actually cited actually showed that they were very effective.
Very, very
And
effective. They're more
yeah,
effective than fucking A10s for crying out loud.
yeah, and also the chain of command process and actually how it goes about. It's from the intercept, the drone papers, extremely biased. It tries to paint them out, but when you finally get to the slides of the leaked little slides, that negates everything the intercept drone papers tries to spout. Literally, I find it just beyond words. And you actually see the chain of command.
Right, correct. That's why I asked the who question, because if you actually look at the who question, the person that actually makes the final call on these big name targets is the President of the United fucking States.
Yeah. I can also pull up the 2015 Law of War Manual for the U.S. military, and I think that does cover drones as well.
Are you
in
guys
the-
denying it's been reported by Air Force personnel who operate said drones that they've been taking
Oh, no,
orders
no, no,
from
no. I'm not
CIA
saying
by unidentifiable non-military CIA individuals?
No.
No.
I've fought hand in hand with some of these CIA dudes. These are some of the most brutal motherfuckers on the planet. They will kill your mother and then sell her body up the fucking river for a
Well,
nickel.
you're talking about operators that might show up on your base, dude. I'm talking about some fucking egghead sitting in a fucking cubicle at the Pentagon. Okay.
Yeah,
Like, are
these
you
people
grasping
get
what I'm saying, you two?
no, but
Think
even
those
then,
video feeds
these
from
people
the
are still
drone
very
can't
well
be fed
informed
through
on the
IP
intelligence.
protocol to any endpoint in the fucking
No,
internet?
no. These people are extremely well versed in the person they're dealing with and who they're going to report on. Like I said, they even have to get a case.
Well, I don't know how you know those things because
It was
not even
leaked. It was
congressmen
even
know
leaked.
that.
It was
There's
leaked.
some people who are.
It was
okay.
leaked.
Well, specifically, kind of, you're partially correct. I don't know what your name is, MMA artist. I'm sorry.
Hello.
I'm sorry. You're partially right, and yes, Ludic, you're actually partially correct too, because some of these targets are minor targets. They have committed some atrocities, some crimes, but they do build profiles on these people because they understand the nature of these drones, because it is very taboo in their culture that they're getting killed by not a human being. It's one thing. This is a story that I always tell people about this, and it's the difference between the Afghan and the Iraq war. The Iraq army are cowards. They will not stand there and fight with you.
All right. All I'm trying to suggest is, I don't know if you call him the duty officer or whatever, but the guy that oversees the drone operators, they've taken orders from people through the CIA that they don't even know what their rank is or anything, and they've ordered them. And I understand that some of these are clandestine operations, and Lord B, they might have a virus installed in their fucking computer system with it that's listening in through hacked computer in their control center.
I don't know about that much.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know about that much, but the CIA does have operations within Afghanistan that I can attest to that. Now, every fucking thing they do, I'm obviously I don't know that for obvious reasons. because most of the stuff they do deal with are contained within secret, and you have to have at least a TS clearance before you can even view these files as a matter of public nature. That's why Edward Snowden got in trouble. I don't know if you know who that is.
I will hope he burns.
Don't be so stupid.
No,
Please,
he's probably
wait.
the only person I would
Okay,
suspect.
legally,
I know.
I will state this from a legal military perspective. Okay, do you remember the story about the guy who walked off base in Afghanistan? Do you remember that story?
Yeah, I know the one.
Yeah, Bo
Okay.
Bergdahl.
Do you consider him a traitor? Yes or no?
Not fully up to aware of what he actually did.
I think he's just an idiot. I don't know. I mean, sounds like he was a. He shouldn't have been down there.
Do you know why the army does not have a command for retreat? Do you know that? Do you
So
know
he was a
why?
deserter, was he?
That's the point I'm getting to. Is that
Yeah, I just know he walked off base, but I didn't know what it was about.
right? And after a certain amount of time of desertion, aka AWOL, you're considered a traitor, and you're to be shot on sight.
But he was like captured immediately, so he played the captured card. It sounds like.
He was captured actually about like 10 or 15 days after the fact. So, he did a lot. He did a lot of wandering before that. As it was actually during my second deployment, I was in Iraq, and I read about the story. He walked off base. But getting back to Edward Snowden, is that legally he's a traitor.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's just the bare bones of it. He's a traitor legally, but there's a big but there. I believe that if he followed the proper channels to get information out.
Who was that? That snoring is driving me up the fucking wall.
Be like you clicking a keyboard then.
Fucking neck yourself. Yeah, he's snoring.
I don't know. It's probably who's
She's
not
muted. Yeah, everyone's muted. I muted Seth and he unmuted himself, so it's not him.
Hardware muted.
I actually can't even hear the snoring, so it doesn't really matter.
It does to me.
Oh,
I hope it wasn't my feedback.
It could be.
No.
How about everybody stops and we just see whose screen turns on?
I was actually just listening to the conversation in the Hangout. I'm actually a little interested in this topic, so go on.
If you really want, Luda, if you really want to get into like when these missions, I'm not gonna say go wrong, but these missions get interesting, look up the fucking NSA, look up the fucking FBI. These motherfuckers like on American soil have done some like less than shady shit.
Are they more?
I don't know how I feel about Snowden. I mean, you know, Daniel Ellsberg went about it in quite a different way, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
he seeked a senator who had security clearance. He was a member of.
And I guess he kind of proved Snowden's point that he would have gotten in trouble because he did too.
Yeah, the thing with Snowden though
he
is
didn't get in that much trouble. He certainly wasn't facing the, you know. I mean, what happened to Daniel Ellsberg? Did he even get any real jail time, or?
I think he was sentenced to some not jail time, but I think like some parse of that. I'm not 100% sure. I have to look that up. But I remember when that was actually going on.
Like I'm just saying, the attitude's quite different to what happened to him than Snowden today, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean Snowden kind of blatantly just left the fucking American country because he knew he was in the wrong. That's why.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's noise annoying me.
Now was he a liberator of information? Of course he was.
Well, it did encourage public debate. Sadly, terrorist organizations referenced his leaks to circumnavigate the IC, and even nicknamed him Brother Snowden, colloquially. You know, obviously he's not affiliated with them, but they reference his shit. And
his leaks were of a different nature too. It's worth noting. Daniel Ellsberg's leaks would be much the same as Chelsea Manning's.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning. That's true.
Like that would correlate more to do with the type of leak that Daniel Ellsberg leaked.
But
right?
I think Chelsea Manning was out of spite. So.
Well, whatever it was the same kind of materials.
I still believe there was something going on between her and that guy. I still believe that, and I think it was out of spite, and that's why it happened. But that's just me. That was just from the outside looking in.
The lesson there is watch out who the fuck you're talking to on IRC.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. You never know
I've seen
exactly
some
who you're talking
crazy shit some years ago that I want to mention, but I can't.
to. Not on IRC. Don't mention any of that because you're walking in shady territory already.
A quick question to Sean, because I know you did pretty good, obviously, with a lot of foreign policy talk. What's your opinion, I guess, on the current American plan in fighting ISIS? Like it, hate it?
Well, here's the thing. There's two possible answers to that question. Is A, thanks Obama.
Yeah, I know.
Because a lot of people do give him shit because he did do everything on the Bush timeline, for the most part.
Yeah, but he could have amended the Bush timeline. He didn't have to. There
Yeah,
were options.
absolutely. And believe it or not, I was in long enough to fight under both of those presidents. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So I went to Iraq right whenever Bush was leaving office, and it was pretty much Obama was a sure win. So, but anyway, ISIS. Here's the thing. Now you can label me a fucking Islamophobe or whatever, but here's the thing. From the get-go, whenever I was still younger, when I was still getting into the military, I was a young fundamentalist Roman Catholic naive little fuck when I first got in. Very hugely conservative. The first words that I said whenever we went to the war against the Islamic State was, "Make a glass crater out of that bitch." That's the first words out of my mouth.
Okay,
Was
gee,
make it.
Stop muting MMA. Come on.
Well, now I look back. I look back on naive me, and I say, well, hold on. There's a part of me that wants to say, yes, there are innocent people, because I've talked to these people. I've met with these people. I know the Afghani people. I know the Iraq people. Some of them are the nicest and well thought out, and some of the greatest Muslim minds that I've ever had the pleasure of dealing with. Now, on the other hand, there is the idea that, hey, they're part of a fanatical religion that blatantly tells them to do that. So what?
No, I agree.
Yeah, and so what? The Bible fucking blatantly tells you how to fucking own slaves. You don't see much fucking slavery happening in the United States, do you? There's this area of the mind where I look back and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Are these people capable of parsing that line where it says, okay, this is socially acceptable in the world and this isn't? And I believe that the Islamic State are not capable of parsing that line.
No, they're definitely not.
No, I don't believe that they are. I believe they're beyond that.
Yeah. The problem right now, and because I've been paying pretty close attention to everything that's been going on with the current battles in Fallujah and in Manbij.
Yeah, Manbij is bad right now.
Well, Manbij, like the Kurds have surrounded it. It's only a matter. It's completely encircled. Now they're just.
It's a matter of time. It's basically a matter.
That's great. Yeah, that's like the best news. But Fallujah, holy shit.
Yeah, Fallujah's been a fuck fest from the beginning.
Oh my god, it's unbelievable. Like we've been to Fallujah 2 times since the start of the millennium, and I gotta say something. Looking at the conditions on the ground right now, it wouldn't surprise me if a fourth one came in the next few years. Because what the U.S. has done is that, and this is indirectly. I mean, like it's not whether this was our intention or not. A lot of Iranian-backed Shia militias, are in the region, and we've provided them air cover indirectly because they're fighting because they're allied with some of the Iraqi military factions.
Correct.
Some of these Shia militias are just horrendous. Some of them have close links to Soleimani. This is the guy who blew up 240 of our Marines in Beirut back in the 80s.
It was in the 80s, yeah.
This is
the same guy that paid the guy out of Saudi Arabia to go up to the front gate in Qatar with a AK-47 and start shooting.
I don't understand why they couldn't secure Fallujah. I mean,
Well, they're trying to.
They're trying to. They're still
it's
trying
like
to.
50 fucking miles from Baghdad.
Well,
50 fucking miles, man.
They wanted
Stop and
to
think about that for a minute.
they wanted
That's surrounded by desert everywhere. The corridors towards it on either side is like 15 miles across.
Well, it was
hold on.
Where
There's
the
a little bit.
from the river and stuff.
There's a little bit
I
difficulty.
think it's goddamn incompetency in your officers. Sorry.
No, it's a little more.
There's a bit of nuance that you're missing. It's a bit. I know how you feel because trust me, I've driven through Fallujah, and this is the thing. This is a region that's not. It's not about control anymore. It used to be about control. This was an area that was controlled mainly by I think it was 16 or 18 different ruling factions in the area, not just ISIS. These were people that were Sunni, Shiite. These were Christians. These were Iraqi Christians. These were different religious groups. These were different
Not
families.
you, and I'm not saying you, but the U.S. military that pissed them all off.
Oh yeah. That's
Right?
that's absolutely.
I mean, this is what's happened. Is everyone fucking hates you there? You pissed them all off. It's like
Yeah.
in Baghdad, America destroyed all the fucking infrastructure, and then people had no water, couldn't take a shit in the toilet. Well, you do
Not many people actually hate America in the Middle East. I mean, shit. Look at Benghazi.
The Russians did that way before we did, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Look at when that U.S. ambassador got killed in Benghazi. Thousands of was it Libyans went out and mourned him. They actually do not hate America whatsoever.
See that
most
extremist
of the
groups, of
violence
course.
Fucking
most of the violence there is Sunni Shia.
That's how they've always done fucking politics, is with blood.
Yeah. It's not necessarily so much it's only the few extremists who are really going after the United States troops. I mean, most of the violence there is the Sunni Shia conflict, and really the Sunni Shia armed conflict has been going on for at least 400 years. You really go through history. But the case, I was going to say though, Fallujah, just the Shia militias, this is basically having a caliphate fighting another caliphate. It's the Shia caliphate backed by Iran.
How big is Fallujah? How big is
provoke-
Fallujah?
It's like 15 miles, I think, across or something like that.
Well, no, I meant in terms of people.
About 50,000, I think.
Yeah, it's like 50 to 60,000. I want to say, yeah.
So what amounts to a small town 50 miles from Baghdad, and your forces can't secure it.
You're talking
Think about that for a moment.
Well, if they get together, then it's a different story.
Yeah.
If they all end up backing one group, then it's a small fucking army you have to deal with.
Yeah, you have to tell civilian from fighter. Another hard issue to deal with.
Exactly.
It's very
This is
complex.
the thing. It's like but after destroying all the infrastructure, what did you guys do? Second thing, what did he do? Disband the Iraqi military? The second order that
That was the first order. That was
the first? I think it was the second, but I could be wrong.
Well, hold on. You're going actually further back in time because, which my Air Force friend might actually be able to parse me on this, is actually the quickest Air Force battle in history. Look it up.
Oh yeah.
We had 2 F-22s versus their 16 F-15 pilots. We shot down
Okay, dude. Now I know you're bullshitting me because the F-22 was never in theater.
The previous A models, yes, they were at that time. The first air. No. The first air conflict against the Iraqi National Army was in the air, yes, and that was the F-22.
The F-22 was never deployed in an initial Operation Iraqi Freedom. Sorry.
So I looked up the population of Fallujah is actually 275,000, but that could have possibly changed, obviously, with the recent events over the last couple of years.
Listen, man, I don't blame any enlisted men and most officers, but I certainly blame the brass for of what the fuck went down, and the politicians and the czars
It's
like
extremely hard to calculate these kinds of events. You know, mistakes do happen. No one denies that. The biggest criticizers of the tactics and strategies and policies used is the U.S. government itself. They scrutinize themselves better than anyone else. Shit, I can cite you shit from the U.S. Naval War College, the U.S. Army War College, all this academic research on it, and they criticize far better than anyone else.
In hindsight's 2020, isn't it?
I apologize, Ludwig. I looked it up. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It was I believe it was a F-15 battle that happened in the skies. I apologize. There was an F-22 battle that happened recently. That was one of the.
And you're talking the first Gulf War too, not the second.
This was prior to. I'm trying to think of which one this is prior to, because we still couldn't fully. I want to say conquest Fallujah in that time, because I'm going to argue that even if we leave Iraq now, or if, like, let's say there's no military force in Iraq right now, it's still going to be the same. I would argue that it's no better than what we left it, and it won't be for the years to come.
Do you think?
Well, because they destroyed all the infrastructure.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what happened.
You know.
Yeah.
So the policymakers and who's ordering operations decides to drop paveways on top of fucking water treatment plants.
Yeah, pretty much.
And stuff like that, dude. And bridges and
Oh,
infrastructure.
no, I agree with you. The brass at that time, trying to remember the general's name, but shoot.
The guy before Petraeus.
No, actually Petraeus, and the guy before Petraeus, but Petraeus.
A number of them walked, after Bremer's second order to disband the Iraqi military.
Funny story about Petraeus. He was part of the American. Have you ever heard this? The Americans Army. Have you heard of this? Basically, it was like the Air Force's version of a religious army in America. Did you know that? He's gone on record and said that atheists can't be good soldiers.
Well, at least the surge worked out, lowered violence. So you got to give him that.
Oh yeah, no. As far as military tactics, the dude was brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Literally,
Of course,
in
we all-
the years
course,
the
our
years
wit-
between 2007 and 2011, I think, just before the troops pulled
Yeah,
out.
because
is
he
when
got replaced in roughly around 2012, like early 2012.
Yeah. Right around then to the end of the surge, pretty much you saw the lowest conflict in the whole war, because it fucked shit up, and there was very good results.
Now being the Air Force type of thing, I have to ask a very serious question, because I've had this debate many times. What would win in a fight? The F-22 or the new Bulldog plane that the Russians have? Have you seen that thing?
Don't think so. I know the Suboku, something like that. Is that the same one?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Catching up on not too
Pilot
well with that.
training is everything.
Yeah, but so is gear.
Well, we have superior pilots. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and you guys have got more combat experience than the Russians.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Especially in the air. That's what I've always said. Like, people's like, oh, well, if we go to war with China, I was like, dude, we get our Air Force in the air. China doesn't fucking stand a goddamn chance.
Yeah.
China's
what
like
else?
China's
In what sense, though? In the sense of like.
Oh, they got us in numbers. They got us in numbers all day, and twice on
They do.
Sundays.
Dude,
But they also-
can
they
I
also-
remind you again that in what you called a half-assed third world country, I don't know if that was Afghanistan or Iraq,
Yeah, well, Iraq's more or less a first world country.
that,
but they kind of got
that your forces, couldn't secure a town of less than 50,000.
You're dealing with
less than
you're
50
dealing with
miles
counter.
away.
No, you're dealing with counterinsurgency.
Simply putting out a
Hold on,
For 1 second,
No, you're
Hold
dealing
on.
with totally
Well,
different things.
define what you mean then. So you could win an air war,
counterinsurgency is
perhaps.
very much
Sure as
different
fuck
to
wouldn't
open out
win a
warfare.
ground war.
No, definitely. So you're confusing counterinsurgency with open conflict with the nation state. So
Yeah,
for example,
guerrilla tactics are
Okay,
very
good
different than guerrilla
yeah.
tactics are
Doesn't
very
matter for
different.
guerrilla
No,
tactics.
it does.
Actually, it
Oh,
does.
hi.
You cannot tell the difference
Have you not
between
heard of fucking
You
civilians.
haven't
Vietnam?
secured the country, then, have you?
Have you not heard of Vietnam?
Of course.
These were groups of like 100 to like 20 fucking soldiers that were killing thousands of hours on a daily basis.
Yeah. Definitely don't
You're
underestimate
totally
the
wrong
China-
about your
Oh,
death numbers in the Vietnam War, dude.
definitely.
Fuck, just as
you
wrong
don't-
as your F-22 claim.
I
you
stood
definitely-
corrected.
you
I
definitely
stood corrected.
don't-
I stood corrected, and I apologize. Did I not?
Well, you should go look up the stats of Vietnam
Definitely.
next.
Hold on. Definitely don't underestimate China, but at least the U.S. military has more experience under its belt, given its current conflicts. It does give them an advantage. However, you don't treat China fucking lightly, and they're the very long-term. You want to focus more on diplomacy right now rather than militarily.
Well, right now,
Definitely, though you have tensions within the South China Sea, with that island being built upon by China and the claims between the Philippines, who else? Some other nations. But so you have military tensions, but it's mainly diplomacy you want to get right there. But closest still is North Korea and Russia. They're the more imminent kind of on the scale of things, and then your terrorist threats even more imminent still. And I will quote General Michael Hayden, former NSA and CIA director, on that one, and I will link his talk on Chicago Council on Foreign Affairs on that one.
well, China actually, we in any diplomatic talks, we would have some collateral over China's considering their accruing debt. I mean, like China, just like last year, really hit a plummet in their economic system. They've been overspending. They've been insanely overspending on infrastructure that's not even going to be used later on.
Well, maybe. I would suggest going to China Power through CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And China Power specifically focuses on military, economics, the social aspect, and a few other areas with assessing China. And CSIS still ranks either first or second place in international security and foreign affairs on the global report for think tanks.
Okay, I have a question. What year would you say was the height of the Vietnam War? Would you say 67, 68, 69?
May?
Yeah, I think he's asking Ludic.
Yeah.
Because our death tolls were in the thousands, you know that, right? And if you pull up like this cool thing called a calculator,
I know.
and you divide
Roughly
it by how many months in a year? It's 12.
60, 70,000 died in the Vietnam War, I believe.
Yeah, roughly.
I think it was only 30,000, if I remember correctly.
Let's see. Comparatively, Jesus Christ, I think the grand total was a little over 1 million. I think it was like 1,450,000 roughly.
Okay, let's look at.
And then the North Viet Cong military civilian war dead was around like 500,000.
Sure.
What was this million figure? Who are you talking